Section 8 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Section 8. Lecture 5, we found reason to think that the ultimate constituents of the world do not have the characteristics of either mind or matter, as ordinarily understood. They are not solid, persistent objects moving through space, nor are they fragments of consciousness. But we found two ways of grouping particulars, one into things or pieces of matter, the other into series of perspectives, each series being what may be called a biography. Before we can define either sensations or images, it is necessary to consider this twofold classification in somewhat greater detail, and to derive from it a definition of perception. It should be said that, in so far as the classification assumes the whole world of physics, including its unperceived portions, it contains hypothetical elements. But we will not linger on the grounds for admitting these, which belong to the philosophy of physics rather than of psychology. When I speak of ultimate constituents, I do not mean necessarily such as are theoretically incapable of analysis, but only such as, at present, we can see no means of analyzing. I speak of such constituents as particulars, or as relative particulars, when I wish to emphasize the fact that they may be themselves complex. The physical classification of particulars collects together all those that are aspects of one thing. Given any one particular, it is often found, we do not say always, that there are a number of other particulars differing from this one in gradually increasing degrees. Those, or some of those, that differ from it only very slightly will be found to differ approximately according to certain laws, which may be called, in a generalized sense, the laws of perspective as a special case. This approximation grows more and more nearly exact as the difference grows less. In technical language, the laws of perspective account for the differences to the first order of small quantities, and other laws are only required to account for the second order differences. That is to say, as the difference diminishes, the part of the difference which is not according to the laws of perspective diminishes much more rapidly, and bears to the total difference, a ratio which tends towards zero as both are made smaller and smaller. By this means, we can theoretically collect together a number of particulars which may be defined as the aspects, or appearances of one thing at one time. If the laws of perspective were sufficiently known, the connection between different aspects would be expressed in differential equations. This gives us, so far, only those particulars which constitute one thing at one time. This set of particulars may be called a momentary thing. To define that series of momentary things that constitute the successive states of one thing is a problem involving the laws of dynamics. This gives the laws governing the change of aspects from one time to a slightly later time, with the same sort of differential approximation to exactness as we obtain for spatially neighboring aspects to the laws of perspective. Thus, a momentary thing is a set of particulars, while a thing, which may be identified with the whole history of the thing, is a series of such set of particulars. The particulars in one set are collected together by the laws of perspective. The successive sets are collected together by the laws of dynamics. This is the view of the world which is appropriate to traditional physics. The definition of a momentary thing involves problems concerning time, since the particulars constituting a momentary thing will not be all simultaneous, but will travel outward from the thing with the velocity of light, in case the thing is in vacuum. There are complications connected with relativity, but for our present purpose they are not vital, and I shall ignore them. Instead of first collecting together all the particulars constituting a momentary thing, and then forming the series of successive sets we might have first collected together a series of successive aspects related by the laws of dynamics, and then have formed the set of such series related by the laws of perspective. To illustrate by the case of an actor on the stage, our first plan was to collect together all the aspects which he presents to different spectators at one time, and then to form the series of such sets. Our second plan is first to collect together all the aspects which he presents successively to a given spectator, and then to do the same thing for the other spectators, thus forming a set of series instead of a series of sets. The first plan tells us what he does, the second, the impressions he produces. This second way of classifying particulars is one which obviously has more relevance to psychology than the other. It is partly by this second method of classification that we obtain definitions of one experience or biography or person. This method of classification is also essential to the definition of sensations and images, as I shall endeavor to prove later on. But we must first amplify the definition of perspectives and biographies. In our illustration of the actor, we spoke, for the moment, as though each spectator's mind were wholly occupied by the one actor. If this were the case, it might be possible to define the biography of one spectator as a series of successive aspects of the actor related according to the laws of dynamics. But in fact, this is not the case. We are at all times during our waking life receiving a variety of impressions, which are aspects of a variety of things. We have to consider what binds together two simultaneous sensations in one person, or more generally, any two occurrences which form part of one experience. We might say, adhering to the standpoint of physics, that two aspects of different things belong to the same perspective when they are in the same place. But this would not really help us, since a place has not yet been defined. Can we define what is meant by saying the two aspects are in the same place without introducing anything beyond the laws of perspective and dynamics? I do not feel sure whether it is possible to frame such a definition or not. Accordingly, I shall not assume that it is possible, but shall seek other characteristics by which a perspective or biography may be defined. When, for example, we see one man and hear another speaking at the same time, what we see and what we hear have a relation which we can perceive, which makes the two together form, in some sense, one experience. It is when this relation exists that two occurrences become associated. Simon's engram is formed by all that we experience at one time. He speaks of two parts of this total as having the relation of Nebeneinander, which is reminiscent of Herbert's jus amens. I think the relation may be simply called simultaneity. It might be said that at any moment all sorts of things that are not part of my experience are happening in the world, and that, therefore, the relation we are seeking to define cannot be merely simultaneity. This, however, would be an error, the sort of error that the theory of relativity avoids. There is not one universal time, except by an elaborate construction. There are only local times, each of which may be taken to be the time within one biography. Accordingly, if I am, say, hearing a sound, the only occurrences that are, in any simple sense, simultaneous with my sensation are events in my private world, example in my biography. We may therefore define the perspective to which the sensation in question belongs as a set of particulars that are simultaneous with this sensation. And similarly, we may define the biography to which the sensation belongs as a set of particulars that are earlier or later than, or simultaneous with, the given sensation. Moreover, the very same definitions can be applied to particulars which are not sensations. They are actually required for the theory of relativity. If we are to give a philosophical explanation of what is meant by local time in that theory, the relations of simultaneity and the succession are known to us in our own experience. They may be analyzable, but that does not affect their suitability for defining perspectives and biographies. Such time relations as can be constructed between events in different biographies are of a different kind. They are not experienced, and are merely logical, being designed to afford convenient ways of stating the correlations between different biographies. It is not only by time relations that the parts of one biography are collected together in the case of living beings. In this case there are the mnemic phenomena which constitute the unity of one experience, and transform mere occurrences into experiences. I have already dwelt upon the importance of mnemic phenomena for psychology, and shall not enlarge upon them now, beyond observing that they are what transforms a biography, in our technical sense, into a life. It is they that give the continuity of a person or a mind. But there is no reason to suppose that mnemic phenomena are associated with biographies except in the case of animals and plants. Our twofold classification of particulars gives rise to the dualism of body and biography in regard to everything in the universe, and not only in regard to living things. This arises as follows. Every particular of the sort considered by physics is a member of two groups. 1. The group of particulars constituting the other aspects of the same physical object. 2. The group of particulars that have direct time relations to the given particular. Each of these is associated with a place. When I look at a star, my sensation is 1. A member of a group of particulars which is the star, and which is associated with the place where the star is. 2. A member of the group of particulars which is my biography, and which is associated with the place where I am. I have explained elsewhere the manner in which space is constructed on this theory, and in which the position of perspective is brought into relation with the position of a physical object. The result is that every particular of the kind relevant to physics is associated with two places. Example, my sensation of the star is associated with the place where I am, and with the place where the star is. This dualism has nothing to do with any mind that I may be supposed to possess. It exists in exactly the same sense if I am replaced by a photographic plate. We may call the two places the active and the passive place respectively. Thus, in the case of a perception or photograph of a star, the active place is the place where the star is, while the passive place is the place where the percipient or the photographic plate is. I use these as mere names. I do not want to introduce any notion of activity. We can thus, without departing from physics, collect together all the particulars actively at a given place, or all the particulars passively at a given place. In our own case, the one group is our body, or our brain, while the other is our mind, in so far as it consists of perceptions. In the case of the photographic plate, the first group is the plate as dealt with by physics, the second the aspect of the heavens which it photographs. For the sake of schematic simplicity, I am ignoring various complications connected with time, which require some tedious but perfectly feasible elaborations. Thus, what may be called subjectivity in the point of view is not a distinctive peculiarity of mind. It is present just as much in the photographic plate, and the photographic plate has its biography as well as its matter. But this biography is an affair of physics, and has none of the peculiar characteristics by which mental phenomena are distinguished, with the sole exception of subjectivity. Adhering, for the moment, to the standpoint of physics, we may define a perception of an object as the appearance of the object from a place where there is a brain, or in lower animals some suitable nervous structure, with sense organs and nerves forming part of intervening medium. Such appearances of objects are distinguished from appearances in other places by certain peculiarities, namely: 1. They give rise to mnemic phenomena. 2. They are themselves affected by mnemic phenomena. That is to say, they may be remembered and associated, or influence our habits, or give rise to images, etc. And they are themselves different from what they would have been if our past experience had been different. For example, the effect of a spoken sentence upon the hearer depends upon whether the hearer knows the language or not, which is a question of past experience. It is these two characteristics, both connected with mnemic phenomena, that distinguish perceptions from the appearance of objects in places where there is no living being. Theoretically, though often not practically, we can, in our perception of an object, separate the part which is due to past experience from the part which proceeds without mnemic influences out of the character of the object. We may define as sensation that part which proceeds in this way, while the remainder, which is mnemic phenomena, will have to be added to the sensation to make up what is called the perception. According to this definition, the sensation is a theoretical core in the actual experience. The actual experience is the perception. It is obvious that there are grave difficulties in carrying out these definitions, but we will not linger over them. We have to pass, as soon as we can, from the physical standpoint which we have been hitherto adopting, to the standpoint of the psychology, in which we make more use of introspection in the first of the three senses discussed in the preceding lecture. But before making the transition, there are 2 points which must be made clear. First, everything outside my own personal biography is outside my experience. Therefore, if anything can be known by me outside my biography, it can only be known in one of 2 ways. 1. By inference from things within my biography. Or 2. By some a priori principle independent of experience. I do not myself believe that anything approaching certainty is to be attained by either of these methods, and therefore whatever lies outside my personal biography must be regarded theoretically as hypothesis. The theoretical argument for adopting the hypothesis is that it simplifies the statement of the laws according to which events happen in our experience. But there is no very good ground for supposing that a simple law is more likely to be true than a complicated law, though there is good ground for assuming a simple law in scientific practice as a working hypothesis, if it explains the facts as well as another which is less simple. Belief in the existence of things outside my own biography exists antecedently to evidence, and can only be destroyed, if at all, by a long course of philosophic doubt. For purposes of science, it is justified practically by the simplification which it introduces into the laws of physics. But from the standpoint of theoretical logic, it must be regarded as a prejudice, not as a well-grounded theory. With this provision, I propose to continue yielding to the prejudice. The second point concerns the relating of our point of view to that which regards sensations as caused by stimuli external to the nervous system, or at least to the brain, and distinguishes images as centrally excited, example, due to causes in the brain which cannot be traced back to anything affecting the sense organs. It is clear that, if our analysis of physical objects has been valid, this way of defining sensations needs reinterpretation. It is also clear that we must be able to find such a new interpretation if our theory is to be admissible. To make the matter clear, we will take the simplest possible illustration. Consider a certain star, and suppose for the moment that its size is negligible. That is to say, we will regard it as, for practical purposes, a luminous point. Let us further suppose that it exists only for a very brief time, say a second. Then, according to physics, what happens is that a spherical wave of light travels outward from the star through space, just as, when you drop a stone into a stagnant pond, ripples travel outward from the place where the stone hit the water. The wave of light travels with a certain very nearly constant velocity, roughly 300,000 kilometers per second. This velocity may be ascertained by sending a flash of light to a mirror and observing how long it takes before the reflected flash reaches you, just as the velocity of the sound may be ascertained by means of an echo. What it is that happens when a wave of light reaches a given place, we cannot tell, except in the sole case when the place in question is a brain connected with an eye which is turned in the right direction. In this one very special case, we know what happens. We have the sensation called seeing the star. In all other cases, though we know, more or less hypothetically, some of the correlations and abstract properties of the appearance of the star, we do not know the appearance itself. Now you may, for the sake of illustration, compare the different appearances of the star to the conjugation of the Greek verb, except that the number of its parts is really infinitive, and not only apparently so to the despairing schoolboy. In vacuo, the parts are regular, and can be derived from the imaginary root according to the laws of grammar. Example of perspective. The star being situated in empty space, it may be defined, for purposes of physics, as consisting of all those appearances which it presents in vacuo, together with those which, according to the laws of perspective, it would present elsewhere if its appearances elsewhere were regular. This is merely the adaptation of the definition of matter which I gave in an earlier lecture. The appearance of a star at a certain place, if it is regular, does not require any cause or explanation beyond the existence of the star. Every regular appearance is an actual member of the system which is the star, and its causation is entirely internal to that system. We may express this by saying that a regular appearance is due to the star alone, and is actually part of the star, in the sense in which a man is part of the human race. But presently the light of the star reaches our atmosphere, it begins to be refracted and dimmed by mist, and its velocity is slightly diminished. At last it reaches a human eye, where a complicated process takes place, ending in a sensation which gives us our grounds for believing in all that has gone before. Now, the irregular appearances of the star are not, strictly speaking, members of the system which is the star, according to our definition of matter. The irregular appearances, however, are not merely irregular, they proceed according to laws which cannot be stated in terms of the matter through which the light has passed on its way. The sources of an irregular appearance are therefore twofold. 1. The object which is appearing irregularly. 2. The intervening medium. It should be observed that while the conception of regular appearance is perfectly precise, the conception of an irregular appearance is one capable of any degree of vagueness. When the distorting influence of the medium is sufficiently great, the resulting particular can no longer be regarded as an appearance of an object, but must be treated on its own account. This happens especially when the particular in question cannot be traced back to one object, but is a blend of two or more. This case is normal in perception. We see as one what the microscope or telescope reveals to many different objects. The notion of perception is therefore not a precise one. We perceive things more or less, but always with a very considerable amount of vagueness and confusion. In considering irregular appearances, there are certain very natural mistakes which must be avoided. In order that a particular may count as an irregular appearance of a certain object, it is not necessary that it should bear any resemblance to the regular appearances as regards its intrinsic qualities. All that is necessary is that it should be derivable from the regular appearances by the laws which express the distorting influence of the medium. When it is so derivable, the particular in question may be regarded as caused by the regular appearances, and therefore by the object itself, together with the modifications resulting from the medium. In other cases, the particular in question may, in the same sense, be regarded as caused by several objects together with the medium. In this case, it may be called a confused appearance of several objects. If it happens to be in a brain, it may be called a confused perception of these objects. All actual perception is confused to a greater or less extent. We can now interpret in terms of our theory the distinction between those mental occurrences which are said to have an external stimulus, and those which are said to have a centrally excited, example, to have no stimulus external to the brain. When a mental occurrence can be regarded as an appearance of an object external to a brain, however irregular, or even a confused appearance of several such objects, then we may regard it as having for its stimulus the object or objects in question, or their appearances at the sense organ concerned. When, on the other hand, a mental occurrence has not sufficient connection with objects external to the brain to be regarded as an appearance of such objects, then its physical causation, if any, will have to be sought in the brain. In the former case, it can be called a perception; in the latter, it cannot be so called. But the distinction is one of degree, not of kind. Until this is realized, no satisfactory theory of perception, sensation, or imagination is possible. End of section 8. Recording by TechSavvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 9 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell, Section 9. Sensations and Images. The dualism of mind and matter, if we have been right so far, cannot be allowed as metaphysically valid. Nevertheless, we seem to find a certain dualism, perhaps not ultimate, within the world as we observe it. The dualism is not primarily as to the stuff of the world, but as to causal laws. On this subject, we may again quote William James. He points out that when, as we say, we merely imagine things, there are no such effects as would ensue if the things were what we call real. He takes the case of imagining a fire. Quote, I make for myself an experience of blazing fire. I place it near my body, but it does not warm me in the least. I lay a stick upon it, and the stick either burns or remains green as I please. I call up water, and pour it on the fire, and absolutely no difference ensues. I account for all such facts by calling this whole train of experiences unreal, a mental train. Mental fire is what won't burn real sticks. Mental water is what won't necessarily, though of course it may, put out even a mental fire. With real objects, on the contrary, consequences always accrue, and thus the real experiences get sifted from the mental ones, the things from our thoughts of them, fanciful or true, and precipitated together as the stable part of the whole experience chaos under the name of the physical world. End quote. In this passage, James speaks by mere inadvertence, as though the phenomena which he is describing as mental had no effects. This is, of course, not the case. They have their effects just as much as physical phenomena do, but their effects follow different laws. For example, dreams, as Freud has shown, are just as much subject to laws as are the motions of the planets. But the laws are different. In a dream, you may be transported from one place to another in a moment, or one person may turn into another under your eyes. Such differences compel you to distinguish the world of dreams from the physical world. If the two sorts of causal laws could be sharply distinguished, we could call an occurrence physical when it obeys causal laws appropriate to the physical world, and mental when it obeys causal laws appropriate to the mental world. Since the mental world and the physical world interact, there would be a boundary between the two. There would be events which would have physical causes and mental effects, while there would be others which would have mental causes and physical effects. Those that have physical causes and mental effects we should define as sensations. Those that have mental causes and physical effects might perhaps be identified with what we call voluntary movements, but they do not concern us at present. These definitions would have all the precision that could be desired if the distinction between physical and psychological causation were clear and sharp. As a matter of fact, however, this distinction is, as yet, by no means sharp. It is possible that, with fuller knowledge, it will be found to be no more ultimate than the distinction between the laws of gases and the laws of rigid bodies. It also suffers from the fact that an event may be an effect of several causes according to several causal laws. We cannot, in general, point to anything unique as the cause of such and such an event. And finally, it is by no means certain that the peculiar causal laws which govern mental events are not really psychological. The law of habit, which is one of the most distinctive, may be fully explicable in terms of the peculiarities of nervous tissue, and these peculiarities, in turn, may be explicable by the laws of physics. It seems, therefore, that we are driven to a different kind of definition. It is for this reason that it was necessary to develop the definition of perception. With this definition, we can define a sensation as the non-mnemic elements in a perception. When, following our definition, we try to decide what elements in our experience are of the nature of sensations, we find more difficulty than might have been expected. Prima facie, everything is sensation that comes to us through the senses, the sights we see, the sounds we hear, the smells we smell, and so on. Also such things as headache or the feeling of muscular strain. But in actual fact, so much interpretation, so much of habitual correlation is mixed with all such experiences that the core of pure sensation is only to be extracted by careful investigation. To take a simple illustration, if you go to the theater in your own country, you seem to hear equally well in the stalls or in the dress circle. In either case, you think you miss nothing. But if you go to a foreign country where you have a fair knowledge of the language, you will seem to have grown partially deaf, and you will find it necessary to be much nearer the stage than you would need to be in your own country. The reason is that in hearing our own language spoken, we quickly and unconsciously fill out what we really hear with inferences to what the man must be saying, and we never realize that we have not heard the words that we have merely inferred. In a foreign language, these inferences are more difficult, and we are more dependent upon actual sensation. If we found ourselves in a foreign world where tables look like cushions and cushions like tables, we should similarly discover how much of what we think we see is really inference. Every fairly familiar sensation is to us a sign of the things that usually go with it, and many of these things will seem to form part of the sensation. I remember in the early days of motor cars being with a friend when a tire burst with a loud report. He thought it was a pistol and supported his opinion by maintaining that he had seen the flash, but of course there had been no flash. Nowadays no one sees a flash when a tire bursts. In order, therefore, to arrive at what really is sensation in an occurrence which, at first sight, seems to contain nothing else, we have to pare away all that is due to habit or expectation or interpretation. This is a matter for the psychologist, and by no means an easy matter. For our purposes, it is not important to determine what exactly is the sensational core in any case. It is only important to notice that there certainly is a sensational core, since habit, expectation, and interpretation are diversely aroused on diverse occasions. And the diversity is clearly due to differences in what is presented to the senses. When you open your newspaper in the morning, the actual sensations of seeing the print form a very minute part of what goes on in you, but they are the starting point of all the rest, and it is through them that the newspaper is a means of information or misinformation. Thus, although it may be difficult to determine what exactly is sensation in any given experience, it is clear that there is sensation unless, like Leibniz, we deny all action of the outer world upon us. Sensations are obviously the source of our knowledge of the world, including our own body. It might seem natural to regard sensation as itself a cognition, and until lately I did so regard it. When, say, I see a person I know coming towards me in the street, it seems as though the mere seeing were knowledge. It is of course undeniable that knowledge comes through the seeing, but I think it is a mistake to regard the mere seeing itself as knowledge. If we are so to regard it, we must distinguish the seeing from what is seen. We must say that when we see a patch of color of a certain shape, the patch of color is one thing, and our seeing of it is another. This view, however, demands the admission of the subject or act in the sense discussed in our first lecture. If there is a subject, it can have a relation to the patch of color, namely, the sort of relation which we might call awareness. In that case, the sensation as a mental event will consist of awareness of the color, while the color itself will remain wholly physical and may be called the sense datum to distinguish it from the sensation. The subject, however, appears to be a logical fiction, like mathematical points and instants. It is introduced not because observation reveals it, but because it is linguistically convenient and apparently demanded by grammar. Nominal entities of this sort may or may not exist, but there is no good ground for assuming that they do. The functions that they appear to perform can always be performed by classes or series of other logical constructions consisting of less dubious entities. If we are to avoid a perfectly gratuitous assumption, we must dispense with the subject as one of the actual ingredients of the world. But when we do this, the possibility of distinguishing the sensation from the sense datum vanishes. At least I see no way of preserving the distinction. Accordingly, the sensation that we have when we see a patch of color simply is the patch of color, an actual constituent of the physical world and part of what physics is concerned with. A patch of color is certainly not knowledge, and therefore we cannot say that pure sensation is cognitive. Through its psychological effects, it is the cause of cognitions, partly by being itself a sign of things that are correlated with it, as for example sensations of light and touch are correlated, and partly by giving rise to images and memories after the sensation is faded. But in itself, the pure sensation is not cognitive. In the first lecture, we considered the view of Brentano that, quote, we may define psychical phenomena by saying that they are phenomena which intentionally contain an object, end quote. We saw reasons to reject this view in general. We are now concerned to show that it must be rejected in the particular case of sensations. The kind of argument which formally made me accept Brentano's view in this case was exceedingly simple. When I see a patch of color, it seemed to me that the color is not psychical but physical, while my seeing is not physical but psychical. Hence, I concluded that the color is something other than my seeing of the color. This argument to me historically was directed against idealism. The emphatic part of it was the assertion that the color is physical, not psychical. I shall not trouble you now with the grounds for holding as against Berkeley that the patch of color is physical. I have set them forth before, and I see no reason to modify them. But it does not follow that the patch of color is not also psychical, unless we assume that the physical and the psychical cannot overlap, which I no longer consider a valid assumption. If we admit, as I think we should, that the patch of color may be both physical and psychical, the reason for distinguishing the sense datum from the sensation disappears, and we may say that the patch of color and our sensation in seeing it are identical. This is the view of William James, Professor Dewey, and the American realists. Perceptions, says Professor Dewey, are not per se cases of knowledge, but simply natural events with no more knowledge status than, say, a shower. Quote, let them, the realists, try the experiment of conceiving perceptions as pure natural events, not cases of awareness or apprehension, and they will be surprised to see how little they miss, end quote. I think he is right in this, except in supposing that the realists will be surprised. Many of them already hold the view that he is advocating, and others are very sympathetic to it. At any rate, it is the view which I shall adopt in these lectures. The stuff of the world, so far as we have experience of it, consists on the view that I am advocating, of innumerable transient particulars such as occur in seeing, hearing, etc., together with images more or less resembling these, of which I shall speak shortly. If physics is true, there are, besides the particulars that we experience, others, probably equally or almost equally transient, which make up the part of the material world that does not come into the sort of contact with a living body that is required to turn it into a sensation. But this topic belongs to the philosophy of physics and need not concern us in our present inquiry. Sensations are what is common to the mental and physical worlds. They may be defined as the intersection of mind and matter. This is by no means a new view. It is advocated not only by the American authors I have mentioned, but by Mach in his Analysis of Sensations, which was published in 1886. The essence of sensation, according to the view I am advocating, is its independence of past experience. It is a core in our actual experiences, never existing in isolation except possibly in very young infants. It is not itself knowledge, but it supplies the data for our knowledge of the physical world, including our own bodies. There are some who believe that our mental life is built up out of sensations alone. This may be true, but in any case, I think the only ingredients required in addition to sensations are images. What images are, and how they are to be defined, we have now to inquire. The distinction between images and sensations might seem at first sight by no means difficult. When we shut our eyes and call up pictures of familiar scenes, we usually have no difficulty, so long as we remain awake, in discriminating between what we are imagining and what is really seen. If we imagine some piece of music that we know, we can go through it in our mind from beginning to end without any discoverable tendency to suppose that we are really hearing it. But although such cases are so clear that no confusion seems possible, there are many others that are far more difficult, and the definition of images is by no means an easy problem. To begin with, we do not always know whether what we are experiencing is a sensation or an image. The things we see in dreams, when our eyes are shut, must count as images, yet while we are dreaming they seem like sensations. Hallucinations often begin as persistent images, and only gradually acquire that influence over belief that makes the patient regard them as sensations. When we are listening for a faint sound, the striking of a distant clock or a horse's hoofs on the road, We think we hear it many times before we really do, because expectation brings us the image and we mistake it for sensation. The distinction between images and sensations is, therefore, by no means always obvious to inspection. We may consider three different ways in which it has been sought to distinguish images from sensations, namely, 1. By the less degree of vividness in images, 2. By our absence of belief in their physical reality, 3. By the fact that their causes and effects are different from those of sensations. I believe the third of these to be the only universally acceptable criterion. The other two are applicable in very many cases, but cannot be used for purposes of definition because they are liable to exceptions. Nevertheless, they both deserve to be carefully considered. 1. Hume, who gives the names, impressions, and ideas to what may, for present purposes, be identified with our sensations and images, speaks of impressions as those perceptions which enter with most force and violence, while he defines ideas as the faint images of these, that is, of impressions, in thinking and reasoning. His immediately following observations, however, show the inadequacy of his criteria of force and faintness. He says, quote, "I believe it will not be very necessary to employ many words in explaining this distinction. Every one of himself will readily perceive the difference betwixt feeling and thinking. The common degrees of these are easily distinguished, though it is not impossible, but in particular instances they may very nearly approach to each other. Thus, in sleep, in a fever, in madness, or in any violent emotions of soul, our ideas may approach to our impressions, as, on the other hand, it sometimes happens that our impressions are so faint and low that we cannot distinguish them from our ideas. But notwithstanding this near resemblance in a few instances, they are in general so very different that no one can make a scruple to rank them under distinct heads, and assign to each a peculiar name to mark the difference." End quote. I think Hume is right in holding that they should be ranked under distinct heads, with a peculiar name for each, but by his own confession in the above passage, his criterion for distinguishing them is not always adequate. A definition is not sound if it only applies in cases where the difference is glaring. The essential purpose of a definition is to provide a mark which is applicable even in marginal cases, except, of course, when we are dealing with a conception, like, for example, baldness, which is one of degree and has no sharp boundaries. But so far we have seen no reason to think that the difference between sensations and images is only one of degree. Professor Stout, in his Manual of Psychology, after discussing various ways of distinguishing sensations and images, arrives at a view which is a modification of Hume's. He says, quote, "Our conclusion is that at bottom the distinction between image and percept, as respectively faint and vivid states, is based on a difference of quality. The percept has an aggressiveness which does not belong to the image. It strikes the mind with varying degrees of force or liveliness according to the varying intensity of the stimulus. This degree of force or liveliness is part of what we ordinarily mean by the intensity of a sensation, but this constituent of the intensity of sensations is absent in mental imagery." End quote. This view allows for the fact that sensations may reach any degree of faintness, for example, in the case of a just visible star or a just audible sound, without becoming images, and that therefore mere faintness cannot be the characteristic mark of images. After explaining the sudden shock of a flash of lightning or a steam whistle, Stout says that no mere image ever does strike the mind in this manner. But I believe that this criterion fails in very much the same instances as those in which Hume's criterion fails in its original form. Macbeth speaks of, quote, "that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair, and make my seated heart knock at my ribs against the use of nature." End quote. The whistle of a steam engine could hardly have a stronger effect than this. A very intense emotion will often bring with it, especially where some future action or some undecided issue is involved, powerful, compelling images which may determine the whole course of life, sweeping aside all contrary solicitations to the will by their capacity for exclusively possessing the mind. And in all cases where images, originally recognized as such, gradually pass into hallucinations, there must be just that force or liveliness which is supposed to be always absent from images. The cases of dreams and fever delirium are as hard to adjust to Professor Stout's modified criterion as to Hume's. I conclude, therefore, that the test of liveliness, however applicable in ordinary instances, cannot be used to define the differences between sensations and images. 2. We might attempt to distinguish images from sensations by our absence of belief in the physical reality of images. When we are aware that what we are experiencing is an image, we do not give it the same kind of belief that we should give to a sensation. We do not think that it has the same power of producing knowledge of the external world. Images are imaginary. In some sense, they are unreal. But this difference is hard to analyze or state correctly. What we call the unreality of images requires interpretation. It cannot mean what would be expressed by saying, "There's no such thing." Images are just as truly part of the actual world as sensations are. All that we really mean by calling an image unreal is that it does not have all the concomitants which it would have if it were a sensation. When we call up a visual image of a chair, we do not attempt to sit in it, because we know that, like Macbeth's dagger, it is not sensible to feeling as to sight. That is, it does not have the correlations with tactile sensations, which it would have if it were a visual sensation and not merely a visual image. But this means that the so-called unreality of images consists merely in their not obeying the laws of physics, and thus brings us back to the causal distinction between images and sensations. This view is confirmed by the fact that we only feel images to be unreal when we already know them to be images. Images cannot be defined by the feeling of unreality, because when we falsely believe an image to be a sensation, as in the case of dreams, it feels just as real as if it were a sensation. Our feeling of unreality results from our having already realized that we are dealing with an image, and cannot, therefore, be the definition of what we mean by an image. As soon as an image begins to deceive us as to its status, it also deceives us as to its correlations, which are what we mean by its reality. 3. This brings us to the third mode of distinguishing images from sensations, namely by their causes and effects. I believe this to be the only valid ground of distinction. James, in the passage about the mental fire, which won't burn real sticks, distinguishes images by their effects, but I think the more reliable distinction is by their causes. Professor Stout says, "One characteristic mark of what we agree in calling sensation is its mode of production. It is caused by what we call a stimulus. A stimulus is always some condition external to the nervous system itself and operating upon it." End quote. I think that this is the correct view, and that the distinction between images and sensations can only be made by taking account of their causation. Sensations come through sense organs, while images do not. We cannot have visual sensations in the dark, or with our eyes shut, but we can very well have visual images under these circumstances. Accordingly, images have been defined as centrally excited sensations, that is, sensations which have their physiological cause in the brain only, not also in the sense organs and the nerves that run from the sense organs to the brain. I think the phrase centrally excited sensations assumes more than is necessary, since it takes it for granted that an image must have a proximate physiological cause. This is probably true, but it is an hypothesis, and, for our purposes, an unnecessary one. It would seem to fit better with what we can immediately observe if we were to say that an image is occasioned, through association, by a sensation or another image. In other words, that it has a mnemic cause, which does not prevent it from also having a physical cause. And I think it will be found that the causation of an image always proceeds according to mnemic laws, that is, that it is governed by habit and past experience. If you listen to a man playing the pianola without looking at him, you will have images of his hands on the keys as if he were playing the piano. If you suddenly look at him while you are absorbed in the music, you will experience a shock of surprise when you notice that his hands are not touching the notes. Your image of his hands is due to the many times that you have heard similar sounds and at the same time seen the player's hands on the piano. When habit and past experience play this part, we are in the region of mnemic as opposed to ordinary physical causation. And I think that if we could regard as ultimately valid the difference between physical and mnemic causation, we could distinguish images from sensations as having mnemic causes though they may also have physical causes. Sensations, on the other hand, will only have physical causes. However this may be, the practically effective distinction between sensations and images is that in the causation of sensations, but not of images, the stimulation of nerves carrying an effect into the brain, usually from the surface of the body, plays an essential part. And this accounts for the fact that images and sensations cannot always be distinguished by their intrinsic nature. Images also differ from sensations as regards their effects. Sensations, as a rule, have both physical and mental effects. As you watch the train you meant to catch leaving the station, there are both successive positions of the train, physical effects, and the successive waves of fury and disappointment, mental effects. Images, on the contrary, though they may produce bodily movements, do so according to mnemic laws, not according to the laws of physics. All their effects, of whatever nature, follow mnemic laws. But this difference is less suitable for definition than the difference as to causes. Professor Watson, as a logical carrying out of his behaviorist theory, denies altogether that there are any observable phenomena such as images are supposed to be. He replaces them all by faint sensations, and especially by pronunciation of words sotto voce. When we think of a table, say, as opposed to seeing it, what happens according to him is usually that we are making small movements of the throat and tongue, such as would lead to our uttering the word table if it were more pronounced. I shall consider his view again in connection with words. For the present I am only concerned to combat his denial of images. This denial is set forth both in his book on behavior and in an article called Image and Affection in Behavior, in the Journal of Philosophy, Psychology, and Scientific Methods, Volume 10. It seems to me that in this matter he has been betrayed into denying plain facts in the interests of a theory, namely the supposed impossibility of introspection. I dealt with the theory in Lecture 6. For the present, I wish to reinforce the view that the facts are undeniable. Images are of various sorts according to the nature of the sensations which they copy. Images of bodily movements, such as we have when we imagine moving an arm or, on a smaller scale, pronouncing a word, might possibly be explained away on Professor Watson's lines as really consisting in small incipient movements such as, if magnified and prolonged, would be movements we are said to be imagining. Whether this is the case or not might even be decided experimentally. If there were a delicate instrument for recording small movements in the mouth and throat, we might place such an instrument in a person's mouth and then tell him to recite a poem to himself, as far as possible only in imagination. I should not be at all surprised if it were found that actual small movements take place while he is mentally saying over the verses. The point is important because what is called thought consists mainly, though I think not wholly, of inner speech. If Professor Watson is right as regards inner speech, this whole region is transferred from imagination to sensation. But since the question is capable of experimental decision, it would be gratuitous rashness to offer an opinion while that decision is lacking. But visual and auditory images are much more difficult to deal with in this way, because they lack the connection with physical events in the outer world which belongs to visual and auditory sensations. Suppose, for example, that I am sitting in my room in which there is an empty armchair. I shut my eyes and call up a visual image of a friend sitting in the armchair. If I thrust my image into the world of physics, it contradicts all the usual physical laws. My friend reached the chair without coming in at the door in the usual way. Subsequent inquiry will show that he was somewhere else at the moment. If regarded as a sensation, my image has all the marks of the supernatural. My image, therefore, is regarded as an event in me, not as having that position in the orderly happenings of the public world that belongs to sensations. By saying that it is an event in me, we leave it possible that it may be physiologically caused. Its privacy may be only due to its connection with my body. But in any case, it is not a public event, like an actual person walking in at the door and sitting down in my chair. And it cannot, like inner speech, be regarded as a small sensation, since it occupies just as large an area in my visual field as the actual sensation would do. Professor Watson says, quote, I should throw out imaginary altogether and attempt to show that all natural thought goes on in terms of sensoromotor processes in the larynx. End quote. This view seems to me flatly to contradict experience. If you try to persuade any uneducated person that she cannot call up a visual picture of a friend sitting in a chair, but can only use words describing what such an occurrence would be like, she will conclude that you are mad. This statement is based upon experiment. Galton, as everyone knows, investigated visual imagery and found that education tends to kill it. The Fellows of the Royal Society turned out to have much less of it than their wives. I see no reason to doubt his conclusion that the habit of abstract pursuits makes learned men much inferior to the average in power of visualizing, and much more exclusively occupied with words in their thinking. And Professor Watson is a very learned man. I shall henceforth assume that the existence of images is admitted, and that they are to be distinguished from sensations by their causes, as well as, in a lesser degree, by their effects. In their intrinsic nature, though they often differ from sensations by being more dim or vague or faint, yet they do not always or universally differ from sensations in any way that can be used for defining them. Their privacy need form no bar to the scientific study of them any more than the privacy of bodily sensations does. Bodily sensations are admitted by even the most severe critics of introspection, although, like images, they can only be observed by one observer. It must be admitted, however, that the laws of the appearance and disappearance of images are little known and difficult to discover, because we are not assisted, as in the case of sensations, by our knowledge of the physical world. There remains one very important point concerning images which will occupy us much hereafter, and that is their resemblance to previous sensations. They are said to be copies of sensations, always as regards the simple qualities that enter into them, though not always as regards the manner in which these are put together. It is generally believed that we cannot imagine a shade of color that we have never seen, or a sound that we have never heard. On this subject, Hume is the classic. He says in the definitions already quoted, quote, "Those perceptions which enter with most force and violence we may name impressions, and under this name I comprehend all our sensations, passions, and emotions as they make their first appearance in the soul. By ideas I mean the faint images of these in thinking and reasoning." End quote. He next explains the difference between simple and complex ideas, and explains that a complex idea may occur without any similar complex impression. But as regards simple ideas, he states that every simple idea has a simple impression which resembles it, and every simple impression a correspondent idea. He goes on to enunciate the general principle that all our simple ideas in their first appearance are derived from simple impressions, which are correspondent to them, and which they exactly represent. It is this fact that images resemble antecedent sensations which enables us to call them images of this or that. For the understanding of memory and of knowledge generally, the recognizable resemblance of images and sensations is of fundamental importance. There are difficulties in establishing Hume's principles, and doubts as to whether it is exactly true. Indeed, he himself signalized an exception immediately after stating his maxim. Nevertheless, it is impossible to doubt that in the main simple images are copies of similar simple sensations which have occurred earlier, and that the same is true of complex images in all cases of memory as opposed to mere imagination. Our power of acting with reference to what is sensibly absent is largely due to this characteristic of images, although, as education advances, images tend to be more and more replaced by words. We shall have much to say in the next 2 lectures on the subject of images as copies of sensations. What has been said now is merely by way of reminder that this is their most notable characteristic. I am by no means confident that the distinction between images and sensations is ultimately valid, and I should be glad to be convinced that images can be reduced to sensations of a peculiar kind. I think it is clear, however, that, at any rate in the case of auditory and visual images, they do differ from ordinary auditory and visual sensations, and therefore form a recognizable class of occurrences, even if it should prove that they can be regarded as a subclass of sensations. This is all that is necessary to validate the use of images to be made in the sequel. End of Section 9.
Section 10. Memory. Part 1 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by David Jenkins. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Lecture 9, Part 1. Memory. Memory, which we are to consider today, introduces us to knowledge in one of its forms. The analysis of knowledge will occupy us until the end of the 13th lecture, and is the most difficult part of our whole enterprise. I do not myself believe that the analysis of knowledge can be effected entirely by means of purely external observation, such as behaviorists employ. I shall discuss this question in later lectures. In the present lecture, I shall attempt the analysis of memory knowledge, both as an introduction to the problem of knowledge in general, and because memory, in some form, is presupposed in almost all other knowledge. Sensation, we decided, is not a form of knowledge. It might, however, have been expected that we should begin our discussion of knowledge with perception, i.e., with that integral experience of things in the environment, out of which sensation is extracted by psychological analysis. What is called perception differs from sensation by the fact that the sensational ingredients bring up habitual associates, images and expectations of their usual correlates, all of which are subjectively indistinguishable from the sensation. The fact of past experience is essential in producing this filling out of sensation, but not the recollection of past experience. The non-sensational elements in perception can be wholly explained as the result of habit produced by frequent correlations. Perception, according to our definition in Lecture 7, is no more a form of knowledge than sensation is, except insofar as it involves expectations. The purely psychological problems which it raises are not very difficult, though they have sometimes been rendered artificially obscure by unwillingness to admit the fallibility of the non-sensational elements of perception. On the other hand, memory raises many difficult and very important problems, which it is necessary to consider at the first possible moment. One reason for treating memory at this early stage is that it seems to be involved in the fact that images are recognized as copies of past sensible experience. In the preceding lecture, I alluded to Hume's principle that all our simple ideas in their first appearance are derived from simple impressions which are correspondent to them, and which they exactly represent. Whether or not this principle is liable to exceptions, everyone would agree that it has a broad measure of truth, though the word exactly might seem an overstatement, and it might seem more correct to say that ideas approximately represent impressions. Such modifications of Hume's principle, however, do not affect the problem which I wish to present for your consideration, namely, why do we believe that images are, sometimes or always, approximately or exactly, copies of sensations? What sort of evidence is there? And what sort of evidence is logically possible? The difficulty of this question arises through the fact that the sensation which an image is supposed to copy is in the past when the image exists, and can therefore only be known by memory, while, on the other hand, memory of past sensations seems only possible by means of present images. How then are we to find any way of comparing the present image and the past sensation? The problem is just as acute if we say that images differ from their prototypes as if we say that they resemble them. It is the very possibility of comparison that is hard to understand. We think we can know that they are alike or different, but we cannot bring them together in one experience and compare them. To deal with this problem, we must have a theory of memory. In this way, the whole status of images as copies is bound up with the analysis of memory. In investigating memory beliefs, there are certain points which must be borne in mind. In the first place, everything constituting a memory belief is happening now, not in that past time to which the belief is said to refer. It is not logically necessary to the existence of a memory belief that the event remembered should have occurred, or even that the past should have existed at all. There is no logical impossibility in the hypothesis that the world sprang into being 5 minutes ago, exactly as it then was, with a population that remembered a wholly unreal past. There is no logically necessary connection between events at different times. Therefore, nothing that is happening now or will happen in the future can disprove the hypothesis that the world began 5 minutes ago. Hence, the occurrences which are called knowledge of the past are logically independent of the past. They are wholly analyzable into present contents which might theoretically be just what they are, even if no past had existed. I'm not suggesting that the non-existence of the past should be entertained as a serious hypothesis. Like all skeptical hypotheses, it is logically tenable but uninteresting. All that I am doing is to use its logical tenability as a help in the analysis of what occurs when we remember. In the second place, images without beliefs are insufficient to constitute memory, and habits are still more insufficient. The behaviorist who attempts to make psychology a record of behavior has to trust his memory in making the record. Habit is a concept involving the occurrence of similar events at different times. If the behaviorist feels confident that there is such a phenomenon as habit, that can only be because he trusts his memory, when it assures him that there have been other times. And the same applies to images. If we are to know, as it is supposed we do, that images are copies, accurate or inaccurate, of past events, something more than the mere occurrence of images must go to constitute this knowledge. For their mere occurrence by itself would not suggest any connection with anything that had happened before. Can we constitute memory out of images together with suitable beliefs? We may take it that memory images, when they occur in true memory, are A. known to be copies, B. sometimes known to be imperfect copies. How is it possible to know that a memory image is an imperfect copy without having a more accurate copy by which to replace it? This would seem to suggest that we have a way of knowing the past which is independent of images, by means of which we can criticize image memories. But I do not think such an inference is warranted. What results, formally, from our knowledge of the past through images of which we recognize the inaccuracy is that such images must have two characteristics by which we can arrange them in two series, of which one corresponds to the more or less remote period in the past to which they refer, and the other to our greater or less confidence in their accuracy. We will take the second of these points first. Our confidence or lack of confidence in the accuracy of a memory image must, in fundamental cases, be based upon a characteristic of the image itself, since we cannot evoke the past bodily and compare it with the present image. It might be suggested that vagueness is the required characteristic, but I do not think this is the case. We sometimes have images that are by no means peculiarly vague, which yet we do not trust. For example, under the influence of fatigue, we may see a friend's face vividly and clearly, but horribly distorted. In such a case, we distrust our image in spite of its being unusually clear. I think the characteristic by which we distinguish the images we trust is the feeling of familiarity that accompanies them. Some images, like some sensations, feel very familiar, while others feel strange. Familiarity is a feeling capable of degrees. In an image of a well-known face, for example, some parts may feel more familiar than others. When this happens, we have more belief in the accuracy of the familiar parts than in that of the unfamiliar parts. I think it is by this means that we become critical of images, not by some imageless memory with which we compare them. I shall return to the consideration of familiarity shortly. I come now to the other characteristic which memory images must have in order to account for our knowledge of the past. They must have some characteristic which makes us regard them as referring to more or less remote portions of the past. That is to say, if we suppose that A is the event remembered, B the remembering, and T the interval of time between A and B, there must be some characteristic of B which is capable of degrees, and which, in accurately dated memories, varies as T varies. It may increase as T increases, or diminish as T increases. The question which of these occurs is not of any importance for the theoretic serviceability of the characteristic in question. In actual fact, there are doubtless various factors that concur in giving us the feeling of greater or less remoteness in some remembered event. There may be a specific feeling which could be called the feeling of pastness, especially where immediate memory is concerned. But apart from this, there are other marks. One of these is context. A recent memory has, usually, more context than a more distant one. When a remembered event has a remembered context, this may occur in two ways, either A, by successive images in the same order as their prototypes, or B, by remembering a whole process simultaneously, in the same way in which a present process may be apprehended, through acolythic sensations which, by fading, acquire the mark of just pastness in an increasing degree as they fade, and are thus placed in a series while all sensibly present. It will be the context in this second sense, more specially, that will give us a sense of the nearness or remoteness of a remembered event. There is, of course, a difference between knowing the temporal relation of a remembered event to the present and knowing the time order of two remembered events. Very often, our knowledge of the temporal relation of a remembered event to the present is inferred from its temporal relations to other remembered events. It would seem that only rather recent events can be placed at all accurately by means of feelings giving their temporal relation to the present. But it is clear that such feelings must play an essential part in the process of dating remembered events. We may say, then, that images are regarded by us as more or less accurate copies of past occurrences because they come to us with two sorts of feelings. One, those that may be called feelings of familiarity. Two, those that may be collected together as feelings giving a sense of pastness. The first lead us to trust our memories, the second to assign places to them in the time order. We have now to analyze the memory belief as opposed to the characteristics of images which led us to base memory beliefs upon them. If we had retained the subject or act in knowledge, the whole problem of memory would have been comparatively simple. We could then have said that remembering is a direct relation between the present act or subject and the past occurrence remembered. The act of remembering is present, though its object is past. But the rejection of the subject renders some more complicated theory necessary. Remembering has to be a present occurrence in some way resembling or related to what is remembered. And it is difficult to find any ground, except a pragmatic one, for supposing that memory is not sheer delusion, if, as seems to be the case, there is not, apart from memory, any way of ascertaining that there really was a past occurrence having the required relation to our present remembering. What, if we followed Menon's terminology, we would call the object in memory, i.e., the past event which we are said to be remembering, is unpleasantly remote from the content, i.e., the present mental occurrence in remembering. There is an awkward gulf between the two, which raises difficulties for the theory of knowledge. But we must not falsify observation to avoid theoretical difficulties. For the present, therefore, let us forget these problems and try to discover what actually occurs in memory. Some points may be taken as fixed and such as any theory of memory must arrive at. In this case, as in most others, what may be taken as certain in advance is rather vague. The study of any topic is like the continued observation of an object which is approaching us along a road. What is certain to begin with is the quite vague knowledge that there is some object on the road. If you attempt to be less vague and to assert that the object is an elephant, or a man, or a mad dog, you run a risk of error. But the purpose of continued observation is to enable you to arrive at such more precise knowledge. In like manner, in the study of memory, the certainties with which you begin are very vague, and the more precise propositions at which you try to arrive are less certain than the hazy data from which you set out. Nevertheless, in spite of the risk of error, precision is the goal at which we must aim. The first of our vague but indubitable data is that there is knowledge of the past. We do not yet know with any precision what we mean by knowledge, and we must admit that in any given instance our memory may be at fault. Nevertheless, whatever a skeptic might urge in theory, we cannot practically doubt that we got up this morning, that we did various things yesterday, that a great war has been taking place, and so on. How far our knowledge of the past is due to memory, and how far to other sources, is of course a matter to be investigated, but there can be no doubt that memory forms an indispensable part of our knowledge of the past. The second datum is that we certainly have more capacity for knowing the past than for knowing the future. We know some things about the future, for example, what eclipses there will be, but this knowledge is a matter of elaborate calculation and inference, whereas some of our knowledge of the past comes to us without effort, in the same sort of immediate way in which we acquire knowledge of occurrences in our present environment. We might provisionally, though perhaps not quite correctly, define memory as that way of knowing about the past which has no analogue in our knowledge of the future. Such a definition would at least serve to mark the problem with which we are concerned, though some expectations may deserve to rank with memory as regards immediacy. A third point, perhaps not quite so certain as our previous two, is that the truth of memory cannot be wholly practical, as pragmatists wish all truth to be. It seems clear that some of the things I remember are trivial, and without any visible importance for the future, but that my memory is true, or false, in virtue of a past event, not in virtue of any future consequences of my belief. The definition of truth, as the correspondence between beliefs and facts, seems peculiarly evident in the case of memory, as against not only the pragmatist definition, but also the idealist definition by means of coherence. These considerations, however, are taking us away from psychology, to which we must now return. It is important not to confuse the two forms of memory which Bergson distinguishes in the second chapter of his Matter and Memory, namely, the sort that consists of habit and the sort that consists of independent recollection. He gives the instance of learning a lesson by heart. When I know it by heart, I am said to remember it, but this merely means that I have acquired certain habits. On the other hand, my recollection of, say, the second time I read the lesson while I was learning it, is the recollection of a unique event, which occurred only once. The recollection of a unique event cannot, so Bergson contends, be wholly constituted by habit, and is in fact something radically different from the memory which is habit. The recollection alone is true memory. This distinction is vital to the understanding of memory, but it is not so easy to carry out in practice as it is to draw in theory. Habit is a very intrusive feature of our mental life, and is often present where at first sight it seems not to be. There is, for example, a habit of remembering a unique event. When we have once described the event, the words we have used easily become habitual. We may even have used words to describe it to ourselves while it was happening. In that case, The habit of these words may fulfill the function of Bergson's true memory, while in reality it is nothing but habit memory. A gramophone, by the help of suitable records, might relate to us the incidents of its past, and people are not so different from gramophones as they like to believe. In spite, however, of a difficulty in distinguishing the two forms of memory in practice, there can be no doubt that both forms exist. I can set to work now to remember things I never remembered before, such as what I had to eat for breakfast this morning, and it can hardly be wholly habit that enables me to do this. It is this sort of occurrence that constitutes the essence of memory. Until we have analyzed what happens in such a case as this, we have not succeeded in understanding memory. The sort of memory with which we are here concerned is the sort which is a form of knowledge. Whether knowledge itself is reducible to habit is a question to which I shall return in a later lecture. For the present, I am only anxious to point out that, whatever the true analysis of knowledge may be, knowledge of past occurrences is not proved by behavior which is due to past experience. The fact that a man can recite a poem does not show that he remembers any previous occasion on which he has recited or read it. Similarly, the performances of animals in getting out of cages or mazes to which they are accustomed do not prove that they remember having been in the same situation before. Arguments in favor of, for example, memory in plants are only arguments in favor of habit memory, not of knowledge memory. Samuel Butler's arguments in favor of the view that an animal remembers something of the lives of its ancestors are, when examined, only arguments in favor of habit memory. Simmons' two books, mentioned in an earlier lecture, do not touch knowledge memory at all closely. They give laws according to which images of past occurrences come into our minds, but do not discuss our belief that these images refer to past occurrences, which is what constitutes knowledge memory. It is this that is of interest to theory of knowledge. I shall speak of it as true memory to distinguish it from mere habit acquired through past experience. Before considering true memory, it will be well to consider two things which are on the way towards memory, namely the feeling of familiarity and recognition. We often feel that something in our sensible environment is familiar, without having any definite recollection of previous occasions on which we have seen it. We have this feeling normally in places where we have often been before, at home or in well-known streets. Most people and animals find it essential to their happiness to spend a good deal of their time in familiar surroundings, which are especially comforting when any danger threatens. The feeling of familiarity has all sorts of degrees, down to the stage where we dimly feel that we have seen a person before. It is by no means always reliable. Almost everybody has at some time experienced the well-known illusion that all that is happening now happened before at some time. There are occasions when familiarity does not attach itself to any definite object, when there is merely a vague feeling that something is familiar. This is illustrated by Turgenev's Smoke, where the hero is long puzzled by a haunting sense that something in his present is recalling something in his past, and at last traces it to the smell of heliotrope. Whenever the sense of familiarity occurs without a definite object, it leads us to search the environment until we are satisfied that we have found the appropriate object, which leads us to the judgment, "This is familiar." I think we may regard familiarity as a definite feeling, capable of existing without an object, but normally standing in a specific relation to some feature of the environment, the relation being that which we express in words by saying that the feature in question is familiar. The judgment that what is familiar has been experienced before is a product of reflection, and is no part of the feeling of familiarity, such as a horse may be supposed to have when he returns to his stable. Thus, no knowledge as to the past is to be derived from the feeling of familiarity alone. A further stage is recognition, This may be taken in two senses. The first, when a thing not merely feels familiar, but we know it is such and such. We recognize our friend Jones, we know cats and dogs when we see them, and so on. Here we have a definite influence of past experience, but not necessarily any actual knowledge of the past. When we see a cat, we know it is a cat because of previous cats we have seen. But we do not, as a rule, recollect at the moment any particular occasion when we have seen a cat. Recognition in this sense does not necessarily involve more than a habit of association. The kind of object we are seeing at the moment is associated with the word cat, or with an auditory image of purring, or whatever other characteristic we may happen to recognize in the cat of the moment. We are, of course, in fact, able to judge, when we recognize an object, that we have seen it before, but this judgment is something over and above recognition in this first sense, and may very probably be impossible to animals that nevertheless have the experience of recognition in this first sense of the word. There is, however, another sense of the word, in which we mean by recognition not knowing the name of a thing or some other property of it, but knowing that we have seen it before. In this sense, recognition does involve knowledge about the past. This knowledge is memory in one sense, though in another it is not. It does not involve a definite memory of a definite past event, but only the knowledge that something happening now is similar to something that happened before. It differs from the sense of familiarity by being cognitive. It is a belief or judgment, which the sense of familiarity is not. I do not wish to undertake the analysis of belief at present, since it will be the subject of the 12th lecture. For the present, I merely wish to emphasize the fact that recognition, in our second sense, consists in a belief, which we may express approximately in the words, "This has existed before." There are, however, several points in which such an account of recognition is inadequate. To begin with, it might seem at first sight more correct to define recognition as "I have seen this before," than as "this has existed before." We recognize a thing, it may be urged, as having been in our experience before, whatever that may mean. We do not recognize it as merely having been in the world before. I am not sure that there is anything substantial in this point. The definition of my experience is difficult. Broadly speaking, it is everything that is connected with what I am experiencing now by certain links, of which the various forms of memory are among the most important. Thus, if I recognize a thing, the occasion of its previous existence in virtue of which I recognize it forms part of my experience by definition. Recognition will be one of the marks by which my experience is singled out from the rest of the world. Of course, the words "this has existed before" are a very inadequate translation of what actually happens when we form a judgment of recognition, but that is unavoidable. Words are framed to express a level of thought which is by no means primitive, and are quite incapable of expressing such an elementary occurrence as recognition. I shall return to what is virtually the same question in connection with true memory, which raises exactly similar problems. End of Lecture 9, Part 1, Memory. Recording by David Jenkins.
Section 11 of The Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Section 11. Memory, Part 2. A second point is that when we recognize something, it was not in fact the very same thing, but only something similar, that we experienced on a former occasion. Suppose the object in question is a friend's face. A person's face is always changing. and is not exactly the same on any two occasions. Common sense treats it as one face with varying expressions, but the varying expressions actually exist each at its proper time, while the one face is merely a logical construction. We regard two objects as the same, for common sense purposes, when the reaction they call for is practically the same. Two visual appearances, to both of which it is appropriate to say, "Hello, Jones," are treated as appearances of one identical object, namely Jones. The name Jones is applicable to both, and it is only reflection that shows us that many diverse particulars are collected together to form the meaning of the name Jones. What we see on any one occasion is not the whole series of particulars that make up Jones, but only one of them, or a few in quick succession. On another occasion, we see another member of the series, but it is sufficiently similar to count as the same from the standpoint of common sense. Accordingly, when we judge, "I have seen this before," we judge falsely if this is taken as applying to the actual constituent of the world that we are seeing at the moment. The word "this" must be interpreted vaguely so as to include anything sufficiently like what we are seeing at the moment. Here again we shall find a similar point as regards true memory, and in connection with true memory we will consider the point again. It is sometimes suggested, by those who favor behaviorist views, that recognition consists in behaving in the same way when a stimulus is repeated as we behaved on the first occasion when it occurred. This seems to be the exact opposite of the truth. The essence of recognition is in the difference between a repeated stimulus and a new one. On the first occasion there is no recognition. On the second occasion there is. In fact, recognition is another instance of the peculiarity of causal laws in psychology, namely, that the causal unit is not a single event, but two or more events. Habit is the great instance of this, but recognition is another. A stimulus occurring once has a certain effect. Occurring twice, it has the further effect of recognition. Thus, the phenomenon of recognition has as its cause the two occasions when the stimulus has occurred. Either alone is insufficient. This complexity of causes in psychology might be connected with Bergson's arguments against repetition in the mental world. It does not prove that there are no causal laws in psychology, as Bergson suggests, but it does prove that the causal laws of psychology are prima facie very different from those of physics. On the possibility of explaining away the difference as due to the peculiarities of nervous tissue I have spoken before, but this possibility must not be forgotten if we are tempted to draw unwarranted metaphysical deductions. True memory, which we must now endeavor to understand, consists of knowledge of past events, but not of all such knowledge. Some knowledge of past events, for example, what we learn through reading history, is on a par with the knowledge we can acquire concerning the future. It is obtained by inference, not, so to speak, spontaneously. There is a similar distinction in our knowledge of the present. Some of it is obtained through the senses, some in more indirect ways. I know that there are at this moment a number of people in the streets of New York, but I do not know this in the immediate way in which I know of the people whom I see by looking out of my window. It is not easy to state precisely wherein the difference between these two sorts of knowledge consists, but it is easy to feel the difference. For the moment I shall not stop to analyze it, but shall content myself with saying that, in this respect, memory resembles the knowledge derived from the senses. It is immediate, not inferred, not abstract. It differs from perception mainly by being referred to the past. In regard to memory, as throughout the analysis of knowledge, there are two very distinct problems, namely, 1. As to the nature of the present occurrence in knowing; 2. As to the relation of this occurrence to what is known. When we remember, the knowing is now, while what is known is in the past. Our two questions are, in the case of memory: 1. What is the present occurrence when we remember? 2. What is the relation of this present occurrence to the past event which is remembered? Of these two questions, only the first concerns the psychologist. The second belongs to the theory of knowledge. At the same time, if we accept the vague datum with which we began, to the effect that, in some sense, there is knowledge of the past, we shall have to find, if we can, such an account of the present occurrence in remembering as will make it not impossible for remembering to give us knowledge of the past. For the present, however, we shall do well to forget the problems concerning theory of knowledge, and concentrate upon the purely psychological problem of memory. Between memory image and sensation there is an intermediate experience concerning the immediate past. For example, a sound that we have just heard is present to us in a way which differs both from the sensation while we are hearing the sound, and from the memory image of something heard days or weeks ago. James states that it is this way of apprehending the immediate past that is the original of our experience of pastness, from whence we get the meaning of the term. Everyone knows the experience of noticing, say, that the clock has been striking, when we did not notice it while it was striking. And when we hear a remark spoken, we are conscious of the earlier words while the later ones are being uttered. And this retention feels different from recollection of something definitely past. A sensation fades gradually, passing by continuous gradations to the status of an image. This retention of the immediate past in a condition intermediate between sensation and image may be called immediate memory. Everything belonging to it is included with sensation in what is called the specious present. The specious present includes elements at all stages on the journey from sensation to image. It is this fact that enables us to apprehend such things as movements, or the order of the words in a spoken sentence. Succession can occur within the specious present, of which we can distinguish some parts as earlier and others as later. It is to be supposed that the earliest parts are those that have faded most from their original force, while the latest parts are those that retain their full sensational character. At the beginning of a stimulus we have a sensation, then a gradual transition, and at the end an image. Sensations, while they are fading, are called acholuthic sensations. When the process of fading is completed, which happens very quickly, we arrive at the image, which is capable of being revived on subsequent occasions with very little change. True memory, as opposed to immediate memory, applies only to events sufficiently distant to have come to an end of the period of fading. Such events, if they are represented by anything present, can only be represented by images, not by those intermediate stages between sensations and images, which occur during the period of fading. Immediate memory is important, both because it provides experience of succession, and because it bridges the gulf between sensations and the images which are their copies. But it is now time to resume the consideration of true memory. Suppose you ask me what I ate for breakfast this morning. Suppose further that I have not thought about my breakfast in the meantime, and that I did not, while I was eating it, put into words what it consisted of. In this case, my recollection will be true memory, not habit memory. The process of remembering will consist of calling up images of my breakfast, which will come to me with a feeling of belief such as distinguishes memory images from mere imagination images. Or sometimes words may come without the intermediary of images, but in this case equally the feeling of belief is essential. Let us omit from our consideration, for the present, the memories in which words replace images. These are always, I think, really habit memories, the memories that use images being the typical true memories. Memory images and imagination images do not differ in their intrinsic qualities so far as we can discover. They differ by the fact that the images that constitute memories, unlike those that constitute imagination, are accompanied by a feeling of belief, which may be expressed in the words, "This happened." The mere occurrence of images without this feeling of belief constitutes imagination. It is the element of belief that is the distinctive thing in memory. There are, if I am not mistaken, at least 3 different kinds of belief feeling, which we may call respectively memory, expectation, and bare assent. In what I call bare assent, there is no time element in the feeling of belief, though there may be in the content of what is believed. If I believe that Caesar landed in Britain in B.C. 55, the time determination lies not in the feeling of belief, but in what is believed. I do not remember the occurrence, but have the same feeling towards it as towards the announcement of an eclipse next year. But when I have seen a flash of lightning, and am waiting for the thunder, I have a belief feeling analogous to memory, except that it refers to the future. I have an image of thunder, combined with a feeling which may be expressed in the words, "This will happen." So in memory the pastness lies not in the content of what is believed, but in the nature of the belief feeling. I might have just the same images and expect their realization. I might entertain them without any belief, as in reading a novel, or I might entertain them together with a time determination, and give bare assent, as in reading history. I shall return to this subject in a later lecture, when we come to the analysis of belief. For the present, I wish to make it clear that a certain special kind of belief is the distinctive characteristic of memory. The problem as to whether memory can be explained as habit or association requires to be considered afresh in connection with the causes of our remembering something. Let us take again the case of my being asked what I had for breakfast this morning. In this case, the question leads to my setting to work to recollect. It is a little strange that the question should instruct me as to what it is that I am to recall. This has to do with understanding words, which will be the topic of the next lecture, but something must be said about it now. Our understanding of the words breakfast this morning is a habit, in spite of the fact that on each fresh day they point to a different occasion. This morning does not, whenever it is used, mean the same thing as John or St. Paul's does. It means a different period of time on each different day. It follows that the habit which constitutes our understanding of the words this morning is not the habit of associating the words with a fixed object, but the habit of associating them with something having a fixed time relation to our present. This morning has, today, the same time relation to my present that yesterday morning had yesterday. In order to understand the phrase this morning, it is necessary that we should have a way of feeling time intervals, and that this feeling should give what is constant in the meaning of the words this morning. This appreciation of time intervals is, however, obviously a product of memory, not a presupposition of it. It will be better, therefore, if we wish to analyze the causation of memory by something not presupposing memory, to take some other instance than that of a question about this morning. Let us take the case of coming into a familiar room where something has been changed, say a new picture hung on the wall. We may at first have only a sense that something is unfamiliar, but presently we shall remember and say, that picture was not on the wall before. In order to make the case definite, we will suppose that we were only in the room on one former occasion. In this case, it seems fairly clear what happens. The other objects in the room are associated, through the former occasion, with a blank space of wall where now there is a picture. They call up an image of a blank wall, which clashes with perception of the picture. The image is associated with the belief feeling, which we found to be distinctive of memory, since it can neither be abolished nor harmonized with perception. If the room had remained unchanged, we might have had only the feeling of familiarity, without the definite remembering. It is the change that drives us from the present to memory of the past. We may generalize this instance so as to cover the causes of many memories. Some present feature of the environment is associated, through past experiences, with something now absent. This absent something comes before us as an image, and is contrasted with present sensation. In cases of this sort, habit, or association, explains why the present feature of the environment brings up the memory image, but it does not explain the memory belief. Perhaps a more complete analysis could explain the memory belief also on lines of association and habit, but the causes of beliefs are obscure, and we cannot investigate them yet. For the present, we must content ourselves with the fact that the memory image can be explained by habit. As regards the memory belief, we must, at least provisionally, accept Bergson's view that it cannot be brought under the head of habit, at any rate when it first occurs, i.e., when we remember something we never remembered before. We must now consider somewhat more closely the content of a memory belief. The memory belief confers upon the memory image something which we may call meaning. It makes us feel that the image points to an object which existed in the past. In order to deal with this topic, we must consider the verbal expression of the memory belief. We might be tempted to put the memory belief into the words, "something like this image occurred." But such words would be very far from an accurate translation of the simplest kind of memory belief. Something like this image is a very complicated conception. In the simplest kind of memory we are not aware of the difference between an image and the sensation which it copies, which may be called its prototype. When the image is before us, we judge rather "this occurred." The image is not distinguished from the object, which existed in the past. The word "this" covers both, and enables us to have a memory belief which does not introduce the complicated notion "something like this." It might be objected that, if we judge "this occurred," when in fact "this" is a present image, we judge falsely, and the memory belief so interpreted becomes deceptive. This, however, would be a mistake, produced by attempting to give to words a precision which they do not possess when used by unsophisticated people. It is true that the image is not absolutely identical with its prototype, and if the word "this" meant the image to the exclusion of everything else, the judgment "this occurred" would be false. But identity is a precise conception, and no word in ordinary speech stands for anything precise. Ordinary speech does not distinguish between identity and close similarity. A word always applies, not only to one particular, but to a group of associated particulars, which are not recognized as multiple in common thought or speech. Thus, primitive memory, when it judges that "this occurred," is vague, but not false. Vague identity, which is really close similarity, has been a source of many of the confusions by which philosophy has lived. Of a vague subject, such as a "this," which is both an image and its prototype, contradictory predicates are true simultaneously. This existed and does not exist, since it is a thing remembered; but also this exists and did not exist, since it is a present image. Hence Bergson's interpenetration of the present by the past. Hegelian continuity and identity in diversity, and a host of other notions which are thought to be profound because they are obscure and confused. The contradictions resulting from confounding image and prototype in memory force us to precision. But when we become precise, our remembering becomes different from that of ordinary life. And if we forget this, we shall go wrong in the analysis of ordinary memory. Vagueness and accuracy are important notions, which it is very necessary to understand. Both are a matter of degree. All thinking is vague to some extent, and complete accuracy is a theoretical ideal not practically attainable. To understand what is meant by accuracy, it will be well to consider first instruments of measurement, such as a balance or a thermometer. These are said to be accurate when they give different results for very slightly different stimuli. A clinical thermometer is accurate when it enables us to detect very slight differences in the temperature of the blood. We may say generally that an instrument is accurate in proportion as it reacts differently to very slightly different stimuli. When a small difference of stimulus produces a great difference of reaction, the instrument is accurate. In the contrary case, it is not. Exactly the same thing applies in defining accuracy of thought or perception. A musician will respond differently to very minute differences in playing, which would be quite imperceptible to the ordinary mortal. A negro can see the difference between one negro and another. One is his friend, another his enemy. But to us such different responses are impossible. We can merely apply the word negro indiscriminately. Accuracy of response in regard to any particular kind of stimulus is improved by practice. Understanding a language is a case in point. Few Frenchmen can hear any difference between the sounds hall and hole, which produce quite different impressions upon us. The two statements, "the hall is full of water," and "the hole is full of water," call for different responses, and a hearing which cannot distinguish between them is inaccurate or vague in this respect. Precision and vagueness in thought, as in perception, depend upon the degree of difference between responses to more or less similar stimuli. In the case of thought, the response does not follow immediately upon the sensational stimulus, but that makes no difference as regards our present question. Thus, to revert to memory, a memory is vague when it is appropriate to many different occurrences. For instance, "I met a man" is vague, since any man would verify it. A memory is precise when the occurrences that would verify it are narrowly circumscribed. For instance, "I met Jones" is precise as compared to "I met a man." A memory is accurate when it is both precise and true, i.e., in the above instance, "if it was Jones I met." It is precise even if it is false, provided some very definite occurrence would have been required to make it true. It follows from what has been said that a vague thought has more likelihood of being true than a precise one. To try and hit an object with a vague thought is like trying to hit the bull's eye with a lump of putty. When the putty reaches the target, it flattens out all over it, and probably covers the bull's eye along with the rest. To try and hit an object with a precise thought is like trying to hit the bull's eye with a bullet. The advantage of the precise thought is that it distinguishes between the bull's eye and the rest of the target. For example, if the whole target is represented by the fungus family, and the bull's eye by mushrooms, a vague thought which can only hit the target as a whole is not much use from a culinary point of view. And when I merely remember that I met a man, my memory may be very inadequate to my practical requirements, since it may make a great difference whether I met Brown or Jones. The memory "I met Jones" is relatively precise. It is accurate if I met Jones, inaccurate if I met Brown, but precise in either case, as against the mere recollection that I met a man. The distinction between accuracy and precision is, however, not fundamental. We may omit precision from our thoughts and confine ourselves to the distinction between accuracy and vagueness. We may then set up the following definitions. An instrument is reliable with respect to a given set of stimuli when to stimuli which are not relevantly different it gives always responses which are not relatively different. An instrument is a measure of a set of stimuli which are serially ordered when its responses, in all cases where they are relevantly different, are arranged in a series in the same order. The degree of accuracy of an instrument, which is a reliable measurer, is the ratio of the difference of response to the difference of stimulus, in cases where the difference of stimulus is small. That is to say, if a small difference of stimulus produces a great difference of response, the instrument is very accurate. In the contrary sense, very inaccurate. A mental response is called vague in proportion to its lack of accuracy, or rather precision. These definitions will be found useful not only in the case of memory, but in almost all questions concerned with knowledge. It should be observed that vague beliefs, so far from being necessarily false, have a better chance of truth than precise ones, though their truth is less valuable than that of precise beliefs, since they do not distinguish between occurrences which may differ in important ways. The whole of the above discussion of vagueness and accuracy was occasioned by the attempt to interpret the word this when we judge in verbal memory that this occurred. The word this in such a judgment is a vague word, equally applicable to the present memory image and to the past occurrence which is its prototype. A vague word is not to be identified with a general word, though in practice the distinction may often be blurred. A word is general when it is understood to be applicable to a number of different objects in virtue of some common property. A word is vague when it is in fact applicable to a number of different objects, because, in virtue of some common property, they have not appeared to the person using the word to be distinct. I emphatically do not mean that he has judged them to be identical, but merely that he has made the same response to them all, and has not judged them to be different. We may compare a vague word to a jelly, and a general word to a heap of shot. Vague words precede judgments of identity and difference. Both general and particular words are subsequent to such judgments. The word this, in the primitive memory belief, is a vague word, not a general word. It covers both the image and its prototype, because the two are not distinguished. But we have not yet finished our analysis of the memory belief. The tense in the belief that this occurred is provided by the nature of the belief feeling involved in memory. The word this, as we have seen, has a vagueness which we have tried to describe. But we must still ask what we mean by occurred. The image is, in one sense, occurring now, and therefore we must find some other sense in which the past event occurred, but the image does not occur. There are two distinct questions to be asked. 1. What causes us to say that a thing occurs? 2. What are we feeling when we say this? As to the first question, in the crude use of the word, which is what concerns us, memory images would not be said to occur. They would not be noticed in themselves, but merely used as signs of the past event. Images are merely imaginary. They have not, in crude thought, the sort of reality that belongs to outside bodies. Roughly speaking, real things would be those that can cause sensations, those that have correlations of the sort that constitute physical objects. A thing is said to be real or to occur when it fits into a context of such correlations. The prototype of our memory image did fit into a physical context, while our memory image does not. This causes us to feel that the prototype was real, while the image is imaginary. But the answer to our second question, namely as to what we are feeling when we say a thing occurs or is real, must be somewhat different. We do not, unless we are unusually reflective, think about the presence or absence of correlations. We merely have different feelings which, intellectualized, may be represented as expectations of the presence or absence of correlations. A thing which feels real inspires us with hopes or fears, expectations or curiosities, which are wholly absent when a thing feels imaginary. The feeling of reality is a feeling akin to respect. It belongs primarily to whatever can do things to us without our voluntary cooperation. This feeling of reality related to the memory image, and referred to the past by the specific kind of belief feeling that is characteristic of memory, seems to be what constitutes the act of remembering in its pure form. We may now summarize our analysis of pure memory. Memory demands A, an image, B, a belief in past experience. The belief may be expressed in the words, "This existed." The belief, like every other, may be analyzed into 1. The believing; 2. What is believed. The believing is a specific feeling or sensation or complex of sensations, different from expectation or bare assent, in a way that makes the belief refer to the past. The reference to the past lies in the belief feeling, not in the content believed. There is a relation between the belief feeling and the content, making the belief feeling refer to the content, and expressed by saying that the content is what is believed. The content believed may or may not be expressed in words. Let us take first the case when it is not. In that case, if we are merely remembering that something of which we now have an image occurred, the content consists of A, the image; B, the feeling analogous to respect, which we translate by saying that something is real as opposed to imaginary; C, a relationship between the image and the feeling of reality, of the sort expressed when we say that the feeling refers to the image. This content does not contain in itself any time determination. The time determination lies in the nature of the belief feeling, which is that called remembering, or better, recollecting. It is only subsequent reflection upon this reference to the past that makes us realize the distinction between the image and the event recollected. When we have made this distinction, we can say that the image means the past event. The content expressed in words is best represented by the words, "the existence of this," since these words do not involve tense, which belongs to the belief feeling, not to the content. Here, "this" is a vague term covering the memory image and anything very like it, including its prototype. "Existence" expresses the feeling of a reality aroused primarily by whatever can have effects upon us without our voluntary cooperation. The word "of" in the phrase, "the existence of this," represents the relation which subsists between the feeling of reality and the "this." This analysis of memory is probably extremely faulty, but I do not know how to improve it. Note, when speaking of a feeling of belief, I use the word feeling in a popular sense, to cover a sensation or an image, or a complex of sensations or images, or both. I use this word because I do not wish to commit myself to any special analysis of the belief feeling. End of section 11. Memory, Part 2. Read for you by Ted DeLorme.
Section 12 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Section 12. Lecture 10. Words and Meaning. The problem with which we shall be concerned in this lecture is the problem of determining what is the relation called meaning. The word Napoleon, we say, "means," a certain person. In saying this, we are asserting a relation between the word Napoleon and the person so designated. It is this relation that we must now investigate. Let us first consider what sort of object a word is when considered simply as a physical thing, apart from its meaning. To begin with, there are many instances of a word, namely all the different occasions when it is employed. Thus, a word is not something unique and particular, but a set of occurrences. If we confine ourselves to spoken words, a word has two aspects, according as we regard it from the point of view of the speaker or from that of the hearer. From the point of view of the speaker, a single instance of the use of a word consists of a certain set of movements in the throat and mouth, combined with breath. From the point of view of the hearer, a single instance of the use of a word consists of a certain series of sounds, each being approximately represented by a single letter in writing, though in practice a letter may represent several sounds, or several letters may represent one sound. The connection between the spoken word and the word as it reaches the hearer is causal. Let us confine ourselves to the spoken word, which is the more important for the analysis of what is called "thought." Then we may say that a single instance of the spoken word consists of a series of movements, and the word consists of a whole set of such series, each member of the set being very similar to each other member. That is to say, any two instances of the word Napoleon are very similar, and each instance consists of a series of movements in the mouth. A single word, accordingly, is by no means simple. It is a class of similar series of movements, confining ourselves still to the spoken word. The degree of similarity required cannot be precisely defined. A man may pronounce the word Napoleon so badly that it can hardly be determined whether he has really pronounced it or not. The instances of a word shade off into other movements by imperceptible degrees, and exactly analogous observations apply to words heard or written or read. But in what has been said so far, we have not even broached the question of the definition of a word, since meaning is clearly what distinguishes a word from other sets of similar movements, and meaning remains to be defined. It is natural to think of the meaning of a word as something conventional. This, however, is only true with great limitations. A new word can be added to an existing language by a mere convention, as is done, for instance, with new scientific terms. But the basis of a language is not conventional, either from the point of view of the individual or from that of the community. A child learning to speak is learning habits and associations which are just as much determined by the environment as the habit of expecting dogs to bark and cocks to crow. The community that speaks a language has learnt it, and modified it by processes almost all of which are not deliberate, but the results of causes, operating according to more or less ascertainable laws. If we trace any Indo-European language back far enough, we arrive hypothetically, at any rate according to some authorities, at the stage when language consisted only of the roots out of which subsequent words have grown. How these roots acquired their meanings is not known, but a conventional origin is clearly just as mythical as the social contract by which Hobbes and Rousseau supposed civil government to have been established. We can hardly suppose a parliament of hitherto speechless elders meeting together and agreeing to call a cow and a wolf a wolf. The association of words with their meanings must have grown up by some natural process, though at present the nature of the process is unknown. Spoken and written words are, of course, not the only way of conveying meaning. A large part of one of Wundt's two vast volumes on language in his Volkerpsychologie is concerned with gesture language. Ants appear to be able to communicate with a certain amount of information by means of their antennae. Probably writing itself, which we now regard as merely a way of representing speech, was originally an independent language, as it has remained to this day in China. Writing seems to have consisted originally of pictures, which gradually became conventionalized, coming in time to represent syllables, and finally letters, on the telephone principle of "T for Tommy." But it would seem that writing nowhere began as an attempt to represent speech. It began as a direct pictorial representation of what was to be expressed. The essence of language lies, not in the use of this or that special means of communication, but in the employment of fixed associations, however these may have originated, in order that something now sensible, a spoken word, a picture, a gesture, or what not, may call up the idea of something else. Whenever this is done, what is now sensible may be called a sign or symbol, and that of which it is intended to call up the idea may be called its meaning. This is a rough outline of what constitutes meaning, but we must fill in the outline in various ways. And since we are concerned with what is called thought, we must pay more attention than we otherwise should do to the private as opposed to the social use of language. Language profoundly affects our thoughts, and it is this aspect of language that is of most importance to us in our present inquiry. We are almost more concerned with the internal speech that is never uttered than we are with the things said out loud to other people. When we ask what constitutes meaning, we are not asking what is the meaning of this or that particular word. The word Napoleon means a certain individual, but we are asking not who is the individual meant, but what is the relation of the word to the individual which makes the one mean the other. But just as it is useful to realize the nature of a word as part of the physical world, so it is useful to realize the sort of thing that a word may mean. When we are clear both as to what a word is in its physical aspect, and as to what sort of thing it can mean, we are in a better position to discover the relation of the two, which is meaning. The things that words mean differ more than words do. There are different sorts of words distinguished by the grammarians, and there are logical distinctions which are connected to some extent, though not so closely as was formerly supposed, with the grammatical distinctions of parts of speech. It is easy, however, to be misled by grammar, particularly if all the languages we know belong to one family. In some languages, according to some authorities, the distinction of parts of speech does not exist. In many languages it is widely different from that to which we are accustomed in the Indo-European languages. These facts have to be borne in mind if we are to avoid giving metaphysical importance to mere accidents of our own speech. In considering what words mean, it is natural to start with proper names, and we will again take Napoleon as our instance. We commonly imagine, when we use a proper name, that we mean one definite entity, the particular individual who was called Napoleon. But what we know as a person is not simple. There may be a single simple ego which was Napoleon, and remained strictly identical from his birth to his death. There is no way of proving that this cannot be the case. But there is also not the slightest reason to suppose that it is the case. Napoleon, as he was empirically known, consisted of a series of gradually changing appearances. First a squalling baby, then a boy, then a slim and beautiful youth, then a fat and slothful person very magnificently dressed. This series of appearances, and various occurrences having certain kinds of causal connections with them, constitute Napoleon as empirically known, and therefore are Napoleon in so far as he forms part of the experienced world. Napoleon is a complicated series of occurrences, bound together by causal laws, not, like instances of a word, by similarities. For although a person changes gradually, and presents similar appearances on two nearly contemporaneous occasions, it is not these similarities that constitute the person, as appears from the Comedy of Errors, for example. Thus, in the case of a proper name, while the word is a set of similar series of movements, what it means is a series of occurrences bound together by causal laws of that special kind that makes the occurrences taken together constitute what we call one person, or one animal or thing, in case the name applies to an animal or thing instead of to a person. Neither the word nor what it names is one of the ultimate indivisible constituents of the world. In language there is no direct way of designating one of the ultimate brief existence that go to make up the collections we call things or persons. If we want to speak of such existence, which hardly happens except in philosophy, we have to do it by means of some elaborate phrase, such as, "the visual sensation which occupied the center of my field of vision at noon on January 1, 1919." Such ultimate simples I call "particulars." Particulars might have proper names, and no doubt would have if language had been invented by scientifically trained observers for purposes of philosophy and logic. But as language was invented for practical ends, particulars have remained one and all without a name. We are not, in practice, much concerned with the actual particulars that come into our experience and sensation. We are concerned rather with whole systems to which the particulars belong and of which they are signs. What we see makes us say, "Hello, there's Jones." And the fact that what we see is a sign of Jones, which is the case because it is one of the particulars that make up Jones, it is more interesting to us than the actual particular itself. Hence we give the name Jones to the whole set of particulars, but do not trouble to give separate names to the separate particulars that make up the set. Passing on from proper names, we come next to general names, such as man, cat, triangle. A word such as man means a whole class of such collections of particulars as have proper names. The several members of the class are assembled together in virtue of some similarity or common property. All men resemble each other in certain important respects. Hence we want a word which shall be equally applicable to all of them. We only give proper names to the individuals of a species when they differ, inter se, in particularly important respects. In other cases we do not do this. A poker, for example, is just a poker. We do not call one John and another Peter. There is a large class of words, such as eating, walking, speaking, which mean a set of similar occurrences. Two instances of walking have the same name because they resemble each other, whereas two instances of Jones have the same name because they are causally connected. In practice, however, it is difficult to make any precise distinction between a word such as walking and a general name such as man. One instance of walking cannot be concentrated into an instant. It is a process in time, in which there is a causal connection between the earlier and later parts, as between the earlier and later parts of Jones. Thus an instance of walking differs from an instance of man solely by the fact that it has a shorter life. There is a notion that an instance of walking, as compared with Jones, is unsubstantial, but this seems to be a mistake. We think that Jones walks, and that there could not be any walking unless there were somebody like Jones to perform the walking. But it is equally true that there could be no Jones unless there were something like walking for him to do. The notion that actions are performed by an agent is liable to the same kind of criticism as the notion that thinking needs a subject or ego, which we rejected in Lecture 1. To say that it is Jones who is walking is merely to say that the walking in question is part of the whole series of occurrences which is Jones. There is no logical impossibility in walking occurring as an isolated phenomenon, not forming part of any such series as we call a person. We may therefore class with eating, walking, speaking, such words as rain, sunrise, lightning, which do not denote what would commonly be called actions. These words illustrate, incidentally, how little we can trust to the grammatical distinction of parts of speech, since the substantive rain and the verb to rain denote precisely the same class of meteorological occurrences. The distinction between the class of objects denoted by such a word and the class of objects denoted by a general name such as man, vegetable, or planet, is that the sort of object which is an instance of, say, lightning, is much simpler than, say, an individual man. I am speaking of lightning as a sensible phenomenon, not as it is described in physics. The distinction is one of degree, not of kind. But there is, from the point of view of ordinary thought, a great difference between a process which, like a flash of lightning, can be wholly comprised within one specious present, and a process which, like the life of a man, has to be pieced together by observation and memory and the apprehension of causal connections. We may say broadly, therefore, that a word of the kind we have been discussing denotes a set of similar occurrences, each, as a rule, much more brief and less complex than a person or thing. Words themselves, as we have seen, are sets of similar occurrences of this kind. Thus there is more logical affinity between a word and what it means in the case of words of our present sort than in any other case. There is no very great difference between such words as we have just been considering and words denoting qualities such as white or round. The chief difference is that words of this latter sort do not denote processes, however brief, but static features of the world. Snow falls and is white. The falling is a process. The whiteness is not. Whether there is a universal, called whiteness, or whether white things are to be defined as those having a certain kind of similarity to a standard thing, say freshly fallen snow, is a question which need not concern us, and which I believe to be strictly insoluble. For our purposes we may take the word white as denoting a certain set of similar particulars or collections of particulars, the similarity being in respect of a static quality, not of a process. From the logical point of view, a very important class of words are those that express relations, such as in, above, before, greater, and so on. The meaning of one of these words differs very fundamentally from the meaning of one of any of our previous classes, being more abstract and logically simpler than any of them. If our business were logic, we should have to spend much time on these words. But as it is psychology that concerns us, we will merely note their special character and pass on, since the logical classification of words is not our main business. We will consider next the question, what is implied by saying that a person "understands" a word, in the sense in which one understands a word in one's own language, but not in a language of which one is ignorant. We may say that a person understands a word when a. Suitable circumstances make him use it, b. The hearing of it causes suitable behavior in him. We may call these two active and passive understanding, respectively. Dogs often have passive understanding of some words, but not active understanding, since they cannot use words. It is not necessary, in order that a man should understand a word, that he should "know what it means," in the sense of being able to say, "This word means so and so." Understanding words does not consist in knowing their dictionary definitions, or in being able to specify the objects to which they are appropriate. Such understanding as this may belong to lexicographers and students, but not to ordinary mortals in ordinary life. Understanding language is more like understanding cricket. Footnote. This point of view, extended to the analysis of thought, is urged with great force by J.B. Watson, both in his Behavior and in Psychology from the Standpoint of a Behaviorist. Lippincott, 1919, Chapter 9. It is a matter of habits, acquired in oneself and rightly presumed in others. To say that a word has meaning is not to say that those who use the word correctly have ever thought out what the meaning is. The use of the word comes first, and the meaning is to be distilled out of it by observation and analysis. Moreover, the meaning of a word is not absolutely definite. There is always a greater or less degree of vagueness. The meaning is an area, like a target. It may have a bull's eye, but the outlying parts of the target are still more or less within the meaning, in a gradually diminishing degree as we travel further from the bull's eye. As language grows more precise, there is less and less of the target outside the bull's eye, and the bull's eye itself grows smaller and smaller. But the bull's eye never shrinks to a point, and there is always a doubtful region, however small, surrounding it. Footnote. On the understanding of words, a very admirable little book is Ribot's Evolution of General Ideas. Open Court Company, 1899. Ribot says, page 131, "We learn to understand a concept as we learn to walk, dance, fence, or play a musical instrument. It is a habit, i.e., an organized memory. General terms cover an organized latent knowledge, which is the hidden capital without which we should be in a state of bankruptcy, manipulating false money or paper of no value. General ideas are habits in the intellectual order." A word is used "correctly" when the average hearer will be affected by it in the way intended. This is a psychological, not a literary, definition of correctness. The literary definition would substitute, for the average hearer, a person of high education living a long time ago. The purpose of this definition is to make it difficult to speak or write correctly. The relation of a word to its meaning is of the nature of a causal law governing our use of the word and our actions when we hear it used. There is no more reason why a person who uses a word correctly should be able to tell what it means than there is why a planet which is moving correctly should know Kepler's laws. To illustrate what is meant by understanding words and sentences, let us take instances of various situations. Suppose you are walking in London with an absent-minded friend, and while crossing a street you say, "Look out, there's a motor coming." He will glance round and jump aside without the need of any mental intermediary. There need be no ideas, but only a stiffening of the muscles followed quickly by action. He "understands" the words because he does the right thing. Such understanding may be taken to belong to the nerves and brain, being habits which they have acquired while the language was being learnt. Thus understanding in this sense may be reduced to mere physiological causal laws. If you say the same thing to a Frenchman with a slight knowledge of English, he will go through some inner speech, which may be represented by "Que dit-il? Ah oui, une automobile." After this, the rest follows as with the Englishman. Watson would contend that the inner speech must be incipiently pronounced, but we should argue that it might be merely imagined. But this point is not important in the present connection. If you say the same thing to a child who does not yet know the word motor, but does know the other words you are using, you produce a feeling of anxiety and doubt. You will have to point and say, "There, that's a motor." After that, the child will roughly understand the word motor, though he may include trains and steamrollers. If this is the first time the child has heard the word motor, he may for a long time continue to recall this scene when he hears the word. So far we have found 4 ways of understanding words. 1. On suitable occasions you use the word properly. 2. When you hear it, you act appropriately. 3. You associate the word with another word, say in a different language, which has the appropriate effect on behavior. 4. When the word is first being learnt, you may associate it with an object, which is what it "means," or a representative of various objects that it "means." In the 4th case, the word acquires, through association, some of the same causal efficacy as the object. The word motor can make you leap aside, just as the motor can, but it cannot break your bones. The effect which a word can share with its object are those which proceed according to laws other than the general laws of physics, i.e., those which, according to our terminology, involve vital movements as opposed to merely mechanical movements. The effects of a word that we understand are always mnemic phenomena, in the sense explained in Lecture 4, insofar as they are identical with, or similar to, the effects which the object itself might have. So far, all the uses of words that we have considered can be accounted for on the lines of behaviorism. But so far we have only considered what may be called the demonstrative use of language, to point out some feature in the present environment. This is only one of the ways in which language may be used. There are also its narrative and imaginative uses, as in history and novels. Let us take as an instance the telling of some remembered event. We spoke a moment ago of a child who hears the word motor for the first time when crossing a street along which a motor car is approaching. On a later occasion, we will suppose the child remembers the incident and relates it to someone else. In this case, both the active and passive understanding of words is different from what it is when words are used demonstratively. The child is not seeing a motor, but only remembering one. The hearer does not look round in expectation of seeing a motor coming, but "understands" that a motor came at some earlier time. The whole of this occurrence is much more difficult to account for on behaviorist lines. It is clear that, insofar as the child is genuinely remembering, he has a picture of the past occurrence, and his words are chosen so as to describe the picture, and insofar as the hearer is genuinely apprehending what is said, the hearer is acquiring a picture more or less like that of the child. It is true that this process may be telescoped through the operation of the word habit. The child may not genuinely remember the incident, but only have the habit of the appropriate words, as in the case of a poem which we know by heart, though we cannot remember learning it. And the hearer also may only pay attention to the words, and not call up any corresponding picture. But it is, nevertheless, the possibility of a memory image in the child, and an imagination image in the hearer, that makes the essence of the narrative meaning of the words. Insofar as this is absent, the words are mere counters, capable of meaning, but not, at the moment, possessing it. Yet this might perhaps be regarded as something of an overstatement. The words alone, without the use of images, may cause appropriate emotions and appropriate behavior. The words have been used in an environment which produced certain emotions. By a telescoped process, the words alone are now capable of producing similar emotions. On these lines it might be sought to show that images are unnecessary. I do not believe, however, that we could account on these lines for the entirely different response produced by a narrative and by a description of present facts. Images, as contrasted with sensations, are the response expected during a narrative. It is understood that present action is not called for. Thus it seems that we must maintain our distinction. Words used demonstratively describe and are intended to lead to sensations, while the same words used in narrative describe and are only intended to lead to images. We have thus, in addition to our 4 previous ways in which words can mean, 2 new ways, namely the way of memory and the way of imagination. That is to say, 5. Words may be used to describe or recall a memory image, to describe it when it already exists, or to recall it when the words exist as a habit and are known to be descriptive of some past experience. 6. Words may be used to describe or create an imagination image, to describe it, for example, in the case of a poet or novelist, or to create it in the ordinary case for giving information, though in the latter case it is intended that the imagination image, when created, shall be accompanied by belief that something of the sort occurred. These 2 ways of using words, including their occurrence in inner speech, may be spoken of together as the use of words in "thinking." If we are right, the use of words in thinking depends, at least in its origin, upon images, and cannot be fully dealt with on behaviorist lines. And this is really the most essential function of words, namely, that originally through their connection with images they bring us into touch with what is remote in time or space. When they operate without the medium of images, this seems to be a telescoped process. Thus the problem of the meaning of words is brought into connection with the problem of the meaning of images. To understand the function that words perform in what is called thinking, we must understand both the causes and the effects of their occurrence. The causes of the occurrence of words require somewhat different treatment according as the object designated by the word is sensibly present or absent. When the object is present, it may itself be taken as the cause of the word through association. But when it is absent, there is more difficulty in obtaining a behaviorist theory of the occurrence of the word. The language habit consists not merely in the use of words demonstratively, but also in their use to express narrative or desire. Professor Watson, in his account of the acquisition of the language habit, pays very little attention to the use of words in narrative and desire. He says, Behavior, page 329, 330, "The stimulus, object, to which the child often responds, a box, e.g., by movements such as opening and closing and putting objects into it, may serve to illustrate our argument. The nurse, observing that the child reacts with his hands, feet, etc., to the box, begins to say 'box' when the child is handed the box, 'open box' when the child opens it, 'close box' when he closes it, and 'put doll in box' when that act is executed. This is repeated over and over again. In the process of time, it comes about that without any other stimulus than that of the box which originally called out the bodily habits, he begins to say 'box' when he sees it, 'open box' when he opens it, etc. The visible box now becomes a stimulus capable of releasing either the bodily habits or the word habit, i.e., development has brought about 2 things. 1. A series of functional connections among arcs which run from visual receptor to muscles of throat, and 2. A series of already earlier connected arcs which run from the same receptor to the bodily muscles. The object meets the child's vision. He runs to it and tries to reach it and says box. Finally, the word is uttered without the movement of going towards the box being executed. Habits are formed of going to the box when the arms are full of toys. The child has been taught to deposit them there. When his arms are laden with toys and no box is there, the word habit arises and he calls box. It is handed to him and he opens it and deposits the toys therein. This roughly marks what we would call the genesis of a true language habit. Pages 329 to 330. Footnote. Just the same account of language is given in Professor Watson's more recent book. Reference above. We need not linger over what is said in the above passage as to the use of the word box in the presence of the box. But as to its use in the absence of the box, there is only one brief sentence, namely, "When his arms are laden with toys and no box is there, the word habit arises and he calls box." This is inadequate as it stands, since the habit has been to use the word when the box is present, and we shall have to explain its extension to cases in which the box is absent. Having admitted images, we may say that the word box, in the absence of the box, is caused by an image of the box. This may or may not be true. In fact, it is true in some cases but not in others. Even, however, if it were true in all cases, it would only slightly shift our problem. We should now have to ask what causes an image of the box to arise. We might be inclined to say that desire for the box is the cause. But when this view is investigated, it is found that it compels us to suppose that the box can be desired without the child's having either an image of the box or the word box. This will require a theory of desire which may be, and I think is, in the main, true, but which removes desire from among the things that actually occur, and makes it merely a convenient fiction, like force in mechanics. Footnote. See Lecture 3 above. With such a view, desire is no longer a true cause, but merely a short way of describing certain processes. In order to explain the occurrence of either the word or the image in the absence of the box, we have to assume that there is something, either in the environment or in our own sensations, which has frequently occurred at about the same time as the word box. One of the laws that distinguish psychology, or nerve psychology, from physics is the law that when two things have frequently existed in close temporal contiguity, either comes in time to cause the other. Footnote. For a more exact statement of this law, with the limitations suggested by experiment, see A. Wohlgemuth, On Memory and the Direction of Associations, British Journal of Psychology, Volume 5, Part 4, March 1913. This is the basis both of habit and of association. Thus, in our case, the arms full of toys have frequently been followed quickly by the box, and the box in turn by the word box. The box itself is subject to physical laws, and does not tend to be caused by the arms full of toys, however often it may in the past have followed them, always provided that in the case in question its physical position is such that voluntary movements cannot lead to it. But the word box and the image of the box are subject to the law of habit. Hence it is possible for either to be caused by the arms full of toys. And we may lay it down generally that whenever we use a word, either aloud or in inner speech, there is some sensation or image, either of which may be itself a word, which has frequently occurred at about the same time as the word, and now, through habit, causes the word. It follows that the law of habit is adequate to account for the use of words in the absence of their objects. Moreover, it would be adequate even without introducing images. Although, therefore, images seem undeniable, we cannot derive an additional argument in their favor from the use of words, which could, theoretically, be explained without introducing images. When we understand a word, there is a reciprocal association between it and the images of what it means. Images may cause us to use words which mean them, and these words, heard or read, may in turn cause the appropriate images. Thus, speech is a means of producing in our hearers the images which are in us. Also, by a telescoped process, words come in time to produce directly the effects which would have been produced by the images with which they were associated. The general law of telescoped processes is that if A causes B and B causes C, it will happen in time that A will cause C directly, without the intermediary of B. This is a characteristic of psychological and neural causation. In virtue of this law, the effects of images upon our actions come to be produced by words, even when the words do not call up appropriate images. The more familiar we are with words, the more our thinking goes on in words instead of images. We may, for example, be able to describe a person's appearance correctly without having at any time had any image of him, provided, when we saw him, we thought of words which fitted him. The words alone may remain with us as a habit, and enable us to speak as if we could recall a visual image of the man. In this and other ways the understanding of a word often comes to be quite free from imagery. But in first learning the use of language, it would seem that imagery always plays a very important part. Images, as well as words, may be said to have meaning. Indeed, the meaning of images seems more primitive than the meaning of words. What we call, say, an image of St. Paul's, may be said to mean St. Paul's. But it is not at all easy to say exactly what constitutes the meaning of an image. A memory image of a particular occurrence, when accompanied by a memory belief, may be said to mean the occurrence of which it is an image. But most actual images do not have this degree of definiteness. If we call up an image of a dog, we are likely to have a vague image, which is not representative of some one special dog, but of dogs in general. When we call up an image of a friend's face, we are not likely to reproduce the expression he had on some one particular occasion, but rather a compromise expression derived from many occasions. And there is hardly any limit to the vagueness of which images are capable. In such cases, the meaning of the image, if defined by relation to the prototype, is vague. There is not one definite prototype, but a number, none of which is copied exactly. Footnote: Compare Semmel, Chemische Empfindungen, Chapter 16, especially pages 301 to 308. There is, however, another way of approaching the meaning of images, namely through their causal efficacy. What is called an image "of" some definite object, say St. Paul's, has some of the effects which the object would have. This applies especially to the effects that depend upon association. The emotional effects also are often similar. Images may stimulate desire almost as strongly as do the objects they represent. And conversely, desire may cause images. Footnote: This phrase is in need of interpretation, as appears from the analysis of desire. but the reader can easily supply the interpretation for himself. A hungry man will have images of food, and so on. In all these ways, the causal laws concerning images are connected with the causal laws concerning the objects which the images mean. An image may thus come to fulfill the function of a general idea. The vague image of a dog, which we spoke of a moment ago, will have effects which are only connected with dogs in general, not the more special effects which would be produced by some dogs and not by others. Berkeley and Hume, in their attack on general ideas, do not allow for the vagueness of images. They assume that every image has the definiteness that a physical object would have. This is not the case, and a vague image may well have a meaning which is general. In order to define the meaning of an image, we have to take account both of its resemblance to one or more prototypes and of its causal efficacy. If there were such a thing as a pure imagination image, without any prototype whatever, it would be destitute of meaning. But according to Hume's principle, the simple elements in an image, at least, are derived from prototypes, except possibly in very rare exceptional cases. Often, in such instances as our image of a friend's face or of a nondescript dog, an image is not derived from one prototype, but from many. When this happens, the image is vague, and blurs the features in which the various prototypes differ. To arrive at the meaning of the image in such a case, we observe that there are certain respects, notably associations, in which the effects of images resemble those of their prototypes. If we find, in a given case, that our vague image, say, of a nondescript dog, has those associative effects which all dogs would have, but not those belonging to any special dog or kind of dog, we may say that our image means dog in general. If it has all the associations appropriate to spaniels but no others, we shall say it means spaniel, while if it has all the associations appropriate to one particular dog, it will mean that dog, however vague it may be as a picture. The meaning of an image, according to this analysis, is constituted by a combination of likeness and associations. It is not a sharp or definite conception, and in many cases it will be impossible to decide with any certainty what an image means. I think this lies in the nature of things, and not in defective analysis. We may give somewhat more precision to the above account of the meaning of images, and extend it to meaning in general. We find sometimes that in mnemic causation, an image or word as stimulus has the same effect, or very nearly the same effect, as would belong to some object, say a certain dog. In that case, we say that the image or word means that object. In other cases, the mnemic effects are not all those of one object, but only those shared by objects of a certain kind, e.g., by all dogs. In other cases, the mnemic effects are not all those of one object, but only those shared by objects of a certain kind, e.g., by all dogs. In this case, the meaning of the image or word is general. It means the whole kind. Generality and particularity are a matter of degree. If two particulars differ sufficiently little, their mnemic effects will be the same. Therefore no image or word can mean the one as opposed to the other. This sets a bound to the particularity of meaning. On the other hand, the mnemic effects of a number of sufficiently dissimilar objects will have nothing discoverable in common. Hence a word which aims at complete generality, such as entity, for example, will have to be devoid of mnemic effects, and therefore of meaning. In practice this is not the case. Such words have verbal associations, the learning of which constitutes the study of metaphysics. The meaning of a word, unlike that of an image, is wholly constituted by mnemic causal laws, and not in any degree by likeness, except in exceptional cases. The word dog bears no resemblance to a dog, but its effects, like those of an image of a dog, resemble the effects of an actual dog in certain respects. It is much easier to say definitely what a word means than what an image means, since words, however they originated, have been framed in later times for the purpose of having meaning, and men have been engaged for ages in giving increased precision to the meanings of words. But although it is easier to say what a word means than what an image means, the relation which constitutes meaning is much the same in both cases. A word, like an image, has the same associations as its meaning has. In addition to other associations, it is associated with images of its meaning, so that the word tends to call up the image, and the image tends to call up the word. But this association is not essential to the intelligent use of words. If a word has the right associations with other objects, we shall be able to use it correctly, and understand its use by others, even if it evokes no image. The theoretical understanding of words involves only the power of associating them correctly with other words. The practical understanding involves associations with other bodily movements. The use of words is, of course, primarily social, for the purpose of suggesting to others ideas which we entertain, or at least wish them to entertain. But the aspect of words that specially concerns us is their power of promoting our own thought. Almost all higher intellectual activity is a matter of words, to the nearly total exclusion of everything else. The advantages of words for purposes of thought are so great that I should never end if I were to enumerate them. But a few of them deserve to be mentioned. In the first place, there is no difficulty in producing a word, whereas an image cannot always be brought into existence at will, and when it comes, it often contains much irrelevant detail. In the second place, much of our thinking is concerned with abstract matters which do not readily lend themselves to imagery, and are apt to be falsely conceived if we insist upon finding images that may be supposed to represent them. The word is always concrete and sensible, however abstract its meaning may be, and thus by the help of words we are able to dwell on abstractions in a way which would otherwise be impossible. In the third place, two instances of the same word are so similar that neither has associations not capable of being shared by the other. Two instances of the word dog are much more alike than, say, a pug and a Great Dane. Hence the word dog makes it much easier to think about dogs in general. When a number of objects have a common property which is important but not obvious, the invention of a name for the common property helps us to remember it and to think of the whole set of objects that possess it. But it is unnecessary to prolong the catalogue of the uses of language and thought. At the same time, it is possible to conduct rudimentary thought by means of images, and it is important, sometimes, to check purely verbal thought by reference to what it means. In philosophy especially, the tyranny of traditional words is dangerous, and we have to be on our guard against assuming that grammar is the key to metaphysics, or that the structure of a sentence corresponds at all accurately with the structure of the fact that it asserts. Sayce maintained that all European philosophy since Aristotle has been dominated by the fact that the philosophers spoke Indo-European languages, and therefore supposed the world, like the sentences that they were used to, necessarily divisible into subjects and predicates. When we come to the consideration of truth and falsehood, we shall see how necessary it is to avoid assuming too close a parallelism between facts and the sentences which assert them. Against such errors, the only safeguard is to be able, once in a way, to discard words for a moment and contemplate facts more directly through images. Most serious advances in philosophic thought result from some such comparatively direct contemplation of facts. But the outcome has to be expressed in words if it is to be communicable. Those who have a relatively direct vision of facts are often incapable of translating their vision into words, while those who possess the words have usually lost the vision. It is partly for this reason that the highest philosophical capacity is so rare. It requires a combination of vision with abstract words which is hard to achieve, and too quickly lost in the few who have for a moment achieved it. End of section 12. Recording by David Martin.
Section 13 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. 13. General Ideas and Thought. It is said to be one of the merits of the human mind that it is capable of framing abstract ideas and of conducting non-sensational thought. In this it is supposed to differ from the mind of animals. From Plato onward, the idea has played a great part in the systems of idealizing philosophers. The idea has been, in their hands, always something noble and abstract, the apprehension and use of which by man confers upon him a quite special dignity. The thing we have to consider today is this: seeing that there certainly are words of which the meaning is abstract, and seeing that we can use these words intelligently, what must be assumed or inferred, or what can be discovered by observation in the way of mental content to account for the intelligent use of abstract words? Taken as a problem in logic, the answer is, of course, that absolutely nothing in the way of abstract mental content is inferable from the mere fact that we can use intelligently words of which the meaning is abstract. It is clear that a sufficiently ingenious person could manufacture a machine moved by olfactory stimuli, which, whenever a dog appeared in its neighborhood, would say, "There is a dog," and when a cat appeared would throw stones at it. The act of saying, "There is a dog," and the act of throwing stones would in such a case be equally mechanical. Correct speech does not of itself afford any better evidence of mental content than the performance of any other set of biologically useful movements, such as those of flight or combat. All that is inferable from language is that two instances of a universal, even when they differ very greatly, may cause the utterance of two instances of the same word, which only differ very slightly. As we saw in the preceding lecture, the word dog is useful partly because two instances of this word are much more similar than, say, a pug and a Great Dane. The use of words is thus a method of substituting for two particulars which differ widely, in spite of being instances of the same universal, two other particulars which differ very little, and which are also instances of a universal, namely the name of the previous universal. Thus, so far as logic is concerned, we are entirely free to adopt any theory as to general ideas which empirical observation may recommend. Berkeley and Hume made a vigorous onslaught on abstract ideas. They meant by an idea approximately what we should call an image. Locke, having maintained that he could form an idea of triangle in general without deciding what sort of triangle it was to be, Berkeley contended that this was impossible. He says, "Whether others have this wonderful faculty of abstracting their ideas, they best can tell. For myself, I dare be confident I have it not. I find, indeed, I have indeed a faculty of imagining, or representing to myself, the ideas of those particular things I have perceived, and of variously compounding and dividing them. I can imagine a man with two heads, or the upper parts of a man joined to the body of a horse. I can consider the hand, the eye, the nose, each by itself abstracted or separated from the rest of the body. But then, whatever hand or eye I imagine, it must have some particular shape and color. Likewise, the idea of a man that I frame to myself must be either of a white, or a black, or a tawny, a straight, or a crooked, a tall, or a low, or a middle-sized man. I cannot by any effort of thought conceive the abstract idea above described, and it is equally impossible for me to form the abstract idea of motion distinct from the body moving, and which is neither swift nor slow, curvilinear nor rectilinear, and the like may be said of all other abstract general ideas whatsoever. To be plain, I own myself able to abstract in one sense, as when I consider some particular parts of qualities separated from others, with which, though they are united in some object, yet it is possible they may really exist without them. But I deny that I can abstract from one another, or conceive separately, those qualities which it is impossible should exist so separated, or that I can frame a general notion by abstracting from particulars in the manner aforesaid. Which last are the two proper acceptations of abstraction, and there is ground to think most men will acknowledge themselves to be in my case. The generality of men which are simple and illiterate never pretend to abstract notions. It is said they are difficult, and not to be attained without pains and study. We may therefore reasonably conclude that, if such there be, they are confined only to the learned. I proceed to examine what can be alleged in defence of the doctrine of abstraction, and try if I can discover what it is that inclines the men of speculation to embrace an opinion so remote from common sense as that seems to be. There has been a late excellent and deservedly esteemed philosopher who, no doubt, has given it very much countenance, by seeming to think the having abstract general ideas is what puts the widest difference in point of understanding betwixt man and beast. The having of general ideas, saith he, is that which puts a perfect distinction betwixt man and brutes, and is an excellency which the faculties of brutes do by no means attain unto. For it is evident we observe no footsteps in them of making use of general signs for universal ideas, from which we have reason to imagine that they have not the faculty of abstracting or making general ideas, since they have no use of words or any other general signs. And a little after, therefore, I think we may suppose that it is in this that the species of brutes are discriminated from men, and it is that proper difference wherein they are wholly separated, and which at last widens to so wide a distance. For if they have any ideas at all, and are not bare machines, as some would have them, we cannot deny them to have some reason. It seems as evident to me that they do, some of them, in certain instances, reason, as that they have sense, but it is only in particular ideas, just as they receive them from their senses. They are the best of them tied up within those narrow bounds, and have not, as I think, the faculty to enlarge them by any kind of abstraction. I readily agree with this learned author, that the faculties of brutes can by no means attain to abstraction. But then, if this be made the distinguishing property of that sort of animals, I fear a great many of those that pass for men must be reckoned into their number. The reason that is here assigned why we have no grounds to think brutes have abstract general ideas is, that we observe in them no use of words or any other general signs, which is built on this supposition, that the making use of words implies the having general ideas, from which it follows that men who use language are able to abstract or generalize their ideas. That this is the sense and arguing of the author will further appear by his answering the question. He in another place puts, "Since all things that exist are only particulars, how come we by general terms?" His answer is, "Words become general by being made the signs of general ideas." But it seems that a word becomes general by being made the sign, not of an abstract general idea, but of several particular ideas, any one of which it indifferently suggests to the mind. For example, when it is said, "The change of motion is proportional to the impressed force," or that "whatever has extension is divisible," these propositions are to be understood of motion and extension in general, and nevertheless it will not follow that they suggest to my thoughts an idea of motion without a body moved, or any determinate direction and velocity, or that I must conceive an abstract general idea of extension, which is neither line, surface, nor solid, neither great nor small, black, white, nor red, nor of any other determinate color. It is only implied that whatever particular motion I consider, whether it be swift or slow, perpendicular, horizontal, or oblique, or in whatever object, the axiom concerning it holds equally true, as does the other of every particular extension. It matters not whether line, surface, or solid, whether of this or that magnitude or figure. By observing how ideas become general, we may the better judge how words are made so. And here it is to be noted that I do not deny absolutely there are general ideas, but only that there are any abstract general ideas. For, in the passages we have quoted, wherein there is mention of general ideas, it is always supposed that they are formed by abstraction, after the manner set forth in sections 8 and 9. Now, if we will annex a meaning to our words, and speak only of what we can conceive, I believe we shall acknowledge that an idea which, considered in itself, is particular, becomes general by being made to represent or stand for all other particular ideas of the same sort. To make this plain by an example, suppose a geometrician is demonstrating the method of cutting a line in two equal parts. He draws, for instance, a black line of an inch in length. This, which in itself is a particular line, is nevertheless, with regard to its signification, general, since, as it is there used, it represents all particular lines whatsoever, so that what is demonstrated of it is demonstrated of all lines, or in other words, of a line in general. And as that particular line becomes general by being made a sign, so the name line, which taken absolutely is particular, by being a sign is made general. And as the former owes its generality not to its being the sign of an abstract or general line, but of all particular right lines that may possibly exist, so the latter must be thought to derive its generality from the same cause, namely, the various particular lines which it indifferently denotes. Berkeley's view in the above passage, which is essentially the same as Hume's, does not wholly agree with modern psychology, although it comes nearer to agreement than does the view of those who believe that there are in the mind single contents which can be called abstract ideas. The way in which Berkeley's view is inadequate is chiefly in the fact that images are, as a rule, not of one definite prototype, but of a number of related similar prototypes. On this subject Semon has written well. In De Nemi, pages 217 following, discussing the effect of repeated similar stimuli in producing and modifying our images, he says, "We choose a case of mnemic excitement, whose existence we can perceive for ourselves by introspection, and seek to ekphore the bodily picture of our nearest relation in his absence, and have thus a pure mnemic excitement before us. At first it may seem to us that a determinate, quite concrete picture becomes manifest in us, but just when we are concerned with a person with whom we are in constant contact, we shall find that the ekphored picture has something, so to speak, generalized. It is something like those American photographs which seek to display what is general about a type by combining a great number of photographs of different heads over each other on one plate. In our opinion, the generalizations happen by the homophonic working of different pictures of the same face, which we have come across in the most different conditions and situations, once pale, once reddened, once cheerful, once earnest, once in this light, and once in that. As soon as we do not let the whole series of repetitions resound in us uniformly, but give our attention to one particular moment out of the many, this particular mnemic stimulus at once overbalances its simultaneously roused predecessors and successors, and we perceive the face in question with concrete definiteness in that particular situation. A little later he says, "The result is, at least in man, but probably also in the higher animals, the development of a sort of physiological abstraction. Mnemic homophony gives us, without the addition of other processes of thought, a picture of our friend X, which is in a certain sense abstract, not the concrete in any one situation, but X cut loose from any particular point of time. If the circle of ekphored engrams is drawn even more widely, abstract pictures of a higher order appear, for instance, a white man or a negro. In my opinion, the first form of abstract concepts in general is based upon such abstract pictures. The physiological abstraction which takes place in the above described manner is a predecessor of purely logical abstraction. It is by no means a monopoly of the human race, but shows itself in various ways also among the more highly organized animals." The same subject is treated in more detail in chapter 16 of Die Nemischen Empfindungen, but what is said there adds nothing vital to what is contained in the above quotations. It is necessary, however, to distinguish between the vague and the general. So long as we are content with Semon's composite image, we may get no farther than the vague. The question whether this image takes us to the general or not depends, I think, upon the question whether, In addition to the generalized image, we have also particular images of some of the instances out of which it is compounded. Suppose, for example, that on a number of occasions you had seen one negro, and that you did not know whether this one was the same or different on the different occasions. Suppose that in the end you had an abstract memory image of the different appearances presented by the negro on different occasions, but no memory image of any one of the single appearances. In that case, your image would be vague. If, on the other hand, you have, in addition to the generalized image, particular images of the several appearances sufficiently clear to be recognized as different, and as instances of the generalized picture, you will then not feel the generalized picture to be adequate to any one particular appearance, and you will be able to make it function as a general idea rather than a vague idea. If this view is correct, no new general content needs to be added to the generalized image. What needs to be added is particular images compared and contrasted with the generalized image. So far as I can judge by introspection, this does occur in practice. Take, for example, Semon's instance of a friend's face. Unless we make some special effort of recollection, the face is likely to come before us with an average expression, very blurred and vague. But we can at will recall how our friend looked on some special occasion when he was pleased, or angry, or unhappy, and this enables us to realize the generalized character of the vague image. There is, however, another way of distinguishing between the vague, the particular, and the general, and this is not by their content, but by the reaction which they produce. A word, for example, may be said to be vague when it is applicable to a number of different individuals, but to each as individuals. The name Smith, for example, is vague. It is always meant to apply to one man, but there are many men to each of whom it applies. The word man, on the other hand, is general. We say, "This is Smith," but we do not say, "This is man," but "This is a man." Thus we may say that a word embodies a vague idea when its effects are appropriate to an individual, but are the same for various similar individuals, while a word embodies a general idea when its effects are different from those appropriate to individuals. In what this difference consists, it is, however, not easy to say. I am inclined to think that it consists merely in the knowledge that no one individual is represented, so that what distinguishes a general idea from a vague idea is merely the presence of a certain accompanying belief. If this view is correct, a general idea differs from a vague one in a way analogous to that in which a memory image differs from an imagination image. There also we found that the difference consists merely of the fact that a memory image is accompanied by a belief, in this case as to the past. It should also be said that our images, even of quite particular occurrences, have always a greater or a less degree of vagueness. That is to say, the occurrence might have varied within certain limits without causing our image to vary recognizably. To arrive at the general, it is necessary that we should be able to contrast it with a number of relatively precise images or words for particular occurrences. So long as all our images and words are vague, we cannot arrive at the contrast by which the general is defined. This is the justification for the view which I quoted on page 184 from Ribot, namely that intelligence progresses from the indefinite to the definite, and that the vague appears earlier than either the particular or the general. I think the view which I have been advocating, to the effect that a general idea is distinguished from a vague one by the presence of a judgment, is also that intended by Ribot when he says, "The generic image is never, the concept is always, a judgment." We know that for logicians, formerly at any rate, the concept is the simple and primitive element. Next comes the judgment, uniting two or several concepts. Then ratiocination, combining two or several judgments. For the psychologists, on the contrary, affirmation is the fundamental act. The concept is the result of judgment, explicit or implicit, of similarities with exclusion of differences. A great deal of work, professing to be experimental, has been done in recent years on the psychology of thought. A good summary of such work, up to the year ago, is contained in Titchener's Lectures on the Experimental Psychology of the Thought Processes, 1909, 3 articles in the Archiv für die Gesamt Psychologie by Watt, Messer, and Buhler contain a great deal of the material amassed by the methods which Titchener calls experimental. For my part, I am unable to attach as much importance to this work as many psychologists do. The method employed appears to me hardly to fulfill the conditions of scientific experiment. Broadly speaking, what is done is that a set of questions are asked of various people, their answers are recorded, and likewise their own accounts, based upon introspection, of the processes of thought which led them to give those answers. Much too much reliance seems to me to be placed upon the correctness of their introspection. On introspection as a method I have spoken earlier. I am not prepared, like Professor Watson, to reject it wholly, but I do consider that it is exceedingly fallible, and quite peculiarly liable to falsification in accordance with preconceived theory. It is like depending upon the report of a short-sighted person as to whom he sees coming along the road at a moment when he is firmly convinced that Jones is sure to come. If everybody were short-sighted and obsessed with beliefs as to what was going to be visible, we might have to make the best of such testimony, but we should need to correct its errors by taking care to collect the simultaneous evidence of people with the most divergent expectations. There is no evidence that this was done in the experiments in question, nor indeed that the influence of theory in falsifying the introspection was at all adequately recognized. I feel convinced that if Professor Watson had been one of the subjects of the questionnaires, he would have given answers totally different from those recorded in the articles in question. Titchener quotes an opinion of Wundt on these investigations, which appears to me thoroughly justified. These experiments, he says, are not experiments at all in the sense of a scientific methodology. They are counterfeit experiments that seem methodical simply because they are ordinarily performed in a psychological laboratory, and involve the cooperation of two persons, who purport to be experimenter and observer. In reality, they are as unmethodical as possible. They possess none of the special features by which we distinguish the introspections of experimental psychology from the casual introspections of everyday life. Titchener, of course, dissents from this opinion, but I cannot see that his reasons for dissent are adequate. My doubts are only increased by the fact that Buhler, at any rate, used trained psychologists as his subjects. A trained psychologist is, of course, supposed to have acquired the habit of observation, but he is at least equally likely to have acquired a habit of seeing what his theories require. We may take Buhler's Übergedanken to illustrate the kind of results arrived at by such methods. Buhler says, "We ask ourselves the general question, what do we experience when we think? Then we do not at all attempt a preliminary determination of the concept thought, but choose for analysis only such processes as everyone would describe as processes of thought. The most important thing in thinking," he says, "is awareness that bewusstheit das, which he calls a thought. It is," he says, "thoughts in this sense that are essential to thinking. Thinking," he maintains, "does not need language or sensuous presentations. I assert, rather, that in principle every object can be thought, meant distinctly, without any help from sensuous presentation, Anschauungshilfen. Every individual shade of blue color on the picture that hangs in my room I can think with complete distinctness unsensuously, unanschaulich, provided it is possible that the object should be given to me in another manner than by the help of sensations. How that is possible we shall see later. What he calls a thought, Gedanke, cannot be reduced, according to him, to other psychic occurrences. He maintains that thoughts consist for the most part of known rules. It is clearly essential to the interest of this theory that the thought or rule alluded to by Buhler should not need to be expressed in words, for if it is expressed in words, it is immediately capable of being dealt with on the lines with which the behaviorists have familiarized us. It is clear also that the supposed absence of words rests solely upon the introspective testimony of the persons experimented upon. I cannot think that there is sufficient certainty of their reliability in this negative observation to make us accept a difficult and revolutionary view of thought, merely because they have failed to observe the presence of words or their equivalent in their thinking. I think it far more likely, especially in view of the fact that the persons concerned were highly educated, that we are concerned with telescoped processes, in which habit has caused a great many intermediate terms to be elided or to be passed over so quickly as to escape observation. I am inclined to think that similar remarks apply to the general idea of imageless thinking, concerning which there has been much controversy. The advocates of imageless thinking are not contending merely that there can be thinking which is purely verbal. They are contending that there can be thinking which proceeds neither in words nor in images. My own feeling is that they have rashly assumed the presence of thinking in cases where habit has rendered thinking unnecessary. When Thorndike experimented with animals in cages, he found that the associations established were between a sensory stimulus and a bodily movement, not the idea of it, without the need of supposing any non-physiological intermediary. The same thing, it seems to me, applies to ourselves. A certain sensory situation produces in us a certain bodily movement. Sometimes this movement consists in uttering words. Prejudice leads us to suppose that between the sensory stimulus and the utterance of the words a process of thought must have intervened, but there seems no good reason for such a supposition. Any habitual action, such as eating or dressing, may be performed on the appropriate occasion without any need of thought, and the same seems to be true of a painfully large proportion of our talk. What applies to uttered speech applies, of course, equally to the internal speech which is not uttered. I remain, therefore, entirely unconvinced that there is any such phenomenon as thinking which consists neither of images nor of words, or that ideas have to be added to sensations and images as part of the material out of which mental phenomena are built. The question of the nature of our consciousness of the universal is much affected by our view as to the general nature of the relation of consciousness to its object. If we adopt the view of Brentano, according to which all mental content has essential reference to an object, it is then natural to suppose that there is some peculiar kind of mental content of which the object is a universal, as opposed to a particular. According to this view, a particular cat can be perceived or imagined, while the universal cat is conceived. But this whole manner of viewing our dealings with universals has to be abandoned when the relation of a mental occurrence to its object is regarded as merely indirect and causal, which is the view that we have adopted. The mental content is, of course, always particular, and the question as to what it means, in case it means anything, is one which cannot be settled by merely examining the intrinsic character of the mental content, but only by knowing its causal connections in the case of the person concerned. To say that a certain thought means a universal, as opposed to either a vague or a particular, is to say something exceedingly complex. A horse will behave in a certain manner whenever he smells a bear, even if the smell is derived from a bear skin. That is to say, any environment containing an instance of the universal smell of a bear produces closely similar behavior in the horse, but we do not say that the horse is conscious of this universal. There is equally little reason to regard a man as conscious of the same universal, because under the same circumstances he can react by saying, "I smell a bear." This reaction, like that of the horse, is merely closely similar on different occasions where the environment affords instances of the same universal. Words of which the logical meaning is universal can therefore be employed correctly, without anything that could be called consciousness of universals. Such consciousness, in the only sense in which it can be said to exist, is a matter of reflective judgment, consisting in the observation of similarities and differences. A universal never appears before the mind as a single object in the sort of way in which something perceived appears. I think a logical argument could be produced to show that universals are part of the structure of the world, but they are an inferred part, not a part of our data. What exists in us consists of various factors, some open to external observation, others only visible to introspection. The factors open to external observation are primarily habits, having the peculiarity that very similar reactions are produced by stimuli which are in many respects very different from each other. Of this, the reaction of the horse to the smell of the bear is an instance, and so is the reaction of the man who says bear under the same circumstances. The verbal reaction is, of course, the most important from the point of view of what may be called knowledge of universals. A man who can always use the word dog when he sees a dog may be said, in a certain sense, to know the meaning of the word dog, and in that sense to have knowledge of the universal dog. But there is, of course, a further stage reached by the logician in which he not merely reacts with the word dog, but sets to work to discover what it is in the environment that causes in him this almost identical reaction on different occasions. This further stage consists in knowledge of similarities and differences, similarities which are necessary to the applicability of the word dog, and differences which are compatible with it. Our knowledge of these similarities and differences is never exhaustive, and therefore our knowledge of the meaning of a universal is never complete. In addition to external observable habits, including the habit of words, there is also the generic image produced by the superposition, or in Semon's phrase, homophony, of a number of similar perceptions. This image is vague so long as the multiplicity of its prototypes is not recognized, but becomes universal when it exists alongside of the more specific images of its instances, and is knowingly contrasted with them. In this case we find again, as we found when we were discussing words in general in the preceding lecture, that images are not logically necessary in order to account for observable behavior, that is, in this case, intelligent speech. Intelligent speech could exist as a motor habit, without any accompaniment of images, and this conclusion applies to words of which the meaning is universal, just as much as to words of which the meaning is relatively particular. If this conclusion is valid, it follows that behaviorist psychology, which eschews introspective data, is capable of being an independent science, and of accounting for all that part of the behavior of other people which is commonly regarded as evidence that they think. It must be admitted that this conclusion considerably weakens the reliance which can be placed upon introspective data. They must be accepted simply on account of the fact that we seem to perceive them, not on account of their supposed necessity for explaining the data of external observation. This, at any rate, is the conclusion to which we are forced, so long as, with the behaviorists, we accept common sense views of the physical world. But if, as I have urged, the physical world itself as known is infected through and through with subjectivity, if, as the theory of relativity suggests, the physical universe contains the diversity of points of view which we have been accustomed to regard as distinctively psychological, then we are brought back by this different road to the necessity for trusting observations which are, in an important sense, private, and it is the privacy of introspective data which causes much of the behaviorist's objection to them. This is an example of the difficulty of constructing an adequate philosophy of any one science without taking account of other sciences. The behaviorist philosophy of psychology, though in many respects admirable from the point of view of method, appears to me to fail in the last analysis because it is based upon an inadequate philosophy of physics. In spite, therefore, of the fact that the evidence for images, whether generic or particular, is merely introspective, I cannot admit that images should be rejected, or that we should minimize their function in our knowledge of what is remote in time or space. End of section 13.
Lecture 12 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Smalley. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Lecture 12, Belief. Belief, which is our subject today, is the central problem in the analysis of mind. Believing seems the most mental thing we do, the thing most remote from what is done by mere matter. The whole intellectual life consists of beliefs and of the passage from one belief to another by what is called reasoning. Beliefs give knowledge and error. They are the vehicles of truth and falsehood. Psychology, theory of knowledge, and metaphysics revolve about belief, and on the view we take of belief our philosophical outlook largely depends. Before embarking upon the detailed analysis of belief, we shall do well to note certain requisites which any theory must fulfill. 1. Just as words are characterized by meaning, so beliefs are characterized by truth or falsehood. And just as meaning consists in relation to the object meant, so truth and falsehood consist in relation to something that lies outside the belief. You may believe that such and such a horse will win the Derby. The time comes, and your horse wins or does not win. According to the outcome, your belief was true or false. You may believe that 6 times 9 is 56. In this case also there is a fact which makes your belief false. You may believe that America was discovered in 1492, or that it was discovered in 1066. In the one case your belief is true, in the other false. In either case, its truth or falsehood depends upon the actions of Columbus, not upon anything present or under your control. What makes a belief true or false I call a fact. The particular fact that makes a given belief true or false I call its objective, and the relation of the belief to its objective I call the reference, or the objective reference, of the belief. Thus, if I believe that Columbus crossed the Atlantic in 1492, the objective of my belief is Columbus's actual voyage, and the reference of my belief is the relation between my belief and the voyage, that relation, namely, in virtue of which the voyage makes my belief true, or in another case false. Reference of beliefs differs from meaning of words in various ways, but especially in the fact that it is of two kinds, true reference and false reference. The truth or falsehood of a belief does not depend upon anything intrinsic to the belief, but upon the nature of its relation to its objective. The intrinsic nature of belief can be treated without reference to what makes it true or false. In the remainder of the present lecture I shall ignore truth and falsehood, which will be the subject of Lecture 13. It is the intrinsic nature of belief that will concern us today. 2. We must distinguish between believing and what is believed. I may believe that Columbus crossed the Atlantic, that all Cretans are liars, that 2 and 2 are 4, or that 9 times 6 is 56. In all these cases the believing is just the same, and only the contents believed are different. I may remember my breakfast this morning, my lecture last week, or my first sight of New York. In all these cases the feeling of memory belief is just the same, and only what is remembered differs. Exactly similar remarks apply to expectations. Bare assent, memory, and expectation are forms of belief. All three are different from what is believed, and each has a constant character which is independent of what is believed. In Lecture 1 we criticized the analysis of a presentation into act, content, and object. But our analysis of belief contains three very similar elements, namely, the believing, which is believed, and the objective. The objections to the act, in the case of presentations, are not valid against the believing in the case of beliefs, because the believing is an actual experienced feeling, not something postulated, like the act. But it is necessary first to complete our preliminary requisites, and then to examine the content of a belief. After that we shall be in a position to return to the question as to what constitutes believing. 3. What is believed and the believing must both consist of present occurrences in the believer, no matter what may be the objective of the belief. Suppose I believe, for example, that Caesar crossed the Rubicon. The objective of my belief is an event which happened long ago, which I never saw and do not remember. This event itself is not in my mind when I believe that it happened. It is not correct to say that I am believing the actual event. What I am believing is something now in my mind, something related to the event, in a way which we shall investigate in Lecture 13. But obviously not to be confounded with the event, since the event is not occurring now, but the believing is. What a man is believing at a given moment is wholly determinate if we know the contents of his mind at that moment. But Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon was an historical physical event, which is distinct from the present contents of every present mind. What is believed, however true it may be, is not the actual fact that makes the belief true, but a present event related to the fact. This present event, which is what is believed, I shall call the content of the belief. We have already had occasion to notice the distinction between content and objective in the case of memory beliefs, where the content is "this occurred," and the objective is the past event. 4. Between content and objective there is sometimes a very wide gulf, for example in the case of "Caesar crossed the Rubicon." This gulf may, when it is first perceived, give us a feeling that we cannot really "know" anything about the outer world. All we can "know," it may be said, is what is now in our thoughts. If Caesar and the Rubicon cannot be bodily in our thoughts, it might seem as though we must remain cut off from knowledge of them. I shall not now deal at length with this feeling, since it is necessary first to define knowing, which cannot be done yet. But I will say, as a preliminary answer, that the feeling assumes an ideal of knowing which I believe to be quite mistaken. It assumes, if it is thought out, something like the mystic unity of knower and known. These two are often said to be combined into a unity by the fact of cognition. Hence, when this unity is plainly absent, it may seem as if there were no genuine cognition. For my part, I think such theories and feelings wholly mistaken. I believe knowing to be a very external and complicated relation, incapable of exact definition, dependent upon causal laws, and involving no more unity than there is between a sign-post and the town to which it points. I shall return to this question on a later occasion. For the moment these provisional remarks must suffice. 5. The objective reference of a belief is connected with the fact that all or some of the constituents of its content have meaning. If I say, "Caesar conquered Gaul," a person who knows the meaning of the three words composing my statement knows as much as can be known about the nature of the objective which would make my statement true. It is clear that the objective reference of a belief is, in general, in some way derivative from the meanings of the words or images that occur in its content. There are, however, certain complications which must be borne in mind. In the first place, it might be contended that a memory image acquires meaning only through the memory belief, which would seem, at least in the case of memory, to make belief more primitive than the meaning of images. In the second place, it is a very singular thing that meaning, which is single, should generate objective reference, which is dual, namely true and false. This is one of the facts which any theory of belief must explain if it is to be satisfactory. It is now time to leave these preliminary requisites, and attempt the analysis of the contents of beliefs. The first thing to notice about what is believed, that is, about the content of a belief, is that it is always complex. We believe that a certain thing has a certain property, or a certain relation to something else, or that it occurred or will occur, in the sense discussed at the end of Lecture 9. Or we may believe that all the members of a certain class have a certain property, or that a certain property sometimes occurs among the members of a class. Or we may believe that if one thing happens, another will happen. For example, if it rains, I shall bring my umbrella. Or we may believe that something does not happen, or did not or will not happen. For example, it won't rain. Or that one of two things must happen. For example, either you withdraw your accusation, or I shall bring a libel action. The catalogue of the sorts of things we may believe is infinite, but all of them are complex. Language sometimes conceals the complexity of a belief. We say that a person believes in God, and it might seem as if God formed the whole content of the belief. But what is really believed is that God exists, which is very far from being simple. Similarly, when a person has a memory image with a memory belief, the belief is "this occurred," in the sense explained in Lecture 9, and "this occurred" is not simple. In like manner, all cases where the content of a belief seems simple at first sight will be found, on examination, to confirm the view that the content is always complex. The content of a belief involves not merely a plurality of constituents, but definite relations between them. It is not determinate when its constituents alone are given. For example, Plato preceded Aristotle and Aristotle preceded Plato are both contents which may be believed, but although they consist of exactly the same constituents, they are different and even incompatible. The content of a belief may consist of words only, or of images only, or of a mixture of the two, or of either or both together with one or more sensations. It must contain at least one constituent which is a word or an image, and it may or may not contain one or more sensations as constituents. Some examples will make these various possibilities clear. We may take first recognition, in either of the forms, "This is of such and such a kind," or "This has occurred before." In either case, present sensation is a constituent. For example, you hear a noise and you say to yourself, "Tram." Here the noise and the word tram are both constituents of your belief. There is also a relation between them, expressed by is in the proposition, "That is a tram." As soon as your act of recognition is completed by the occurrence of the word tram, your actions are affected. You hurry if you want the tram, or cease to hurry if you want a bus. In this case, the content of your belief is a sensation, the noise, and a word, tram, related in a way which may be called predication. The same noise may bring into your mind the visual image of a tram, instead of the word tram. In this case, your belief consists of a sensation and an image suitably related. Beliefs of this class are what are called judgments of perception. As we saw in Lecture 8, the images associated with a sensation often come with such spontaneity and force that the unsophisticated do not distinguish them from the sensation. It is only the psychologist or the skilled observer who is aware of the large mnemic element that is added to sensation to make perception. It may be objected that what is added consists merely of images without belief. This is no doubt sometimes the case, but is certainly sometimes not the case. It is enough for our purposes to note that it sometimes occurs, and that when it does, the content of our belief consists of a sensation and an image suitably related. In a pure memory belief only images occur, but a mixture of words and images is very common in memory. You have an image of the past occurrence, and you say to yourself, "Yes, that's how it was." Here the image and the words together make up the content of the belief. And when the remembering of an incident has become a habit, it may be purely verbal, and the memory belief may consist of words alone. The more complicated forms of belief tend to consist only of words. Often images of various kinds accompany them, but they are apt to be irrelevant, and to form no part of what is actually believed. For example, in thinking of the solar system, you are likely to have vague images of pictures you have seen of the earth surrounded by clouds, Saturn and his rings, the sun during an eclipse, and so on. But none of these form part of your belief that the planets revolve around the sun in elliptical orbits. The only images that form an actual part of such beliefs are, as a rule, images of words. And images of words, for the reasons considered in Lecture 8, cannot be distinguished with any certainty from sensations, when, as is often, if not usually the case, they are kinesthetic images of pronouncing the words. It is impossible for a belief to consist of sensations alone, except when, as in the case of words, the sensations have associations which make them signs possessed of meaning. The reason is that objective reference is of the essence of belief, and objective reference is derived from meaning. When I speak of a belief consisting partly of sensations and partly of words, I do not mean to deny that the words, when they are not mere images, are sensational, but that they occur as signs, not, so to speak, in their own right. To revert to the noise of the tram, when you hear it and say "tram," the noise and the word are both sensations, if you actually pronounce the word, but the noise is part of the fact which makes your belief true, whereas the word is not part of this fact. It is the meaning of the word "tram," not the actual word, that forms part of the fact which is the objective of your belief. Thus the word occurs in the belief as a symbol, in virtue of its meaning, whereas the noise enters into both the belief and its objective. It is this that distinguishes the occurrence of words as symbols from the occurrence of sensations in their own right. The objective contains the sensations that occur in their own right, but contains only the meanings of the words that occur as symbols. For the sake of simplicity, we may ignore the cases in which sensations in their own right form part of the content of a belief, and confine ourselves to images and words. We may also omit the cases in which both images and words occur in the content of a belief. Thus we become confined to two cases: (a) when the content consists wholly of images; (b) when it consists wholly of words. The case of mixed images and words has no special importance, and its omission will do no harm. Let us take in illustration a case of memory. Suppose you are thinking of some familiar room. You may call up an image of it, and in your image the window may be to the left of the door. Without any intrusion of words, you may believe in the correctness of your image. You then have a belief consisting wholly of images, which becomes, when put into words, "The window is to the left of the door." You may yourself use these words and proceed to believe them. You thus pass from an image content to the corresponding word content. The content is different in the two cases, but its objective reference is the same. This shows the relation of image beliefs to word beliefs in a very simple case. In more elaborate cases, the relation becomes much less simple. It may be said that even in this very simple case, the objective reference of the word content is not quite the same as that of the image content, that images have a wealth of concrete features which are lost when words are substituted, that the window in the image is not a mere window in the abstract, but a window of a certain shape and size, not merely to the left of the door, but a certain distance to the left, and so on. In reply, it may be admitted at once that there is, as a rule, a certain amount of truth in the objection. But two points may be urged to minimize its force. First, images do not, as a rule, have that wealth of concrete detail that would make it impossible to express them fully in words. They are vague and fragmentary. A finite number of words, though perhaps a large number, would exhaust at least their significant features. For, and this is our second point, images enter into the content of a belief through the fact that they are capable of meaning, and their meaning does not, as a rule, have as much complexity as they have. Some of their characteristics are usually devoid of meaning. Thus it may well be possible to extract in words all that has meaning in an image content. In that case, the word content and the image content will have exactly the same objective reference. The content of a belief, when expressed in words, is the same thing, or very nearly the same thing, as what in logic is called a proposition. A proposition is a series of words, or sometimes a single word, expressing the kind of thing that can be asserted or denied. That all men are mortal, that Columbus discovered America, that Charles I died in his bed, that all philosophers are wise, are propositions. Not any series of words is a proposition, but only such series of words as have meaning, or, in our phraseology, objective reference. Given the meanings of separate words and the rules of syntax, the meaning of a proposition is determinate. This is the reason why we can understand a sentence we never heard before. You probably never heard before the proposition that the inhabitants of the Andaman Islands habitually eat stewed hippopotamus for dinner, but there is no difficulty in understanding the proposition. The question of the relation between the meaning of a sentence and the meanings of the separate words is difficult, and I shall not pursue it now. I brought it up solely as being illustrative of the nature of propositions. We may extend the term proposition so as to cover the image contents of beliefs consisting of images. Thus, in the case of remembering a room in which the window is to the left of the door, when we believe the image content, the proposition will consist of the image of the window on the left together with the image of the door on the right. We will distinguish propositions of this kind as image propositions, and propositions in words as word propositions. We may identify propositions in general with the contents of actual and possible beliefs, and we may say that it is propositions that are true or false. In logic we are concerned with propositions rather than beliefs, since logic is not interested in what people do in fact believe, but only in the conditions which determine the truth or falsehood of possible beliefs. Whenever possible, except when actual beliefs are in question, it is generally a simplification to deal with propositions. It would seem that image propositions are more primitive than word propositions, and may well antedate language. There is no reason why memory images, accompanied by that very simple belief feeling which we decided to be the essence of memory, should not have occurred before language arose. Indeed, it would be rash to assert positively that memory of this sort does not occur among the higher animals. Our more elementary beliefs, notably those that are added to sensation to make perception, often remain at the level of images. For example, most of the visual objects in our neighborhood rouse tactile images. We have a different feeling in looking at a sofa from what we have in looking at a block of marble, and the difference consists chiefly in different stimulation of our tactile imagination. It may be said that the tactile images are merely present, without any accompanying belief, but I think this view, though sometimes correct, derives its plausibility as a general proposition from our thinking of explicit conscious belief only. Most of our beliefs, like most of our wishes, are unconscious, in the sense that we have never told ourselves that we have them. Such beliefs display themselves when the expectations that they arouse fail in any way. For example, if someone puts tea, without milk, into a glass, and you drink it under the impression that it is going to be beer, or if you walk on what appears to be a tiled floor, and it turns out to be a soft carpet made to look like tiles. The shock of surprise on an occasion of this kind makes us aware of the expectations that habitually enter into our perceptions. And such expectations must be classed as beliefs, in spite of the fact that we do not normally take note of them or put them into words. I remember once watching a cock pigeon running over and over again to the edge of a looking glass to try to wreak vengeance on the particularly obnoxious bird whom he expected to find there, judging by what he saw in the glass. He must have experienced each time the sort of surprise on finding nothing, which is calculated to lead in time to the adoption of Berkeley's theory that objects of sense are only in the mind. His expectation, though not expressed in words, deserved, I think, to be called a belief. I come now to the question, what constitutes believing, as opposed to the content believed. To begin with, there are various different attitudes that may be taken towards the same content. Let us suppose, for the sake of argument, that you have a visual image of your breakfast table. You may expect it while you are dressing in the morning. Remember it as you go to your work. Feel doubt as to its correctness when questioned as to your powers of visualizing. Merely entertain the image, without connecting it with anything external, when you are going to sleep. Desire it if you are hungry, or feel aversion for it if you are ill. Suppose, for the sake of definiteness, that the content is an egg for breakfast. Then you have the following attitudes. I expect there will be an egg for breakfast. I remember there was an egg for breakfast. Was there an egg for breakfast? An egg for breakfast? Well, what of it? I hope there will be an egg for breakfast. I am afraid there will be an egg for breakfast, and it is sure to be bad. I do not suggest that this is a list of all possible attitudes on the subject. I say only that they are different attitudes, all concerned with the one content, an egg for breakfast. These attitudes are not all equally ultimate. Those that involve desire and aversion have occupied us in Lecture 3. For the present, we are only concerned with such as are cognitive. In speaking of memory, we distinguished three kinds of belief directed towards the same content, namely, memory, expectation, and bare assent without any time determination in the belief feeling. But before developing this view, we must examine two other theories which might be held concerning belief, and which, in some ways, would be more in harmony with a behaviorist outlook than the theory I wish to advocate. 1. The first theory to be examined is the view that the differentia of belief consists in its causal efficacy. I do not wish to make any author responsible for this theory. I wish merely to develop it hypothetically so that we may judge of its tenability. We defined the meaning of an image or word by causal efficacy, namely by associations. An image or word acquires meaning, we said, through having the same associations as what it means. We propose hypothetically to define belief by a different kind of causal efficacy, namely, efficacy in causing voluntary movements. Voluntary movements are defined as those vital movements which are distinguished from reflexive movements, as involving the higher nervous centers. I do not like to distinguish them by means of such notions as consciousness or will, because I do not think these notions, in any definable sense, are always applicable. Moreover, the purpose of the theory we are examining is to be, as far as possible, physiological and behaviorist, and this purpose is not achieved if we introduce such a conception as consciousness or will. Nevertheless, it is necessary for our purpose to find some way of distinguishing between voluntary and reflex movements, since the results would be too paradoxical if we were to say that reflex movements also involve beliefs. According to this definition, a content is said to be believed when it causes us to move. The images aroused are the same if you say to me, "Suppose there were an escaped tiger coming along the street," and if you say to me, "There is an escaped tiger coming along the street." But my actions will be very different in the two cases. In the first, I shall remain calm. In the second, it is possible that I may not. It is suggested by the theory we are considering that this difference of effects constitutes what is meant by saying that in the second case I believe the proposition suggested, while in the first case I do not. According to this view, images or words are believed when they cause bodily movements. I do not think this theory is adequate, but I think it is suggestive of truth, and not so easily refutable as it might appear to be at first sight. It might be objected to the theory that many things which we certainly believe do not call for any bodily movements. I believe that Great Britain is an island, that whales are mammals, that Charles I was executed, and so on, and at first sight it seems obvious that such beliefs, as a rule, do not call for any action on my part. But when we investigate the matter more closely, it becomes more doubtful. To begin with, we must distinguish belief as a mere disposition from actual active belief. We speak as if we always believed that Charles I was executed, but that only means that we are always ready to believe it when the subject comes up. The phenomenon we are concerned to analyze is the active belief, not the permanent disposition. Now, what are the occasions when we actively believe that Charles I was executed? Primarily, examinations, when we perform the bodily movement of writing it down; conversation, when we assert it to display our historical erudition; and political discourses, when we are engaged in showing what Soviet government leads to. In all these cases, bodily movements, writing or speaking, result from our belief. But there remains the belief which merely occurs in thinking. One may set to work to recall some piece of history one has been reading, and what one recalls is believed, although it probably does not cause any bodily movement whatever. It is true that what we believe always may influence action. Suppose I am invited to become King of Georgia. I find the prospect attractive, and go to Cook's to buy a third-class ticket to my new realm. At the last moment I remember Charles I and all the other monarchs who have come to a bad end. I change my mind and walk out without completing the transaction. But such incidents are rare, and cannot constitute the whole of my belief that Charles I was executed. The conclusion seems to be that, although a belief always may influence action, if it becomes relevant to a practical issue, it often exists actively, not as a mere disposition, without producing any voluntary movement whatever. If this is true, we cannot define belief by the effect on voluntary movements. There is another, more theoretical, ground for rejecting the view we are examining. It is clear that a proposition can be either believed or merely considered, and that the content is the same in both cases. We can expect an egg for breakfast, or merely entertain the supposition that there may be an egg for breakfast. A moment ago I considered the possibility of being invited to become King of Georgia, but I do not believe that this will happen. Now, it seems clear that, since believing and considering have different effects, if one produces bodily movements, while the other does not, there must be some intrinsic difference between believing and considering, for if they were precisely similar, their effects would also be precisely similar. We have seen that the difference between believing a given proposition and merely considering it does not lie in the content. Therefore, there must be in one case or in both something additional to the content which distinguishes the occurrence of a belief from the occurrence of a mere consideration of the same content. So far as the theoretical argument goes, this additional element may exist only in belief, or only in consideration, or there may be one sort of additional element in the case of belief, and another in the case of consideration. This brings us to the second view which we have to examine. 1. The theory which we have now to consider regards belief as belonging to every idea which is entertained, except in so far as some positive counteracting force interferes. In this view, belief is not a positive phenomenon, though doubt and disbelief are so. What we call belief, according to this hypothesis, involves only the appropriate content, which will have the effects characteristic of belief, unless something else operating simultaneously inhibits them. James quotes with approval, though inaccurately, a passage from Spinoza embodying this view. "Let us conceive a boy imagining to himself a horse, and taking note of nothing else. As this imagination involves the existence of the horse, and the boy has no perception which annuls its existence, he will necessarily contemplate the horse as present, nor will he be able to doubt of its existence, however little certain of it he may be. I deny that a man in so far as he imagines affirms nothing. For what is it to imagine a winged horse but to affirm that the horse has wings? For if the mind had nothing before it but the winged horse, it would contemplate the same as present, would have no cause to doubt of its existence, nor any power of dissenting from its existence, unless the imagination of the winged horse were joined to an idea which contradicted its existence." Unquote. To this doctrine James entirely assents, adding in italics, "Any object which remains uncontradicted is ipso facto believed and posited as absolute reality." If this view is correct, it follows, though James does not draw the inference, that there is no need of any specific feeling called belief, and that the mere existence of images yields all that is required. The state of mind in which we merely consider a proposition, without believing or disbelieving it, will then appear as a sophisticated product, the result of some rival force adding to the image proposition a positive feeling which may be called suspense or non-belief, a feeling which may be compared to that of a man about to run a race, waiting for the signal. Such a man, though not moving, is in a very different condition from that of a man quietly at rest. And so the man who is considering a proposition without believing it will be in a state of tension, restraining the natural tendency to act upon the proposition, which he would display if nothing interfered. In this view, belief primarily consists merely in the existence of the appropriate images, without any counteracting forces. There is a great deal to be said in favor of this view, and I have some hesitation in regarding it as inadequate. It fits admirably with the phenomena of dreams and hallucinatory images, and it is recommended by the way in which it accords with mental development. Doubt, suspense of judgment, and disbelief all seem later and more complex than a whole unreflecting assent. Belief as a positive phenomenon, if it exists, may be regarded, in this view, as a product of doubt, a decision after debate, an acceptance not merely of this, but of this rather than that. It is not difficult to suppose that a dog has images (possible olfactory) of his absent master, or of the rabbit that he dreams of hunting, but it is very difficult to suppose that he can entertain mere imagination images to which no assent is given. I think it must be conceded that a mere image, without the addition of any positive feeling that could be called belief, is apt to have a certain dynamic power, and in this sense an uncombated image has the force of a belief. But although this may be true, it accounts only for some of the simplest phenomena in the region of belief. It will not, for example, explain memory, nor can it explain beliefs which do not issue in any proximate action, such as those of mathematics. I conclude, therefore, that there must be belief feelings of the same order as those of doubt or disbelief, although phenomena closely analogous to those of belief can be produced by mere uncontradicted images. 3. It comes now to the view of belief which I wish to advocate. It seems to me that there are at least three kinds of belief, namely, memory, expectation, and bare assent. Each of these I regard as constituted by a certain feeling or complex of sensations, attached to the content believed. We may illustrate by an example. Suppose I am believing, by means of images, not words, that it will rain. We have here two interrelated elements, namely the content and the expectation. The content consists of images of, say, the visual appearance of rain, the feeling of wetness, the patter of drops, interrelated, roughly, as the sensations would be if it were raining. Thus the content is a complex fact composed of images. Exactly the same content may enter into the memory, "It was raining," or the assent, "Rain occurs." The difference of these cases from each other and from expectation does not lie in the content. The difference lies in the nature of the belief feeling. I personally do not profess to be able to analyze the sensations constituting respectively memory, expectation, and assent, but I am not prepared to say that they cannot be analyzed. There may be other belief feelings, for example, in disjunction and implication, also a disbelief feeling. It is not enough that the content and the belief feeling should coexist. It is necessary that there should be a specific relation between them, of the sort expressed by saying that the content is what is believed. If this were not obvious, it could be made plain by an argument. If the mere coexistence of the content and the belief feeling sufficed, whenever we were having, say, a memory feeling, we should be remembering any proposition which came into our minds at the same time. But this is not the case, since we may simultaneously remember one proposition and merely consider another. We may sum up our analysis, in the case of bare assent to a proposition not expressed in words, as follows: A. We have a proposition, consisting of interrelated images, and possibly partly of sensations. B. We have the feeling of assent, which is presumably a complex sensation demanding analysis. C. We have a relation, actually subsisting, between the assent and the proposition, such as is expressed by saying that the proposition in question is what is assented to. For other forms of belief feeling or of content, we have only to make the necessary substitutions in this analysis. If we are right in our analysis of belief, the use of words in expressing beliefs is apt to be misleading. There is no way of distinguishing in words between a memory and an assent to a proposition about the past. "I ate my breakfast," and "Caesar conquered Gaul," have the same verbal form, though, assuming that I remember my breakfast, they express occurrences which are psychologically very different. In the one case, what happens is that I remember the content, "eating my breakfast." In the other case, I assent to the content, "Caesar's conquest of Gaul occurred." In the latter case, but not in the former, the pastness is part of the content believed. Exactly similar remarks apply to the difference between expectation, such as we have when waiting for the thunder after a flash of lightning, and assent to a proposition about the future, such as we have in all the usual cases of inferential knowledge as to what will occur. I think this difficulty in the verbal expression of the temporal aspects of beliefs is one among the causes which have hampered philosophy in the consideration of time. The view of belief which I have been advocating contains little that is novel except the distinction of kinds of belief feeling, such as memory and expectation. Thus James says, "Everyone knows the difference between imagining a thing and believing in its existence, between supposing a proposition and acquiescing in its truth. In its inner nature, belief, or the sense of reality, is a sort of feeling more allied to the emotions than to anything else." He proceeds to point out that drunkenness, and still more nitrous oxide intoxication, will heighten the sense of belief. In the latter case, he says, a man's very soul may sweat with conviction, and he be all the time utterly unable to say what he is convinced of. It would seem that, in such cases, the feeling of belief exists unattached, without its usual relation to a content believed, just as the feeling of familiarity may sometimes occur without being related to any definite familiar object. The feeling of belief, when it occurs in this separated heightened form, generally leads us to look for a content to which to attach it. Much of what passes for revelation or mystic insight probably comes in this way. The belief feeling, in abnormal strength, attaches itself, more or less accidentally, to some content which we happen to think of at the appropriate moment. But this is only a speculation, upon which I do not wish to lay too much stress. End of Lecture 12. Recording by Lee Smalley. Lecture 13 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Lecture 13, Truth and Falsehood. The definition of truth and falsehood, which is our topic today, lies strictly outside our general subject, namely the analysis of mind. From the psychological standpoint, there may be different kinds of belief, and different degrees of certainty, but there cannot be any purely psychological means of distinguishing between true and false beliefs. A belief is rendered true or false by relation to a fact, which may lie outside the experience of the person entertaining the belief. Truth and falsehood, except in the case of beliefs about our own minds, depend upon the relations of mental occurrences to outside things, and thus take us beyond the analysis of mental occurrences as they are in themselves. Nevertheless, we can hardly avoid the consideration of truth and falsehood. We wish to believe that our beliefs, sometimes at least, yield knowledge, and a belief does not yield knowledge unless it is true. The question whether our minds are instruments of knowledge, and if so, in what sense, is so vital that any suggested analysis of mind must be examined in relation to this question. To ignore this question would be like describing a chronometer without regard to its accuracy as a timekeeper, or as a thermometer without mentioning the fact that it measures temperature. Many difficult questions arise in connection with knowledge. It is difficult to define knowledge, difficult to decide whether we have any knowledge, and difficult, even if it is conceded that we sometimes have knowledge, to discover whether we can ever know that we have knowledge in this or that particular case. I shall divide the discussion into 4 parts. 1. We may regard knowledge from a behaviorist standpoint, as exhibited in a certain kind of response to the environment. This response must have some characteristics which it shares with those of scientific instruments, but must also have others that are peculiar to knowledge. We shall find that this point of view is important, but not exhaustive of the nature of knowledge. 2. We may hold that the beliefs that constitute knowledge are distinguished from such as are erroneous or uncertain by properties which are intrinsic either to single beliefs or to systems of beliefs, being in either case discoverable without reference to outside fact. Views of this kind have been widely held among philosophers, but we shall find no reason to accept them. 3. We believe that some beliefs are true and some false. This raises the problem of verifiability. Are there any circumstances which can justifiably give us an unusual degree of certainty that such and such a belief is true? It is obvious that there are circumstances which in fact cause a certainty of this sort, and we wish to learn what we can from examining these circumstances. 4. Finally, there is the formal problem of defining truth and falsehood, and deriving the objective reference of a proposition from the meanings of its component words. We will consider these 4 problems in succession. 1. We may regard a human being as an instrument which makes various responses to various stimuli. If we observe these responses from outside, we shall regard them as showing knowledge when they display 2 characteristics: accuracy and appropriateness. These 2 are quite distinct, and even sometimes incompatible. If I am being pursued by a tiger, accuracy is furthered by turning round to look at him, but appropriateness by running away without making any search for further knowledge of the beast. I shall return to the question of appropriateness later. For the present, it is accuracy that I wish to consider. When we are viewing a man from the outside, it is not his beliefs but his bodily movements that we can observe. His knowledge must be inferred from his bodily movements, and especially from what he says and writes. For the present we may ignore beliefs, and regard a man's knowledge as actually consisting in what he says and does. That is to say, we will construct, as far as possible, a purely behavioristic account of truth and falsehood. If you ask a boy, "What is twice 2?" and the boy says 4, you take that as prima facie evidence that the boy knows what twice 2 is. But if you go on to ask what is twice 3, twice 4, twice 5, and so on, and the boy always answers 4, you come to the conclusion that he knows nothing about it. Exactly similar remarks apply to scientific instruments. I know a certain weathercock which has the pessimistic habit of always pointing to the northeast. If you were to see it first on a cold March day, you would think it an excellent weathercock, but with the first warm day of spring your confidence would be shaken. The boy and the weathercock have the same defect. They do not vary their response when the stimulus is varied. A good instrument, or a person with much knowledge, will give different responses to stimuli which differ in relevant ways. This is the first point in defining accuracy of response. We will now assume another boy, who also, when you first question him, asserts that twice 2 is 4. But with this boy, instead of asking him different questions, you make a practice of asking him the same question every day at breakfast. You find that he says 5 or 6 or 7, or any other number at random, and you conclude that he also does not know what twice 2 is, though by good luck he answered right the first time. This boy is like a weathercock which, instead of being stuck fast, is always going round and round, changing without any change of wind. This boy and weathercock have the opposite defect to that of the previous pair. They give different responses to stimuli which do not differ in any relevant way. We already had occasion to consider the definition of accuracy. Omitting some of the niceties of our previous discussion, we may say that an instrument is accurate when it avoids the defects of the two boys and weathercocks, that is to say, when (a) it gives different responses to stimuli which differ in relevant ways, (b) it gives the same response to stimuli which do not differ in relevant ways. What are relevant ways depends upon the nature and purpose of the instrument. In the case of a weathercock, the direction of the wind is relevant, but not its strength. In the case of the boy, the meaning of the words of your question is relevant, but not the loudness of your voice, or whether you are his father or his schoolmaster. If, however, you were a boy of his own age, that would be relevant, and the appropriate response would be different. It is clear that knowledge is displayed by accuracy of response to certain kinds of stimuli, e.g., examinations. Can we say, conversely, that it consists wholly of such accuracy of response? I do not think we can, but we can go a certain distance in this direction. For this purpose we must define more carefully the kind of accuracy and the kind of response that may be expected where there is knowledge. From our present point of view, it is difficult to exclude perception from knowledge. At any rate, knowledge is displayed by actions based upon perception. A bird flying among trees avoids bumping into their branches. Its avoidance is a response to visual sensations. This response has the characteristic of accuracy in the main, and leads us to say that the bird knows, by sight, what objects are in its neighborhood. For a behaviorist, this must certainly count as knowledge, however it may be viewed by analytic psychology. In this case, what is known, roughly, is the stimulus, but in more advanced knowledge the stimulus and what is known become different. For example, you look in your calendar and find that Easter will be early next year. Here the stimulus is the calendar, whereas the response concerns the future. Even this can be paralleled among instruments. The behavior of the barometer has a present stimulus but foretells the future, so that the barometer might be said, in a sense, to know the future. However that may be, the point I am emphasizing as regards knowledge is that what is known may be quite different from the stimulus, and no part of the cause of the knowledge response. It is only in sense knowledge that the stimulus and what is known are, with qualifications, identifiable. In knowledge of the future, it is obvious that they are totally distinct, since otherwise the response would precede the stimulus. In abstract knowledge also they are distinct, since abstract facts have no date. In knowledge of the past they are complications, which we must briefly examine. Every form of memory will be, from our present point of view, in one sense a delayed response, but this phrase does not quite clearly express what is meant. If you light a fuse and connect it with a heap of dynamite, the explosion of the dynamite may be spoken of, in a sense, as a delayed response to your lighting of the fuse, but that only means that it is a somewhat late portion of a continuous process, of which the earlier parts have less emotional interest. This is not the case with habit. A display of habit has two sorts of causes: (a) the past occurrences which generated the habit; b. the present occurrence which brings it into play. When you drop a weight on your toe and say what you do say, the habit has been caused by imitation of your undesirable associates, whereas it is brought into play by the dropping of the weight. The great bulk of our knowledge is a habit in this sense. Whenever I am asked when I was born, I reply correctly by mere habit. It would hardly be correct to say that getting born was the stimulus, and that my reply is a delayed response. But in cases of memory this way of speaking would have an element of truth. In an habitual memory, the event remembered was clearly an essential part of the stimulus to the formation of the habit. The present stimulus which brings the habit into play produces a different response from that which it would produce if the habit did not exist. Therefore, the habit enters into the causation of the response, and so do, at one remove, the causes of the habit. It follows that an event remembered is an essential part of the causes of our remembering. In spite, however, of the fact that what is known is sometimes an indispensable part of the cause of the knowledge, this circumstance is, I think, irrelevant to the general question with which we are concerned, namely, what sort of response to what sort of stimulus can be regarded as displaying knowledge. There is one characteristic which the response must have, namely, it must consist of voluntary movements. The need of this characteristic is connected with the characteristic of appropriateness, which I do not wish to consider as yet. For the present I wish only to obtain a clearer idea of the sort of accuracy that a knowledge response must have. It is clear from many instances that accuracy, in other cases, may be purely mechanical. The most complete form of accuracy consists in giving correct answers to questions, an achievement in which calculating machines far surpass human beings. In asking a question of a calculating machine, you must use its language. You must not address it in English, any more than you would address an Englishman in Chinese. But if you address it in the language it understands, it will tell you what is 34521 times 19987, without a moment's hesitation or a hint of inaccuracy. We do not say the machine knows the answer, because it has no purpose of its own in giving the answer. It does not wish to impress you with its cleverness or feel proud of being such a good machine. But as far as mere accuracy goes, the machine leaves nothing to be desired. Accuracy of response is a perfectly clear notion in the case of answers to questions, but in other cases it is much more obscure. We may say generally that an object, whether animate or inanimate, is "sensitive" to a certain feature of the environment if it behaves differently according to the presence or absence of that feature. Thus iron is sensitive to anything magnetic. But sensitiveness does not constitute knowledge, and knowledge of a fact which is not sensible is not sensitiveness to that fact, as we have seen in distinguishing the fact known from the stimulus. As soon as we pass beyond the simple case of question and answer, the definition of knowledge by means of behavior demands the consideration of purpose. A carrier pigeon flies home, and so we say it knows the way. But if it merely flew to some place at random, we should not say that it knew the way to that place, any more than a stone rolling downhill knows the way to the valley. On the features which distinguish knowledge from accuracy of response in general, not much can be said from a behaviorist point of view without referring to purpose. But the necessity of something besides accuracy of response may be brought out by the following consideration. Suppose two persons, of whom one believed whatever the other disbelieved, and disbelieved whatever the other believed. So far as accuracy and sensitiveness of response alone are concerned, there would be nothing to choose between these two persons. A thermometer which went down for warm weather and up for cold might be just as accurate as the usual kind, and a person who always believes falsely is just as sensitive an instrument as a person who always believes truly. The observable and practical difference between them would be that the one who always believed falsely would quickly come to a bad end. This illustrates once more that accuracy of response to stimulus does not alone show knowledge, but must be reinforced by appropriateness, that is, suitability for realizing one's purpose. This applies even in the apparently simple case of answering questions. If the purpose of the answers is to deceive, Their falsehood, not their truth, will be evidence of knowledge. The proportion of the combination of appropriateness with accuracy in the definition of knowledge is difficult. It seems that both enter in, but that appropriateness is only required as regards the general type of response, not as regards each individual instance. 2. I have so far assumed as unquestionable the view that the truth or falsehood of a belief consists in a relation to a certain fact, namely the objective of the belief. This view has, however, been often questioned. Philosophers have sought some intrinsic criterion by which true and false beliefs could be distinguished. I am afraid their chief reason for this search has been the wish to feel more certainty than seems otherwise possible as to what is true and what is false. If we could discover the truth of a belief by examining its intrinsic characteristics, or those of some collection of beliefs of which it forms part, the pursuit of truth, it is thought, would be a less arduous business than it otherwise appears to be. But the attempts which have been made in this direction are not encouraging. I will take two criteria which have been suggested, namely, 1. Self-evidence, 2. Mutual coherence. If we can show that these are inadequate, we may feel fairly certain that no intrinsic criterion hitherto suggested will suffice to distinguish true from false beliefs. 1. Self-evidence. Some of our beliefs seem to be peculiarly indubitable. One might instance the belief that 2 and 2 are 4, that two things cannot be in the same place at the same time, nor one thing in two places, or that a particular buttercup that we are seeing is yellow. The suggestion we are to examine is that such beliefs have some recognizable quality which secures their truth, and the truth of whatever is deduced from them according to self-evident principles of inference. 2. If this theory is to be logically tenable, self-evidence must not consist merely in the fact that we believe a proposition. We believe that our beliefs are sometimes erroneous, and we wish to be able to select a certain class of beliefs which are never erroneous. If we are to do this, it must be by some mark which belongs only to certain beliefs, not to all. And among those to which it belongs there must be none that are mutually inconsistent. If, for example, two propositions, P and Q, were self-evident, and it were also self-evident that P and Q could not both be true, that would condemn self-evidence as a guarantee of truth. Again, self-evidence must not be the same thing as the absence of doubt or the presence of complete certainty. If we are completely certain of a proposition, we do not seek a ground to support our belief. If self-evidence is alleged as a ground of belief, that implies that doubt has crept in, and that our self-evident proposition has not wholly resisted the assaults of skepticism. To say that any given person believes some things so firmly that he cannot be made to doubt them is no doubt true. Such beliefs he will be willing to use as premises in reasoning, and to him personally they will seem to have as much evidence as any belief can need. But among the propositions which one man finds indubitable, there will be some that another man finds it quite possible to doubt. It used to seem self-evident that there could not be men at the Antipodes, because they would fall off, or at best grow giddy from standing on their heads. But New Zealanders find the falsehood of this proposition self-evident. Therefore, if self-evidence is a guarantee of truth, our ancestors must have been mistaken in thinking their beliefs about the Antipodes self-evident. Meinong meets this difficulty by saying that some beliefs are falsely thought to be self-evident, but in the case of others it is self-evident that they are self-evident, and these are wholly reliable. Even this, however, does not remove the practical risk of error, since we may mistakenly believe it self-evident that a certain belief is self-evident. To remove all risk of error, we shall need an endless series of more and more complicated self-evident beliefs, which cannot possibly be realized in practice. It would seem, therefore, that self-evidence is useless as a practical criterion for ensuring truth. The same result follows from examining instances. If we take the 4 instances mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, we shall find that 3 of them are logical, while the 4th is a judgment of perception. The proposition that 2 and 2 are 4 follows by purely logical deduction from definitions, That means that its truth results not from the properties of objects, but from the meanings of symbols. Now, symbols in mathematics mean what we choose. Thus, the feeling of self-evidence in this case seems explicable by the fact that the whole matter is within our control. I do not wish to assert that this is the whole truth about mathematical propositions, for the question is complicated, and I do not know what the whole truth is. But I do wish to suggest that the feeling of self-evidence in mathematical propositions has to do with the fact that they are concerned with the meanings of symbols, not with properties of the world such as external observation might reveal. Similar considerations apply to the impossibility of a thing being in two places at once, or of two things being in one place at the same time. These impossibilities result logically, if I am not mistaken, from the definitions of one thing and one place. That is to say, they are not laws of physics, but only part of the intellectual apparatus which we have manufactured for the manipulating physics. Their self-evidence, if this is so, lies merely in the fact that they represent our decision as to the use of words, not a property of physical objects. Judgments of perception, such as "this buttercup is yellow," are in a quite different position from judgments of logic, and their self-evidence must have a different explanation. In order to arrive at the nucleus of such a judgment, we will eliminate, as far as possible, the use of words which take us beyond the present fact, such as buttercup and yellow. The simplest kind of judgment underlying the perception that a buttercup is yellow would seem to be the perception of similarity in two colors seen simultaneously. Suppose we are seeing two buttercups, and we perceive that their colors are similar. This similarity is a physical fact, not a matter of symbols or words, and it certainly seems to be indubitable in a way that many judgments are not. The first thing to observe, in regard to such judgments, is that as they stand they are vague. The word "similar" is a vague word, since there are degrees of similarity, and no one can say where similarity ends and dissimilarity begins. It is unlikely that our two buttercups have exactly the same color, and if we judged that they had, we should have passed altogether outside the region of self-evidence. To make our proposition more precise, let us suppose that we are also seeing a red rose at the same time. Then we may judge that the colors of the buttercups are more similar to each other than to the color of the rose. This judgment seems more complicated, but has certainly gained in precision. Even now, however, it falls short of complete precision, since similarity is not prima facie measurable, and it would require much discussion to decide what we mean by greater or less similarity. To this process of the pursuit of precision there is strictly no limit. The next thing to observe, although I do not personally doubt that most of our judgments of perception are true, is that it is very difficult to define any class of such instruments which can be known, by its intrinsic quality, to be always exempt from error. Most of our judgments of perception involve correlations, as when we judge that a certain noise is that of a passing cart. Such judgments are all obviously liable to error, since there is no correlation of which we have a right to be certain that it is invariable. Other judgments of perception are derived from recognition, as when we say, "This is a buttercup," or even merely, "This is yellow." All such judgments entail some risk of error, though sometimes perhaps a very small one. Some flowers that look like buttercups are marigolds, and colors that some would call yellow others might call orange. Our subjective certainty is usually a result of habit, and may lead us astray in circumstances which are unusual in ways of which we are unaware. For such reasons, no form of self-evidence seems to afford an absolute criterion of truth. Nevertheless, it is perhaps true that judgments having a high degree of subjectivity certainly are more apt to be true than other judgments. But if this be the case, it is a result to be demonstrated, not a premise from which to start in defining truth and falsehood. As an initial guarantee, therefore, neither self-evidence nor subjective certainty can be accepted as adequate. 2. Coherence. Coherence as the definition of truth is advocated by idealists, particularly by those who in the main follow Hegel. It is set forth ably in Mr. Joachim's book, The Nature of Truth (Oxford, 1906). According to this view, any set of propositions other than the whole truth can be condemned on purely logical grounds as internally inconsistent. A single proposition, if it is what we should ordinarily call false, contradicts itself irremediably; while it is what we should ordinarily call true, it has implications which compel us to admit other propositions, which in turn lead to others, and so on, until we find ourselves committed to the whole of truth. One might illustrate by a very simple example. If I say, "So and so is a married man," that is not a self-subsistent proposition. We cannot logically conceive of a universe in which this proposition constituted the whole of truth. There must be also someone who is a married woman, and who is married to the particular man in question. The view we are considering regards everything that can be said about any one object as relative in the same sort of way as "So and so is a married man." But everything, according to this view, is relative, not to one or two other things, but to all other things, so that from one bit of truth the whole can be inferred. The fundamental objection to this view is logical, and consists in a criticism of its doctrine as to relations. I shall omit this line of argument, which I have developed elsewhere. For the moment I will content myself with saying that the powers of logic seem to me very much less than this theory supposes. If it were taken seriously, its advocates ought to profess that any one truth is logically inferable from any other, and that, for example, the fact that Caesar conquered Gaul, if adequately considered, would enable us to discover what the weather will be tomorrow. No such claim is put forward in practice, and the necessity of empirical observation is not denied, but according to the theory it ought to be. Another objection is that no endeavor is made to show that we cannot form a consistent whole composed partly or wholly of false propositions, as in a novel. Leibniz's conception of many possible worlds seems to accord much better with modern logic and with the practical empiricism which is now universal. The attempt to deduce the world by pure thought is attractive, and in former times was largely supposed capable of success. But nowadays most men admit that beliefs must be tested by observation, and not merely by the fact that they harmonize with other beliefs. A consistent fairy tale is a different thing from truth, however elaborate it may be. But to pursue this topic would lead us into difficult technicalities. I shall therefore assume, without further argument, that coherence is not sufficient as a definition of truth. 3. Many difficult problems arise as regards the verifiability of beliefs. We believe various things, and while we believe them we think we know them. But it sometimes turns out that we were mistaken, or at any rate we come to think we were. We must be mistaken either in our previous opinion or in our subsequent recantation. Therefore our beliefs are not all correct, and there are cases of belief which are not cases of knowledge. The question of verifiability is in essence this: can we discover any set of beliefs which are never mistaken, or any test which, when applicable, will always enable us to discriminate between true and false beliefs? Put thus broadly and abstractly, the answer must be negative. There is no way hitherto discovered of wholly eliminating the risk of error, and no infallible criterion. If we believe we have found a criterion, this belief itself may be mistaken. We should be begging the question if we try to test the criterion by applying the criterion to itself. But although the notion of an absolute criterion is chimerical, there may be relative criteria, which increase the probability of truth. Common sense and science hold that there are. Let us see what they have to say. One of the plainest cases of verification, perhaps ultimately the only case, consists in the happening of something expected. You go to the station believing that there will be a train at a certain time. You find the train, you get into it, and it starts at the expected time. This constitutes verification, and is a perfectly definite experience. It is, in a sense, the converse of memory. Instead of having first sensations and then images accompanied by belief, we have first images accompanied by belief, and then sensations. Apart from differences as to the time order and the accompanying feelings, the relation between image and sensation is closely similar in the two cases of memory and expectation. It is a relation of similarity, with difference as to causal efficacy. Broadly, the image has the psychological but not the physical effects that the sensation would have. When an image accompanied by an expectation belief is thus succeeded by a sensation which is the "meaning" of the image, we say that the expectation belief has been verified. The experience of verification in this sense is exceedingly familiar. It happens every time that accustomed activities have results that are not surprising, in eating and walking and talking and all our daily pursuits. But although the experience in question is common, it is not wholly easy to give a theoretical account of it. How do we know that the sensation resembles the previous image? Does the image persist in presence of the sensation so that we can compare the two? And even if some image does persist, how do we know that it is the previous image unchanged? It does not seem as if this line of inquiry offered much hope of a successful issue. It is better, I think, to take a more external and causal view of the relation of expectation to expected occurrence. If the occurrence, when it comes, gives us the feeling of expectedness, and if the expectation beforehand enabled us to act in a way which proves appropriate to the occurrence, that must be held to constitute the maximum of verification. We have first an expectation, then a sensation with the feeling of expectedness related to memory of the expectation. This whole experience, when it occurs, may be defined as verification, and as constituting the truth of the expectation. Appropriate action during the period of expectation may be regarded as additional verification, but is not essential. The whole process may be illustrated by looking up a familiar quotation, finding it in the expected words, and in the expected part of the book. In this case, we can strengthen the verification by writing down beforehand the words which we expect to find. I think all verification is ultimately of the above sort. We verify a scientific hypothesis indirectly, by deducing consequences as to the future, which subsequent experience confirms. If somebody were to doubt whether Caesar had crossed the Rubicon, verification could only be obtained from the future. We could proceed to display manuscripts to our historical skeptic, in which it was said that Caesar had behaved in this way. We could advance arguments, verifiable by future experience, to prove the antiquity of the manuscript from its texture, color, etc. We could find inscriptions agreeing with the historian on other points, and tending to show his general accuracy. The causal laws which our arguments would assume could be verified by the future occurrence of events inferred by means of them. The existence and persistence of causal laws, it is true, must be regarded as a fortunate accident, and how long it will continue we cannot tell. Meanwhile, verification remains often practically possible. And since it is sometimes possible, we can gradually discover what kinds of beliefs tend to be verified by experience, and what kinds tend to be falsified. To the former kinds we give an increased degree of assent, to the latter kinds a diminished degree. The process is not absolute or infallible, but it has been found capable of sifting beliefs and building up science. It affords no theoretical refutation of the skeptic, whose position must remain logically unassailable. But if complete skepticism is rejected, it gives the practical method by which the system of our beliefs grows gradually towards the unattainable ideal of impeccable knowledge. 4. I come now to the purely formal definition of the truth or falsehood of a belief. For this definition it is necessary first of all to consider the derivation of the objective reference of a proposition from the meanings of its component words or images. Just as a word has meaning, so a proposition has an objective reference. The objective reference of a proposition is a function, in the mathematical sense, of the meanings of its component words. But the objective reference differs from the meaning of a word through the duality of truth and falsehood. You may believe the proposition "today is Tuesday," both when in fact today is Tuesday and when today is not Tuesday. If today is not Tuesday, this fact is the objective of your belief that today is Tuesday. But obviously the relation of your belief to the fact is different in this case from what it is in the case when today is Tuesday. We say, metaphorically, that when today is Tuesday, your belief that it is Tuesday points towards the fact, whereas when today is not Tuesday, your belief points away from the fact. Thus the objective reference of a belief is not determined by the fact alone, but by the direction of the belief towards or away from the fact. If on a Tuesday one man believes that it is Tuesday while another believes that it is not Tuesday, their beliefs have the same objective, namely the fact that it is Tuesday, but the true belief points towards the fact while the false one points away from it. Thus, in order to define the reference of a proposition, we have to take account not only of the objective, but also of the direction of pointing towards the objective in the case of a true proposition, and away from it in the case of a false one. This mode of stating the nature of the objective reference of a proposition is necessitated by the circumstance that there are true and false propositions, but not true and false facts. If today is Tuesday, there is not a false objective, today is not Tuesday, which could be the objective of the false belief, today is not Tuesday. This is the reason why two beliefs which are each other's contradictories have the same objective. There is, however, a practical inconvenience, namely that we cannot determine the objective reference of a proposition, according to this definition, unless we know whether the proposition is true or false. To avoid this inconvenience, it is better to adopt a slightly different phraseology and say, the meaning of the proposition, today is Tuesday, consists in pointing to the fact, today is Tuesday, if that is a fact, or away from the fact, today is not Tuesday, if that is a fact. The meaning of the proposition, today is not Tuesday, will be exactly the opposite. By this hypothetical form, we are able to speak of the meaning of a proposition without knowing whether it is true or false. According to this definition, we know the meaning of a proposition when we know what would make it true and what would make it false, even if we do not know whether it is in fact true or false. The meaning of a proposition is derivative from the meanings of its constituent words. Propositions occur in pairs, distinguished in simple cases by the absence or presence of the word not. Two such propositions have the same objective, but opposite meanings. When one is true, the other is false, and when one is false, the other is true. The purely formal definition of truth and falsehood offers little difficulty. What is required is a formal expression of the fact that a proposition is true when it points towards its objective, and false when it points away from it. In very simple cases, we can give a very simple account of this. We can say that true propositions actually resemble their objectives in a way in which false propositions do not. But for this purpose it is necessary to revert to image propositions instead of word propositions. Let us take again the illustration of a memory image of a familiar room, and let us suppose that in the image the window is to the left of the door. If in fact the window is to the left of the door, there is a correspondence between the image and the objective. There is the same relation between the window and the door as between the images of them. The image memory consists of the image of the window to the left of the image of the door. When this is true, the very same relation relates the terms of the objective, namely the window and the door, as relates the images which mean them. In this case the correspondence which constitutes truth is very simple. In the case we have just been considering, the objective consists of two parts with a certain relation, that of left to right, and the proposition consists of images of these parts with the very same relation. The same proposition, if it were false, would have a less simple formal relation to its objective. If the image proposition consists of an image of the window to the left of an image of the door, while in fact the window is not to the left of the door, the proposition does not result from the objective by the mere substitution of images for their prototypes. Thus in this unusually simple case, we can say that a true proposition corresponds to its objective in a formal sense in which a false proposition does not. Perhaps it may be possible to modify this notion of formal correspondence in such a way as to be more widely applicable, but if so, the modifications required will be by no means slight. The reasons for this must now be considered. To begin with, the simple type of correspondence we have been exhibiting can hardly occur when words are substituted for images, because in word propositions, relations are usually expressed by words, which are not themselves relations. Take such a proposition as Socrates precedes Plato. Here the word precedes is just as solid as the words Socrates and Plato, It means a relation, but is not a relation. Thus the objective which makes our proposition true consists of two terms with a relation between them, whereas our proposition consists of three terms with a relation of order between them. Of course, it would be perfectly possible, theoretically, to indicate a few chosen relations, not by words, but by relations between the other words. Socrates, Plato might be used to mean Socrates precedes Plato. Plato, Socrates might be used to mean Plato was born before Socrates and died after him, and so on. But the possibilities of such a method would be very limited. For aught I know, there may be languages that use it, but they are not among the languages with which I am acquainted. And in any case, in view of the multiplicity of relations that we wish to express, no language could advance far without words for relations. But as soon as we have words for relations, word propositions have necessarily more terms than the facts to which they refer, and cannot therefore correspond so simply with their objectives as some image propositions can. The consideration of negative propositions and negative facts introduces further complications. An image proposition is necessarily positive. We can image the window to the left of the door, or to the right of the door, but we can form no image of the bare negative, the window not to the left of the door. We can disbelieve the image proposition expressed by the window to the left of the door, and our disbelief will be true if the window is not to the left of the door. But we can form no image of the fact that the window is not to the left of the door. Attempts have often been made to deny such negative facts, but for reasons which I have given elsewhere, I believe these attempts to be mistaken, and I shall assume that there are negative facts. Word propositions, like image propositions, are always positive facts. The fact that Socrates precedes Plato is symbolized in English by the fact that the word precedes occurs between the words Socrates and Plato. But we cannot symbolize the fact that Plato does not precede Socrates by not putting the word precedes between Plato and Socrates. A negative fact is not sensible, and language, being intended for communication, has to be sensible. Therefore we symbolize the fact that Plato does not precede Socrates by putting the words does not precede between Plato and Socrates. We thus obtain a series of words which is just as positive a fact as the series Socrates precedes Plato. The propositions asserting negative facts are themselves positive facts. They are merely different positive facts from those asserting positive facts. We have thus, as regards the opposition of positive and negative, three different sorts of duality, according as we are dealing with facts, image propositions, or word propositions. We have, namely, 1. Positive and negative facts; 2. Image propositions, which may be believed or disbelieved, but do not allow any duality of content corresponding to positive and negative facts; 3. Word propositions, which are always positive facts, but are of two kinds, one verified by a positive objective, the other by a negative objective. Owing to these complications, the simplest type of correspondence is impossible when either negative facts or negative propositions are involved. Even when we confine ourselves to relations between two terms which are both imaged, it may be impossible to form an image proposition in which the relation of the terms is represented by the same relation of the images. Suppose we say, Caesar was 2,000 years before Foch. We express a certain temporal relation between Caesar and Foch. But we cannot allow 2,000 years to elapse between our image of Caesar and our image of Foch. This is perhaps not a fair example, since 2,000 years before is not a direct relation. But take a case where the relation is direct, say, the sun is brighter than the moon. We can form visual images of sunshine and moonshine, and it may happen that our image of the sunshine is the brighter of the two, but this is by no means either necessary or sufficient. The act of comparison, implied in our judgment, is something more than the mere coexistence of two images, one of which is in fact brighter than the other. It would take us too far from our main topic if we were to go into the question what actually occurs when we make this judgment. Enough has been said to show that the correspondence between the belief and its objective is more complicated in this case than in that of the window to the left of the door, and this was all that had to be proved. In spite of these complications, the general nature of the formal correspondence which makes truth is clear from our instances. In the case of the simpler kind of propositions, namely those that I shall call atomic propositions, where there is only one word expressing a relation, the objective which would verify our proposition, assuming that the word "not" is absent, is obtained by replacing each word by what it means, the word meaning a relation being replaced by this relation among the meanings of the other words. For example, if the proposition is "Socrates precedes Plato," the objective which verifies it results from replacing the word "Socrates" by Socrates, the word "Plato" by Plato, and the word "precedes" by the relation of preceding between Socrates and Plato. If the result of this process is a fact, the proposition is true; if not, it is false. When our proposition is "Socrates does not precede Plato," the conditions of truth and falsehood are exactly reversed. More complicated propositions can be dealt with on the same lines. In fact, the purely formal question, which has occupied us in this last section, offers no very formidable difficulties. I do not believe that the above formal theory is untrue, but I do believe that it is inadequate. It does not, for example, throw any light upon our preference for true beliefs rather than false ones. This preference is only explicable by taking account of the causal efficacy of beliefs, and of the greater appropriateness of the responses resulting from true beliefs. But appropriateness depends upon purpose, and purpose thus becomes a vital part of theory of knowledge. End of Lecture 13. Recording by Lee Smalley. Lecture 14 of The Analysis of Mind. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Smalley. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Lecture 14, Emotions and Will. Of the two subjects of the present lecture I have nothing original to say, and I am treating them only in order to complete the discussion of my main thesis, namely that all psychic phenomena are built up out of sensations and images alone. Emotions are traditionally regarded by psychologists as a separate class of mental occurrences. I am, of course, not concerned to deny the obvious fact that they have characteristics which make a special investigation of them necessary. What I am concerned with is the analysis of emotions. It is clear that an emotion is essentially complex, and we have to inquire whether it ever contains any non-physiological material not reducible to sensations and images and their relations. Although what specially concerns us is the analysis of emotions, we shall find that the more important topic is the physiological causation of emotions. This is a subject upon which much valuable and exceedingly interesting work has been done, whereas the bare analysis of emotions has proved somewhat barren. In view of the fact that we have defined perceptions, sensations, and images by their physiological causation, it is evident that our problem of the analysis of the emotions is bound up with the problem of their physiological causation. Modern views of the causation of emotions begin with what is called the James-Lange theory. James states this view in the following terms. Psychology, Volume 2, page 449. Quote, "Our natural way of thinking about these coarser emotions, grief, fear, rage, love, is that the mental perception of some fact excites the mental affection called the emotion, and that this latter state of mind gives rise to the bodily expression. My theory, on the contrary, is that the bodily changes follow directly the perception of the exciting fact, and that our feeling of the same changes as they occur is the emotion." James's italics. Common sense says, we lose our fortune, are sorry and weep; we meet a bear, are frightened and run; we are insulted by a rival, are angry and strike. The hypothesis here to be defended says that this order of sequence is incorrect, that the one mental state is not immediately induced by the other, that the bodily manifestations must first be interposed between, and that the more rational statement is that we feel sorry because we cry, angry because we strike, afraid because we tremble, and not that we cry, strike, or tremble because we are sorry, angry, or fearful, as the case may be. Without the bodily states following on the perception, the latter would be purely cognitive in form, pale, colorless, destitute of emotional warmth. Round this hypothesis a very voluminous literature has grown up. The history of its victory over earlier criticism, and its difficulties with the modern experimental work of Sherrington and Cannon, is well told by James R. Angell in an article called, quote, "A Reconsideration of James's Theory of Emotion in the Light of Recent Criticisms," unquote. And note. In this article Angell defends James's theory, and to me, though I speak with diffidence on a question as to which I have little competence, it appears that his defense is on the whole successful. And the note: Psychological Review, 1916. Sherrington, by experiments on dogs, showed that many of the usual marks of emotion were present in their behavior even when, by severing the spinal cord in the lower cervical region, the viscera were cut off from all communication with the brain, except that existing through certain cranial nerves. He mentions the various signs which contributed to indicate the existence of an emotion as lively as the animal had ever shown us before the spinal operation had been made, unquote. He infers that the physiological condition of the viscera cannot be the cause of the emotion displayed under such circumstances, and concludes, quote, "We are forced back toward the likelihood that the visceral expression of emotion is secondary to the cerebral action occurring with the psychical state, ellipsis. We may, with James, accept visceral and organic sensations and the memories and associations of them as contributory to primitive emotion, but we must regard them as reinforcing rather than as initiating the psychosis." Note, quoted by Angell, loc. cit. Angell suggests that the display of emotion in such cases may be due to past experience generating habits which would require only the stimulation of cerebral reflex arcs. Rage and some forms of fear, however, may, he thinks, gain expression without the brain. Rage and fear have been especially studied by Cannon, whose work is of the greatest importance. His results are given in his book, Bodily Changes in Pain, Hunger, Fear, and Rage. D. Appleton & Co., 1916. The most interesting part of Cannon's book consists in the investigation of the effects produced by secretion of adrenin. Adrenin is a substance secreted into the blood by the adrenal glands. These are among the ductless glands, the functions of which, both in physiology and in connection with the emotions, have only come to be known during recent years. Cannon found that pain, fear, and rage occurred in circumstances which affected the supply of adrenin, and that an artificial injection of adrenin could, for example, produce all the symptoms of fear. He studied the effects of adrenin on various parts of the body. He found that it causes the pupils to dilate, hairs to stand erect, blood vessels to be constricted, and so on. These effects were still produced if the parts in question were removed from the body and kept alive artificially. Note: Cannon's work is not unconnected with that of Mosso, who maintains, as the result of much experimental work, that the seat of the emotions lies in the sympathetic nervous system. An account of the work of both these men will be found in Goddard's Psychology of the Normal and Subnormal. Kegan, Paul, 1919, Chapter 7 and Appendix. Cannon's chief argument against James is, if I understand him rightly, that similar affections of the viscera may accompany dissimilar emotions, especially fear and rage. Various different emotions make us cry, and therefore it cannot be true to say, as James does, that we feel sorry because we cry, since sometimes we cry when we feel glad. This argument, however, is by no means conclusive against James, because it cannot be shown that there are no viscera differences for different emotions, and indeed it is unlikely that this is the case. As Angell says, loc. cit., fear and joy may both cause cardiac palpitation, but in one case we find high tonus of the skeletal muscles, in the other case relaxation of the general sense of weakness. Angel's conclusion, after discussing the experiments of Sherrington and Cannon, is: I would therefore submit that, so far as concerns the critical suggestions by these two psychologists, James's essential contentions are not materially affected. If it were necessary for me to take sides on this question, I should agree with this conclusion, but I think my thesis as to the analysis of emotion can be maintained without coming to a probably premature conclusion upon the doubtful parts of the physiological problem. According to our definitions, if James is right, an emotion may be regarded as involving a confused perception of the viscera concerned in its causation, while if Cannon and Sherrington are right, an emotion involves a confused perception of its external stimulus. This follows from what was said in Lecture 7. We there defined a perception as an appearance, however irregular, of one or more objects external to the brain. And in order to be an appearance of one or more objects, it is only necessary that the occurrence in question should be connected with them by a continuous chain, and should vary when they are varied sufficiently. Thus the question whether a mental occurrence can be called a perception turns upon the question whether anything can be inferred from it as to its causes outside the brain. If such inference is possible, the occurrence in question will come within our definition of a perception, and in that case, according to the definition in Lecture 8, its non-mnemic elements will be sensations. Accordingly, whether emotions are caused by changes in the viscera or by sensible objects, they contain elements which are sensations according to our definition. An emotion in its entirety is, of course, something much more complex than a perception. An emotion is essentially a process, and it will be only what one may call a cross-section of the emotion that will be a perception of a bodily condition according to James, or, in certain cases, of an external object according to his opponents. An emotion in its entirety contains dynamic elements, such as motor impulses, desires, pleasures, and pains. Desires and pleasures and pains, according to the theory adopted in Lecture 3, are characteristics of processes, not separate ingredients. An emotion, rage for example, will be a certain kind of process, consisting of perceptions and, in general, bodily movements. The desires and pleasures and pains involved are properties of this process, not separate items in the stuff of which the emotion is composed. The dynamic elements in an emotion, if we are right in our analysis, contain, from our point of view, no ingredients beyond those contained in the processes considered in Lecture 3. The ingredients of an emotion are only sensations and images and bodily movements succeeding each other according to a certain pattern. With this conclusion, we may leave the emotions and pass to the consideration of the will. The first thing to be defined when we are dealing with will is a voluntary movement. We have already defined vital movements, and we have maintained that, from a behaviorist standpoint, it is impossible to distinguish which among such movements are reflex and which voluntary. Nevertheless, there certainly is a distinction. When we decide in the morning that it is time to get up, our consequent movement is voluntary. The beating of the heart, on the other hand, is involuntary. We can neither cause it nor prevent it by any decision of our own, except indirectly, as, e.g., by drugs. Breathing is intermediate between the two. We normally breathe without the help of the will, but we can alter or stop our breathing if we choose. James, Psychology, chapter 26, maintains that the only distinctive characteristic of a voluntary act is that it involves an idea of the movement to be performed, made up of memory images of the kinesthetic sensations which we had when the same movement occurred on some former occasion. He points out that on this view no movement can be made voluntary unless it has previously occurred involuntarily. Note: Psychology, Volume 2, pages 492 to 493. I see no reason to doubt the correctness of this view. We shall say, then, that movements which are accompanied by kinesthetic sensations tend to be caused by the images of those sensations, and when so caused are called voluntary. Volition, in the emphatic sense, involves something more than voluntary movement. The sort of case I am thinking of is decision after deliberation. Voluntary movements are a part of this, but not the whole. There is, in addition to them, a judgment. This is what I shall do. There is also a sensation of tension during doubt, followed by a different sensation at the moment of deciding. I see no reason whatever to suppose that there is any specifically new ingredient. Sensations and images, with their relations and causal laws, yield all that seems to be wanted for the analysis of the will, together with the fact that kinesthetic images tend to cause the movements with which they are connected. Conflict of desires is of course essential in the causation of the emphatic kind of will. There will be, for a time, kinesthetic images of incompatible movements, followed by the exclusive image of the movement which is said to be willed. This will seem to add no new irreducible ingredient to the analysis of the mind. End of Lecture 14. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Lecture 15 of the Analysis of Mind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Jack Powell. The Analysis of Mind by Bertrand Russell. Lecture 15. Characteristics of Mental Phenomena. At the end of our journey, it is time to return to the question from which we set out, namely, what is it that characterizes mind as opposed to matter? Or, to state the same question in other terms, how is psychology to be distinguished from physics? The answer provisionally suggested at the outset of our inquiry was that psychology and physics are distinguished by the nature of their causal laws, not by their subject matter. At the same time, we held that there is a certain subject matter, namely images, to which only psychological causal laws are applicable. This subject matter, therefore, we assigned exclusively to psychology. But we found no way of defining images except through their causation. In their intrinsic character they appeared to have no universal mark by which they could be distinguished from sensations. In this last lecture, I propose to pass in review various suggested methods of distinguishing mind from matter. I shall then briefly sketch the nature of that fundamental science which I believe to be the true metaphysic, in which mind and matter alike are seen to be constructed out of a neutral stuff, whose causal laws have no such duality as that of psychology, but form the basis upon which both physics and psychology are built. In search for the definition of mental phenomena, let us begin with consciousness, which is often thought to be the essence of mind. In the first lecture I gave various arguments against the view that consciousness is fundamental, but I did not attempt to say what consciousness is. We must find a definition of it if we are to feel secure in deciding that it is not fundamental. It is for the sake of the proof that it is not fundamental that we must now endeavour to decide what it is. Consciousness, by those who regard it as fundamental, is taken to be a character diffused through our mental life, distinct from sensations and images, memories, beliefs and desires, but present in all of them. Dr. Henry Head, in an article which I quoted in Lecture 3, distinguishing sensations from purely physiological occurrences, says, quote, "Sensation in the strict sense of the term demands the existence of consciousness." End quote. This statement, at first sight, is one to which we feel inclined to assent, but I believe we are mistaken if we do so. Sensation is the sort of thing which we may be conscious, but not a thing of which we must be conscious. We have been led in the course of our inquiry to admit unconscious beliefs and unconscious desires. There is, so far as I can see, no class of mental or other occurrences of which we are always conscious whenever they happen. The first thing to notice is that consciousness must be of something. In view of this, I should define consciousness in terms of that relation of an image of a word to an object which we defined in Lecture 11 as meaning. When a sensation is followed by an image which is a copy of it, I think it may be said that the existence of the image constitutes consciousness of the sensation, provided it is accompanied by that sort of belief which, when we reflect upon it, makes us feel that the image is a sign of something other than itself. This is the sort of belief which, in the case of memory, we expressed in the words "this occurred," or which, in the case of a judgment of perception, makes us believe in qualities correlated with present sensations, as, example, tactile and visual qualities are correlated. The addition of some element of belief seems required, since mere imagination does not involve consciousness of anything, and there can be no consciousness which is not of something. If images alone constituted consciousness of their prototypes, such imagination images as in fact have prototypes would involve consciousness of them. Since this is not the case, an element of belief must be added to the images in defining consciousness. The belief must be of that sort that constitutes objective reference, past or present. An image, together with a belief of this sort concerning it, constitutes, according to our definition, consciousness of the prototype of the image. But when we pass from consciousness of sensations to consciousness of objects of perception, certain further points arise which demand an addition to our definition. A judgment of perception, we may say, consists of a core of sensation, together with associated images, with belief in the present existence of an object to which sensation and images are referred in a way which is difficult to analyze. Perhaps we might say that the belief is not fundamental in any present existence, but is of the nature of an exception. For example, when we see an object, we expect certain sensations to result if we proceed to touch it. Perception, then, will consist of a present sensation together with expectations of future sensations. This, of course, is a reflective analysis, not an account of the way perception appears to unchecked introspection. But all such expectations are liable to be erroneous, since they are based upon correlations which are unusual but not invariable. Any such correlation may mislead us in a particular case. For example, if we try to touch a reflection in a looking glass under the impression that it is real. Since memory is fallible, a similar difficulty arises as regards consciousness of past objects. It would seem odd to say that we can be conscious of a thing which does not or did not exist. The only way to avoid this awkwardness is to add to our definition the proviso that the beliefs involved in consciousness must be true. In the second place, the question arises as to whether we can be conscious of images. If we apply our definition to this case, it seems to demand images of images. In order, for example, to be conscious of an image of a cat, we shall require, according to the letter of the definition, an image which is a copy of our image of the cat, and has this image for its prototype. Now, it hardly seems probable, as a matter of observation, that there are images of images, as opposed to images of sensations. We may meet this difficulty in two ways, either by boldly denying consciousness of images, or by finding a sense in which, by means of a different accompanying belief, an image, instead of meaning its prototype, can mean another image of the same prototype. The first alternative, which denies consciousness of images, has already been discussed when we were dealing with introspection in Lecture 6. We then decided that there must be, in some sense, consciousness of images. According to this second hypothesis, there may be two images of the same prototype, such that one of them means the other, instead of meaning the prototype. It will be remembered that we defined meaning by association. A word or image means an object, we said, when it has the same associations as the object. But this definition must not be interpreted too absolutely. A word or image will not have all the same associations as the object which it means. The word cat may be associated with the word mat, but it would not happen except by accident that a cat would be associated with a mat. And in like manner, an image may have certain associations which its prototype will not have. Example, an association with the word image. When these associations are active, an image means an image, instead of meaning its prototype. If I have had images of a given prototype many times, I can mean one of these, as opposed to the rest, by recollecting the time and place or any other distinctive association of that one occasion. This happens, for example, when a place recalls to us some thought we previously had in that place, so that we remember a thought as opposed to the occurrence to which it referred. Thus, we may say that we think of an image A when we have a similar image B associated with recollections of circumstances connected with A, but not with its prototype or with other images of the same prototype. In this way, we become aware of images without the need of any new store of mental contents, merely by the help of new associations. This theory, so far as I can see, solves the problems of introspective knowledge without requiring heroic measures such as those proposed by Knight Dunlap, whose views we discussed in Lecture 6. According to what we have been saying, sensation itself is not an instance of consciousness, though the immediate memory by which it is apt to be succeeded is so. A sensation which is remembered becomes an object of consciousness as soon as it begins to be remembered, which will normally be almost immediately after its occurrence, if at all. But while it exists, it is not an object of consciousness. If, however, it is part of a perception, say of some familiar person, we may say that the person perceived is an object of consciousness. For in this case, the sensation is a sign of the perceived object in much the same way in which a memory image is a sign of a remembered object. The essential practical function of consciousness and thought is that they enable us to act with reference to what is distant in time or space, even though it is not at present stimulating our senses. This reference to absent objects is possible through association and habit. Actual sensations in themselves are not cases of consciousness, because they do not bring in this reference to what is absent. But their connection with consciousness is very close, both through immediate memory and through the correlations which turn sensations into perceptions. Enough has, I hope, been said to show that consciousness is far too complex and accidental to be taken as the fundamental characteristic of mind. We have seen that belief and images both enter into it. Belief itself, as we saw in an earlier lecture, is complex. Therefore, if any definition of mind is suggested by our analysis of consciousness, images are what would naturally suggest themselves. But since we found that images can only be defined casually, we cannot deal with this suggestion except in connection with the difference between physical and psychological causal laws. I come next to those characteristics of mental phenomena which arise out of mnemic causation. The possibility of action with reference to what is not sensibly present is one of the things that might be held to characterize mind. Let us first take a very elementary example. Suppose you are in a familiar room at night and suddenly the light goes out. You will be able to find your way to the door without much difficulty by means of the picture of the room which you have in your mind. In this case, visual images serve, somewhat imperfectly it is true, the purpose which visual sensations would otherwise serve. The stimulus to the production of visual images is the desire to get out of the room, which, according to what we found in Lecture 3, consists essentially of present sensations and motor impulses caused by them. Again, words heard or read enable you to act with reference to the matters about which they give information. Here, again, a present sensible stimulus, in virtue of habits formed in the past, enables you to act in a manner appropriate to an object which is not sensibly present. The whole essence of the practical efficiency of thought consists in sensitiveness to signs. The sensible presence of A, which is a sign of the present or future existence of B, enables us to act in a manner appropriate to B. Of this, words are the supreme example, since their effects as signs are prodigious, while their intrinsic interest as sensible occurrences on their own account is usually very slight. The operation of signs may or may not be accompanied by consciousness. If a sensible stimulus A calls up an image of B, and we then act with reference to B, we have what may be called consciousness of B. But habit may enable us to act in a manner appropriate to B as soon as A appears, without ever having an image of B. Although A operates as a sign, it operates without the help of consciousness. Broadly speaking, a very familiar sign tends to operate directly in this manner, and the intervention of consciousness marks an imperfectly established habit. The power of acquiring experience, which characterizes men and animals, is an example of the general law that, in mnemic causation, the causal unit is not one event at one time, but two or more events at two or more times. And a burnt child fears the fire. That is to say, the neighbourhood of fire has a different effect upon a child which has had the sensations of burning than upon one which has not. More correctly, the observed effect, when a child which has been burnt is put near a fire, has for its cause not merely the neighbourhood of the fire, but this together with the previous burning. The general formula, when an animal has acquired experience through some event A, is that when B occurs at some future time, the animal to which A has happened acts differently from an animal which A has not happened. Thus A and B together, not either separately, must be regarded as the cause of the animal's behaviour, unless we take account of the effect which A has had in altering the animal's nervous tissue, which is a matter not patent to external observation except under very special circumstances. With this possibility, we are brought back to causal laws, and to the suggestion that many things which seem essentially mental are really neural. Perhaps it is the nerves that acquire experience rather than the mind. If so, the possibility of acquiring experience cannot be used to define mind. Very similar considerations apply to memory, if taken as the essence of mind. A recollection is aroused by something which is happening now, but is different from the effect which the present occurrence would have produced if the recollected event had not occurred. This may be accounted for by the physical effect of the past event on the brain, making it a different instrument from that which would have resulted from a different experience. The causal peculiarities of memory may, therefore, have a physiological explanation. With every special class of mental phenomena, this possibility meets us afresh. If psychology is to be a separate science at all, we must seek a wider ground for its separateness than any that we have been considering hitherto. We have found that consciousness is too narrow to characterize mental phenomena, and that mnemic causation is too wide. I come now to a characteristic which, though difficult to define, comes much nearer to what we require, namely subjectivity. Subjectivity, as a characteristic of mental phenomena, was considered in Lecture 7, in connection with the definition of perception. We there decided that those particulars which constitute the physical world can be collected into sets in two ways, one of which makes a bundle of all those particulars that are appearances of a given thing from different places, while the other makes a bundle of all those particulars which are appearances of different things from a given place. A bundle of this latter sort, at a given time, is called a perspective. Taken throughout a period of time, it is called a biography. Subjectivity is the characteristic of perspectives and biographies, the characteristic of giving the view of the world from a certain place. We saw in Lecture 7 that this characteristic involves none of the other characteristics that are commonly associated with mental phenomena, such as consciousness, experience, and memory. We found, in fact, that it is exhibited by a photographic plate, and, strictly speaking, by any particular taken in conjunction with those which have the same passive place in the sense defined in Lecture 7. The particulars forming one perspective are connected together primarily by simultaneity, those forming one biography, primarily by the existence of direct time relations between them. To these are to be added relations derivable from the laws of perspective, In all this, we are clearly not in the region of psychology, as commonly understood, yet we are also hardly in the region of physics. And the definition of perspectives and biographies, though it does not yet yield anything that would be commonly called mental, is presupposed in mental phenomena. For example, in mnemic causation, the causal unit in mnemic causation, which gives rise to Semon's engram, is the whole of one perspective, not of any perspective, but of a perspective in a place where there is nervous tissue, or at any rate living tissue of some sort. Perception also, as we saw, can only be defined in terms of perspectives. Thus the conception of subjectivity, i.e. of the passive place of a particular, though not alone sufficient enough to define mind, is clearly an essential element in the definition. I have maintained throughout these lectures that the data of psychology do not differ in their intrinsic character from the data of physics. I have maintained that sensations are data for psychology and physics equally, while images, which may be in some sense exclusively psychological data, can only be distinguished from sensations by their correlations, not by what they are in themselves. It is now necessary, however, to examine the notion of a datum, and to obtain, if possible, a definition of this notion. The notion of data is familiar throughout science, and is usually treated by men of science as though it were perfectly clear. Psychologists, on the other hand, find great difficulty in the conception. Data are naturally defined in terms of theory of knowledge. They are those propositions of which the truth is known without demonstration, so that they may be used as premises in proving other propositions. Further, when a proposition which is a datum asserts the existence of something, we say that the something is a datum, as well as the propositions asserting its existence. Thus, those objects of whose existence we become certain through perception are said to be data. There is some difficulty in connecting this epistemological definition of data with our psychological analysis of knowledge, but until such a connection has been effected, we have no right to use the conception data. It is clear, in the first place, that there can be no datum apart from a belief. A sensation which merely comes and goes is not a datum. It only becomes a datum when it is remembered. Similarly, in perception, we do not have a datum unless we have a judgment of perception. In the sense in which objects, as opposed to propositions, are data, it would seem natural to say that those objects of which we are conscious are data. But consciousness, as we have seen, is a complex notion, involving beliefs as well as mnemic phenomena such as are required for perception and memory. It follows that no datum is theoretically indubitable. Since no belief is infallible, it follows that also every datum has a greater or less degree of vagueness, since there is always some vagueness in memory and the meaning of images. Data are not those things of which our consciousness is earliest in time. At every period of life, after we have become capable of thought, some of our beliefs are obtained by inference, while others are not. A belief may pass from either of these classes into the other, and may therefore become, or cease to be, a belief-giving datum. When, in what follows, I speak of data, I do not mean the things of which we feel sure before scientific study begins, but the things which, when science is well advanced, appear as affording grounds for other parts of the science, without themselves being believed on any ground except observation. I assume, that is to say, a trained observer, with an analytic attention, knowing the sort of thing to look for, and the sort of thing that will be important. What he observes is, at the stage of science which he has reached, a datum for his science. It is just as sophisticated and elaborate as the theories which he bases upon it, since only trained habits and much practice enable a man to make the kind of observation that will be scientifically illuminating. Nevertheless, when once it has been observed, belief in it is not based on inference and reasoning, but merely upon its having been seen. In this way, its logical status differs from that of the theories which are proved by its means. In any science other than psychology, the datum is primarily a perception, in which only the sensational core is ultimately and theoretically a datum, though some such accretions as turn the sensation into a perception are practically unavoidable. But if we postulate an ideal observer, he will be able to isolate the sensation and treat this alone as datum. There is, therefore, an important sense in which we may say that, if we analyze as much as we ought, our data, outside psychology, consist of sensations which include within themselves certain spatial and temporal relations. Applying this remark to physiology, we see that the nerves and brain as physical objects are not truly data. They are to be replaced, in the ideal structure of science, by the sensations through which the physiologist is said to perceive them. The passage from these sensations to nerves and brain as physical objects belongs really to the initial stage in the theory of physics, and ought to be placed in the reasoned part, not in the part supposed to be observed. To say we see the nerves is like saying we hear the nightingale. Both are convenient but inaccurate expressions. We hear a sound which we believe to be casually connected with the nightingale, and we see a sight which we believe to be casually connected with a nerve. But in each case it is only the sensation that ought, in strictness, to be called a datum. Now, sensations are certainly among the data of psychology. Therefore, all the data of the physical sciences are also psychological data. It remains to inquire whether all the data of psychology are also data of physical science, and especially of physiology. If we have been right in our analysis of mind, the ultimate data of psychology are only sensations and images and their relations. Beliefs, desires, volitions, and so on appeared to us to be complex phenomena consisting of sensations and images variously interrelated. Thus, apart from certain relations, the occurrences which seem most distinctively mental and furthest removed from physics are, like physical objects, constructed or inferred, not part of the original stock of data in the perfected science. From both ends, therefore, the difference between physical and psychological data is diminished. Is there ultimately no difference? Or do images remain as irreducibly and exclusively psychological? In view of the casual definition of the difference between images and sensations, this brings us to a new question, namely, are the casual laws of psychology different from those of any other science? Or are they really physiological? Certain ambiguities must be removed before this question can be adequately discussed. First, there is the distinction between rough approximate laws and such as appear to be precise and general. I shall return to the former presently. It is the latter that I wish to discuss now. Matter, as defined at the end of Lecture 5, is a logical fiction, invented because it gives a convenient way of stating casual laws. Except in cases of perfect regularity in appearances, of which we can have no experience, the actual appearances of a piece of matter are not members of that ideal system of regular appearances which is defined as being the matter in question. But the matter is, after all, inferred from its appearances, which are used to verify physical laws. Thus, in so far as physics is an empirical and verifiable science, it must assume or prove that the inference from appearances to matter is, in general, legitimate, and it must be able to tell us more or less what appearances to expect. It is through this question of verifiability and empirical applicability to experience that we are led to a theory of matter such as I advocate. From the consideration of this question, it results that physics, insofar as it is an empirical science, not a logical fantasy, is concerned with particulars of just the same sort as those with psychology considers under the name of sensations. The casual laws of physics, so interpreted, differ from those of psychology only by the fact that they connect a particular with other appearances in the same piece of matter, rather than with other appearances in the same perspective. That is to say, they group together particulars having the same active place, while psychology groups together those having the same passive place. Some particulars, such as images, have no active place, and therefore belong exclusively to psychology. We can now understand the distinction between physics and psychology. The nerves and brain are matter. Our visual sensations when we look at them may be, and I think are, members of the system constituting irregular appearances of this matter, but are not the whole of the system. Psychology is concerned, inter alia, with our sensations when we see a piece of matter, as opposed to the matter which we see. Assuming, as we must, that our sensations have physical causes, their causal laws are nevertheless radically different from the laws of physics, since the consideration of a single sensation requires the breaking up of the group of which it is a member. When a sensation is used to verify physics, it is used merely as a sign of certain material phenomenon, i.e., a group of particulars of which it is a member. But when it is studied by psychology, it is taken away from that group and put into quite a different context, where it causes images or voluntary movements. It is primarily this different grouping that is characteristic of psychology as opposed to all the physical sciences, including physiology. A secondary difference is that images which belong to psychology are not easily to be included among the aspects which constitute a physical thing or piece of matter. There remains, however, an important question, namely, are mental events causally dependent upon physical events in a sense in which the converse dependence does not hold? Before we can discuss the answer to this question, we must first be clear as to what our question means. When given A, it is possible to infer B, but given B, it is not possible to infer A. We say that B is dependent upon A in a sense in which A is not dependent upon B. Stated in logical terms, this amounts to saying that when we know a many-one relation of A to B, B is dependent upon A in respect of this relation. If the relation is a causal law, we say that B is causally dependent upon A. The illustration that chiefly concerns us is the system of appearances of a physical object. We can, broadly speaking, infer distant appearances from near ones, but not vice versa. All men look alike when they are a mile away. Hence, when we see a man a mile off, we cannot tell what he will look like when he is only a yard away. But when we see him a yard away, we can tell what he will look like a mile away. Thus, the nearer view gives us more valuable information, and the distant view is causally dependent upon it in a sense in which it is not causally dependent upon the distant view. It is this greater causal potency of the near appearance that leads physics to state its causal laws in terms of that system of regular appearances to which the nearest appearances increasingly approximate, and that makes it value information derived from the microscope or telescope. It is clear that our sensations, considered as irregular appearances of physical objects, share the causal dependence belonging to comparatively distant appearances. Therefore, in our sensational life, we are in causal dependence upon physical laws. This, however, is not the most important or interesting part of our question. It is the causation of images that is the vital problem. We have seen that they are subject to mnemic causation, and that mnemic causation may be reducible to ordinary physical causation in nervous tissue. This is the question upon which our attitude must turn towards what may be called materialism. One sense of materialism is the view that all mental phenomena are causally dependent upon physical phenomena in the above-defined sense of causal dependence. Whether this is the case or not, I do not profess to know. The question seems to me the same as the question whether mnemic causation is ultimate, which we considered without deciding in Lecture 4, but I think the bulk of the evidence points to the materialistic answer as the more probable. In considering the causal laws of psychology, the distinction between rough generalizations and exact laws is important. There are many rough generalizations in psychology, not only of the sort by which we govern our ordinary behavior to each other, but also of a more nearly scientific kind. Habit and association belong among such laws. I will give an illustration of the kind of law that can be obtained. Suppose a person has frequently experienced A and B in close temporal contiguity. An association will be established so that A, or an image of A, tends to cause an image of B. The question arises, will the association work in either direction, or only from the one which has occurred earlier to the one which has occurred later? In an article by Mr. Wohlgemuth called The Direction of Associations, brackets, British Journal of Psychology, Volume 5, Part 4, March 1913, close brackets, it is claimed to be proved by experiment that insofar as motor memory, i.e. memory of movements, is concerned, association works only from earlier to later, while in visual and auditory memory this is not the case, but the later of two neighbouring experiences may recall the earlier as well as the earlier the later. It is suggested that motor memory is physiological, while visual and auditory memory are more truly psychological. But that is not the point which concerns us in the illustration. The point which concerns us is that a law of association, established by purely psychological observation, is a purely psychological law, and may serve as a sample of what is possible in the way of discovering such laws. It is, however, still no more than a rough generalization, a statistical average. It cannot tell us what will result from a given cause on a given occasion. It is a law of tendency, not a precise and invariable law such as those of physics aim at being. If we wish to pass from the law of habit, stated as a tendency or average, to something more precise and invariable, we seem driven to the nervous system. We can more or less guess how an occurrence produces a change in the brain, and how its repetition gradually produces something analogous to the channel of a river, along which currents flow more easily than in neighbouring paths. We can perceive that in this way, if we had more knowledge, the tendency to habit through repetition might be replaced by a precise account of the effect of each occurrence in bringing about a modification of the sort from which habit would ultimately result. It is such considerations that make students of psychophysiology materialistic in their methods, whatever they may be in their metaphysics. There are, of course, exceptions, such as Professor J. S. Haldane, who maintains that it is theoretically impossible to obtain physiological explanations of physical phenomena, or physical explanations of physiological phenomena. But I think the bulk of expert opinion, in practice, is on the other side. The question whether it is possible to obtain precise causal laws in which the causes are psychological, not material, is one of detailed investigation. I have done what I could to make clear the nature of the question, but I do not believe that it is possible as yet to answer it with any confidence. It seems to be by no means an insoluble question, and we may hope that science will be able to produce sufficient grounds for regarding one answer as much more probable than the other. But for the moment I do not see how we can come to a decision. I think, however, on grounds of the theory of matter explained in lectures 5 and 7, that an ultimate scientific account of what goes on in the world, if it were ascertainable, would resemble psychology rather than physics in what we found to be the decisive difference between them. I think, that is to say, that such an account would not be content to speak, even formally, as though matter, which is a logical fiction, were the ultimate reality. I think that, if our scientific knowledge were adequate to the task, which it neither is, nor is likely to become, it would exhibit the laws of correlation of the particulars constituting a momentary condition of a material unit, and would state the causal laws of the world in terms of these particulars, not in terms of matter. Causal laws so stated would, I believe, be applicable to psychology and physics equally. The science in which they were stated would succeed in achieving what metaphysics has vainly attempted, namely a unified account of what really happens, wholly true even if not the whole truth, and free from all convenient fictions or unwarrantable assumptions of metaphysical entities. A casual law applicable to particulars would count as a law of physics if it could be stated in terms of those fictitious systems of regular appearances which are matter. If this were not the case, it would count as a law of psychology if one of the particulars were a sensation or an image, i.e., were subject to mnemic causation. I believe that the realizations of the complexity of a material unit and its analysis into constituents analogous to sensations is of the utmost importance to philosophy, and vital for understanding of the relations between mind and matter, between our perceptions and the world which they perceive. It is in this direction, I am convinced, that we must look for the solution of many ancient perplexities. It is probable that the whole science of mental occurrences, especially where its initial definitions are concerned, could be simplified by the development of the fundamental unifying science in which the casual laws of particulars are sought, rather than the casual laws of those systems of particulars that constitute the material units of physics. This fundamental science would cause physics to become derivative, in the sort of way in which theories of the constitution of the atom make chemistry derivative from physics. It would also cause psychology to appear less singular and isolated among sciences. If we are right in this, it is a wrong philosophy of matter which has caused many of the difficulties in the philosophy of mind, difficulties which a right philosophy of matter would cause to disappear. The conclusions at which we have arrived may be summed up as follows. 1. Physics and psychology are not distinguished by their material. Mind and matter alike are logical constructions. The particulars out of which they are constructed, or from which they are inferred, have various relations, some of which are studied by physics, others by psychology. Broadly speaking, physics group particulars by their active places, psychology by their passive places. 2. The two most essential characteristics of the casual laws which would naturally be called psychology are subjectivity and mnemic causation. These are not unconnected, since the casual unit in mnemic causation is the group of particulars having a given passive place at a given time, and it is by this manner of grouping that subjectivity is defined. 3. Habit, memory, and thought are all developments of mnemic causation. It is probable, though not certain, that mnemic causation is derivative from ordinary physical causation in nervous and other tissue. 4. Consciousness is a complex and far from universal characteristic of mental phenomena. 5. Mind is a matter of degree, chiefly exemplified in number and complexity of habits. And 6. All our data, both in physics and psychology, are subject to psychological casual laws, but physical casual laws, at least in traditional physics, can only be stated in terms of matter, which is both inferred and constructed, never a datum. In this respect, psychology is nearer to what actually exists. End of Lecture 15. End of the Analysis of Mind, by Bertrand Russell. Recording by Jack Powell. www.voice123.com/Jack Powell